Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and baby, asking where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It's time for Challengers Elite Stage 4. And like many things, we are ready to go, much like Roster Mania. I don't know why it started now, but it certainly has. But we have potentially the next players to ascend into the CDL, because who knows what's happening right now. Joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Yeah, Brycey, it was quite a tumultuous time last night, wasn't it? I woke up at the normal time. I presume you probably woke up about 3 hours ago. But I was up at about 8 and looking at my timeline of what's happening overnight. This is the one negative, I suppose, of being on this side of the Atlantic. But crazy goings on as per usual. But you are right. This is potentially the new breed that could be coming through from EWC onwards into next year. We've seen some really good movement from the EMEA teams, of course, when we're over in Atlanta. And yeah, it's a real story for them heading into the back end of this season. But who is actually going to be competing? That's what we're going to be finding out over the next 3 weeks.
We certainly are. And speaking of which, here is our schedule for today. Coming up first, BTD versus Treaty 1 Gaming. We'll be covering that on our Alpha stream. Then we have a load more streams for you, all the way from Bravo to Foxtrot. They'll all be live on the Challengers YouTube, so you can jump into any of those games you wish to. We will be doing the same thing at any point when our Alpha game isn't rocking and rolling. Ton, out of those, obviously, we've picked Alpha, but any others that stand out to you?
Yeah, there is a couple. Rock Up against Team France was a good one. We are actually going to be watching Team France in the second game, so I don't want to put them in twice. But irrelevant of that, yeah, that's a really, really interesting game that's going to be going on. Rock Esports looking ever so slightly different. Rixel being dropped for Clocks, so let's see how they get on over the season with the new SMG on the roster. Omit against Lane is going to be always interesting as well. Projects, I mean, look, there's so many different interesting teams within these EMEA squads that we are going to have to keep an eye out on. Last season really taught us that we don't necessarily know which way things are going to go. I'm sure we'll figure things out as time does go on. But yeah, interesting games to kick things off. But BTD up against Street 1 Gaming, I'm sure we're going to be chatting about a little bit more. Good mid-pack matchup to kick things off.
Well, big games coming here. Let's take a look at how all these teams have settled in so far. These are the groups, Group A and Group B. Of course, if you are unfamiliar with Challenger Elite so far, all these teams will play each other to find out who goes into a playoff bracket. But in Group A, we have Rock Esports, Exceptional Gaming, Ask Esport, Team France, Rock Ascension, and TheAtlasLions. In Group B, Project 7, Omit, 21 Gaming, BTD, Esports, Lin, and Orgless. Ton, any other names in there that have surprised you or that you're looking forward to seeing?
I'm really curious about the top end of Group A. Again, you would expect Rock to be able to take that one. I don't want to say at a canter, but realistically, you are expecting a little bit more out of them. But you've got Exceptional, Ask, and Team France all in there. And honestly, looking at all three of those rosters, it's a toss-up for me who's going to be kind of coming in second. I would expect them to be finishing the top 4 in that group. But Rock Ascension, AtlasLions absolutely have players on those side of things that can go on to do things. Rock Ascension, especially, that's Real Charm and Co. Let's see how they go. On the other side of things, though, I think is probably a little bit more top heavy with Project 7 and Omit specifically. After that, I think it's a square up between the other 4 teams of who's going to finish in the top 4. So yeah, it should be really interesting for 2 different reasons. Group A, probably more so for placement, I would like to think. Not that I'm the harbinger of doom, but at the same time, for Group B, I think the top 2 pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered, likely for me. But you never know when it comes to EMEA challenges, Pricey.
You certainly do not, and that's why it's such a good thing to watch. And hey, we talked an awful lot about these teams from stage 3 going into the Pro-Am, and every single one let us down. But never mind, because now they have a chance to redeem themselves a little bit and show us exactly what they are made of. In fact, a couple of EU players already kind of lining up the spot in the CDL for people that think they might move on forward. And we've said it many, many times. Realistically, this is the proving ground. This is where a lot of teams go to watch the next generation. But before we talk more about the history of the CDL, let's have a look at the games coming forward. BTD Esports versus 21 Gaming is our game up first. Colossus Hardpoint, Fringe Search and Destroy, then Overload, Hacienda Hardpoint, and Raid Search and Destroy time.
yeah, a couple of new maps obviously being introduced. We got a little look in the CDL at the weekend. Interested to see if we are going to see some of them as time does go on, but we're kicking things off with the Colossus hardpoint between BTD and Treaty 1 Gaming. You can fully blame me if this isn't a great game, because it was absolutely me who picked it. Treaty 1, though, I think up against BTD. BTD kind of coming in as, I mean, a team who have players who played together beforehand, kind of a crossover the previous 3 elite stages. Treaty 1 Gaming, of course, as well. We know all of the guys on this squad. Let's see how it's going to kind of play out for these this team in particular. I think both these two teams are going to be trying to finish towards the top end of their group, absolutely, so is everybody else, but I think there is going to be some real competitiveness between them. I thought I'd start us with a close game, or presumably close one, Brycey. We'll see within the next 30 minutes.
Well, that's going to be the key. Realistically, everybody coming in here ready to rock and roll for the last time this year.
I know.
So, I mean, it's all on the line. If you walk away with at least one of these wins, then you put yourself in a very good position for the kind of the conversations at the end of the year about who is next up. But both these teams, you are all right, Ton. Certainly put on a bit of a display for us so far, hoping they're going to be evenly matched. But, well, this really determines on this rotation. Overlay already out towards the back, looking for his second. He isn't going to be able to find it.
Start for Treaty 1. As you say, BTT, and a little bit of control over towards this back side. For both these two squads, it is a case of just a great start, as you say, would go a long way, wouldn't it? They'll just establish themselves as things do continue on throughout this very, very short season. Coming up with 3 weeks, and then, of course, we've got last chance qualifiers for champs as well. That's always something to keep an eye on. UH inside of the point, though, for BTD. Trying to hold this down. It's been a good hold so far as well, and 20 seconds to go. UH is going to make it even better. 5 and 4 coming out from him. It's 2 Sprite. Do we rotate over towards P3 now? That is a quick bounce back after what was a strong start from Treaty 1.
Having a good time here, splitting it very effectively and showing why that rotation to P2 can be so effective for these teams. At the moment, though, Treaty 1 not in the best of position for P3. You can see now Kez on the outside, going to be trying to hold this down. Oh, I think it's overlay. Yeah, it's going to be overlay. We've got the double 5s going on. They're looking for another one. Just trying to thread a needle here. Has Disarray with him, but still not going to be in the best position.
Taking down Scythe, trying to find from the front. Now he finds a third out of absolutely nothing. We know Scythe can pull off things like that. Rush is there to pick up the pieces, and the pace that this roster is going to have is going to be impressive and really, really difficult to deal with. Prime example being that moment where Treaty 1 Gaming found themselves a good rotation, and then all of a sudden it's wiped out. Now what can they do with the retake, though? They can do very well. Contain Overlay, Kez all combining really nicely, and that's 15 seconds or so on the rotation over towards P4. Heading Treaty 1's way. Important that they did get themselves some decent time there. Rotation's going to be massive as well. UH just had a good start, though. A couple of occasions we've seen him go for these overzealous Charles and absolutely pull them off. But 4 in a row from D10. It's going to keep them at bay. A nice rotation from Treaty 1 off the back of a nice break over towards P3.
BTD just making this pretty easy, but this rotation is critical. Treaty 1 Gaming technically have it at the moment, but they do not have the spawn. Kaz looking for anything he can find, and nothing at the moment. BTD look to now extend this lead. It'll be a hard break for Treaty 1 Gaming. They have to go through the gauntlet, but a couple of kills going their way should enable them to start creeping up this map.
Yep, kind of same story for BTD. They're managing to find a punch through Overlay and Nelly with a brilliant 2 to pick up what would have been a nice retake, but in the end they do get that. Disarray finding 3. That's going to help things out, but neither one of these teams able to hold onto P4. You can have another go here for your BTD with 15 to go. Looking like a very even game off the back of a first rotation, Bryce. The kills going Treaty 1's way. 10 seconds to go on this hill. They'll look to hold down this scrap time. That's been a nice start. A nice comeback from them, to be honest with you. They've been on the back foot throughout the majority. Only find themselves around 20 down.
And hey, I'll tell you something, didn't look like anybody really came in cold to this game. That's always a little bit of a worry, Ton, when players first get into it. Playing a full-speed game, you can sometimes see one of the teams take a little bit of a slow start, but it doesn't seem to be the case this time around. But BTD will just try to keep this as even as possible, and this form of P2. It paid off so well for them last time that has got to be the game plan. The problem that they've got this time, though, is that BTD are very much inside of that hill. But again, every time I feel as if I'm counting Treaty 1 Gaming out of picking up some decent time or putting themselves in a good position, it just feels as if they are answering back in the kill feed.
Clutch inside of the point, though. Big kill to find, and absolutely does. That's a 4-man wipe with 20 to go on P1, and absolutely all the time in the world to set yourselves up on this rotation over towards P2. Incredible shots coming out from UH. That's going to keep them at bay, and the push from P3. Rush is going to shut this one down as well. 4 in a row. 5th, not quite on its way. It's your teammate who backs you up, but that's wonderful from BTD. They keep Treaty 1 Gaming pretty much at arm's length throughout the majority of that last 20 seconds, and they've got the perfect setup over towards P2.
And leader's gone from slight to massive. Looking for at least one here on the cross. Isn't going to be able to get anything. That is a headbutt that has worked. Treaty 1 Gaming pull that one straight out of the fire. They can now hold this against it here. We'll really squeeze this game down a little bit. Just trying to get a couple of kills here to Tane.
Every time we say it, Treaty 1 Gaming feels like they're out of the game. They'll find a break back. Bear in mind, BTV have been in the lead throughout the majority of this as well. But it feels as if Treaty 1 Gaming are not going away. They're sticking around like a bad smell. 9 and 16 out of Kez. Need to find a little bit more. Spawns over towards the backside. Done with. I mean, neither one of these teams really able to establish a decent hold. A good one for Treaty 1 Gaming gets them back into it. A good one from BTD keeps them just that little bit further away from Treaty 1. Probably put them in the position to go on to win this game. But the rotation over towards P3 now has to come in. BTD do get the majority of that time. And now have the biggest lead that we've seen so far over this very first map. Treaty 1 Gaming need a good hold, and they've had a couple of occasions and opportunities to do that, haven't quite been able to execute them.
Well, this is where it starts to get a little bit nervous for these two teams. Realistically, BTD know they can put this game almost to bed with a good hold here onto P3. For Treaty 1 Gaming, they cannot allow that one to happen. Every point they can claw back gives them an opportunity to fight for a little bit longer. Rush, though, still staying alive. Double Chow coming through, taking him out here. And Treaty 1 Gaming, good position. Probably won't be another push here from BTD with any sort of numbers. They'll be looking to hold the spawn. And for Treaty 1 Gaming, it's hold and then push.
Just need to make sure they secure these 15 first. Gunfire on a clutch in the middle will go a long way, and that's going to help things out. No push coming from the front from BTD. They're happy to lick their wounds and back on down, but they get absolutely nothing out of P3. Barely a point. And Treaty 1 Gaming put themselves back in a position where they can go on to win this game. Kez over towards the backside, massively step things up. Overlay on a 4 spree as well. Seems as if they're catching fire at the right time. Disarray looking for another. UH gunned. Overlay and co. Doing so well to pick up those kills. They not only pick up great time over towards P3, it's a wonderful rotation through to 4. And Treaty 1 Gaming now in a phenomenal spot to tie things up. I say that.
Oh, no. That is the absolute curse of the caster. Every single gunfight has gone against Treaty 1 there. They've lost full map control. They've lost spawns and maybe lost a little bit of hope for it as they now have to try and push all the way through. Clutch is still going to be holding this. Health will come back. He's looking for the players he knows are going to be watching for him as well. But it is a stall for Treaty 1 Gaming as they just try to right the ship.
Important for BTD. They found that, though. They were bleeding points. Barely had a singular one since we were over towards P2. But a big break comes through over towards P4 and they stop the bleeding. What was a 70-point lead is, well, around 65 now. And Treaty 1 Gaming feel as if they fought hard to bring this one back into contention. But contention is all it's going to be. Clutch going to try and find a way through. Need some heroics to come through from Detain. Not going to happen over towards the backside. P2 spawn still absolutely here for BTD. And that 60-point lead alongside of it, still very much there.
This is where it's just the most dangerous. I know it's kind of the same lead that's been here all the time, but BTD can basically pick their poison. Do we keep playing for P1? Do we rotate early? Where do we find these points that Treaty 1 Gaming have to fight for every single second of? You cannot allow any pressure to go towards BTD as they will have everything going through. Clutch will get one back into this middle here, but go straight back down. And at the moment, this is all good. If Treaty 1 Gaming can hold this last a little bit of time and then hold a P2 push, they have an opportunity. But already, bodies flowing around the back.
Need to find this gunfight. Big one from Kez. One play over towards the backside is going to be a little bit of an issue. Clutch is absolutely red, though. Overlay managing to find 3 in a row, maybe just at the right time. You get a little bit panicky now if you're BTD. You've had a couple of different setups. You found yourself in the lead all the way through, but one good hold from Treaty 1 Gaming over towards P2, and that lead you've had since the very first hill is gone. Hellstorm in the back pocket of Overlay. Disarray trying to find a way back through. Scythe over towards the backside, and that's the break they needed. 40 seconds to play for here at P2. They can win the game now.
There's already a massive push out. Rush used that free life to just really get everything going he could here. but this is going to be crucial. Can you get anything from it already? Pushing players out of position and finds one as well. That's going to be 3 kills. Scythe will stay alive, but they have lost position here onto this hill. BTD still in the much better position. They have a lead of 40 points. We know this is not ending here anyway.
Clutch.
Well, Clutch tries to
find a way through. Treaty 1 Gaming will extend this game. I'm not going to pat myself on the back, but it's a good start to my prediction of this one being a relatively close one. It's Treaty 1 Gaming bringing this back into the realms of possibility, but the rotation is here for BTD. Only a few seconds now for Treaty 1 Gaming. Let's try and find a break back through.
And here we go. 12 seconds. Clutch, the first one to hold it out here. The rest of the team looking to rock and rumble. They're all going through the middle, but 2 already go down. 1 player left. It's disarray, and down he falls as well. That'll be game. BTD strike first blood here in the elites. They're up 1-0.
Nice opening game between these two squads. Kind of toe-to-toe all the way through. As mentioned, BTD were the ones always in the lead, but I think you can notice in a couple of different games sometimes that you see Treaty 1 Gaming are putting themselves in positions, but just weren't able to hold for the majority. I think if they went back and played that one again, they would have had a much better opportunity to go on to win it. And I think it's difficult because it always comes down to small margins. It might seem like a relatively comfortable game there for BTD, but I think it was probably closer than we maybe give it credit for in the scoreline. Really good map number 1, though, between those two teams. We'll see how things continue there, Brycey, but we've got plenty of other games that are going on as well, haven't we, mate?
We certainly do as this one goes through. I mean, realistically, Overlay had a pretty good time, but BTD definitely had the more slaying on their side as it went through. And, hey, rotations and kills, that will give you the points as we get into this. But, hey, with the games being this close between these two teams, it might be a bit of a tight group for the rest of them to try and work out where they can get through, son.
Interesting map 1, though, either way. I think both these two teams... kind of your season is going to be about trying to push on and make those later stages in the playoffs. Put yourself in a good position to have a nice seed heading over, of course, to Paris, where there will be plenty of teams from the EMEA region, I would like to think. Hopefully you all got your tickets in time. That was quite some time ago, of course.
Well, I mean, they released about 18 million more, to be fair.
What, team passes as well? I'm not too sure.
Actually, that's a good point. I can't remember. I just remember them keep flooding it with spectator passes. And who knows? It's certainly not our job to go through that out of the sphere. Hey, everybody can have a good time. Just go to Paris, playing, spectating. It's all good.
Well, you know, sadly, I don't think we're going to have the opportunity to do so because I think we're going to be commentating from home.
Bring that up.
Yeah, well, you know, you said it. Anyway, Ascension Destroy is going to be coming up map number 2. Dead Overload is what we'll see in 3. If we need to in 4 and 5, we'll see Hacienda for the first time. Well, not for the first time, for probably about the billionth time, actually. But the first time on Black Ops 7 and a rare Search to Destroy to close things out. But we have other games going on. And this one is one I was really, really interested in. Rocky Esports have made a change. Rixel has... unfortunately for him, being dropped, and they brought in Clocks, who is a player who has impressed me, to be honest with you, when we have been aboard with him. Very, very fast SMG player. We know that Rock had their issues in the previous stage. They'd be wanting to step themselves up and put themselves back in a good position to be going on to win events. That's where they want to be. So a change was made after what they would deem a very poor placement, obviously, in Atlanta, and a poor showing overall. I think they would have liked to do a lot better in Pro-Am. Brycey, I had very high hopes, and those hopes were dashed very quickly. So let's see if they can change things up here with Clocks on the roster.
So far, same Rock having a good time hitting the tempo here. Dom actually not having a great start, 10-18 so far on the side of Rock Esports, but they do have the lead here. Team France will have the rotation and the setup to get this one locked in. For Rock Esports, looks like they're going through the front door.
I'm curious as well for Dom if his gameplay is going to have to change up a little bit around Clocks. Clocks very, very fast-paced. So for Dom, it's about that adaptation. You don't have Rixel around you trying to do the dirty work so much anymore. It will be up to him and Kix and Domex to fill those gaps. Gaps right now that they're filling them are on the kill feed and on the wrong side of things. But the push over towards P4 going to have to start coming on through relatively quickly. Team France, this roster, again, is very, very solid across the board. Nadex, Legend, Danny, and Blade. Let's see what they can do. As time goes on here in this game, they're only finding themselves 30 down.
Good opportunity for them. I mean, really, that has brought them right back into even kill. And what we thought was a pretty dominant game from Rock has pretty much evaporated on the banks of it. But Danny Trying to sneak through here, and this is a very awkward gunfight, but he wins it anyway against Kicks, and now Rock Esports don't have a secure line.
Rock needing to steady the ship here a little bit. Domex is finding plenty, of course, AR in hand. So doing really well, to be honest with you, considering. The M15 is very much singing for Domex. Easier said than done, apparently. Here we are with Kicks. He's got the SMG out. I've been curious as well to see who is going to be running that third SMG. Kicks, of course, is going to be the one. Doing a good job here over towards P1. 30 seconds gone. Rock Esports have had the control throughout the majority of that.
Was hoping for a player to make themselves known there in the mid-map, and well, nobody showed him until he got taken down by Dom X. Second one from Clocked here, and this is a very aggressive push now. Rock Esports might be able to strike at the right time. A couple of kills going through. Danny finds nobody. One player out towards the back here. It's Legend. They're hunting for him as well, and, well, he's already taken down one, but eventually does get traded out here, and a player fires into it. Xenox now going to try and hold them at bay. Not going to get the second one, but he's delayed the rest of Rock Esports getting into prime position for this deflection.
Yeah, push them away, so Team France have been able to find a way through over towards the rooftops. Are they going to be able to find the break? The played Legend. Pinstripe kill feed. That's going to be changed around though. Clocks will find two. Can he find the third as well? Not going to quite land it, but he butters them up for his teammates to pick up the pieces. Done with the snapper as well. 6 in a row from him to potentially close this game out. Danny just tries to extend it as long as he possibly can. 30 seconds here over towards P2, and the break will come in. Team France in control.
Got to hide it as well. We see all of Rock Esports bouncing around in a small area, but Clocks on the flank finds two. Pre-fire going into a full wipe from them there in the end, and, well, that's going to be game. Only needs one player to make a difference, and that'll be done. Wait a second, Blade! It's not through! Dom was out there just slaying, and eventually it will end. I mean, that almost could have been a nightmare, but with 1 second to play with, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, nicely done. Rock just about closed that one out. And yeah, it is going to be an interesting season for them. I think the problem that Rock kind of have is the fact that they've done so well at the start of the season. First in Dallas, second in Birmingham. Going on, obviously, having a relatively decent stage in the previous, winning in stage 3 here in EMEA. They need to kind of continue that form. And they had a relatively poor time by their standards in Atlanta. I think... Especially for me, some of their matchups that they had up, I think it was Cloud9 who they played, of course, in the group stages. To get 3-0'd by Cloud9, respectfully, we need to be doing a little bit more than that. If you're Rock, if you are one of these teams you want to be challenging at the very, very top, as a Challengers squad, we need to see a little bit more. But hopefully with this roster, they can start to crack on a little bit further, Brycey, see how they're going to do towards the last stages of the year. But we are back over towards Alpha BTT. 1-0 up against Treaty 1 Gaming, who are looking for a bounce back here on Fringe Search and Destroy.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about Rock later because it was very interesting what happened to them at the Pro-Am. But before we get into rehashing old history, let's find out how the future looks here between these two. Overlate, narrowly missing with a snipe here towards the middle, and it does mean that everybody's stalled out.
Plenty of control here for BTD up. I'm pretty chilling right now. The UH, you just don't give anything away yet. Scary business. Just looking for some information, but you got to be careful.
Still a very slow roll. Slight pressure now over towards B. Not a lot. This is a clock burner here from Treaty 1.
Oh, UH is getting some terrible timing here. Absolutely awful. That stun's going to land out the front side. But he didn't actually get that information, so I believe that Kez has got this one free for now. Push is going to come in, though. UH reads it. Kez will be called out, but Disarray is there for the trade, so Kez over towards the front side, finds kill in the clutch, but Rush is able to answer back as his Scythe. An overlay is quite literally miles away. Sniper in hand, this is extremely tough from here.
Yeah, only option has to go for the plant. Timing is against him. Game over. That's what happens when you burn the clock. It's a very good strategy. I know when people sometimes watch this and like, why are they doing it? They're going to run out of time for themselves. It's an information game. They're hoping that somebody in the team makes a bit of a mistake or that they get a bit of timing and that allows them to go through. And obviously, the longer you let that one run, the more likely that is that that will happen. But it is a double-edged sword. As that clock gets down, any mistake, any bad trade All your options disappear.
BTD just extremely patient there. Do the right thing. I honestly thought Kez getting to that position on the truck through mid-map would have been a massive problem, but he only actually managed to find one, and it's one of those situations where the information just was on his side. That's a nice name from Telluride. Doesn't quite land. Clutch now in position to try and get aggressive, and this is not burning the clock down by any stretch of the imagination. It's BTD pushing forward. Bomb not quite going down, though. Hopefully we'll get traded after finding UH, so 3v3.
Oh. Good little tickle onto Disarray there to back him down, but well, that bomb goes down. They manage to get back into it at the same time. Rush is going to fall here, and well, Scythe has gone all the way around. Right now, 21 Gaming have no idea where he is. They have now turned around from Disarray. Will see a player will come and back him up anyway. And you got to give credit there to 21 Gaming. They identified that, well, if he's nowhere near this side of the map, let's all turn around.
Doesn't necessarily work out whatsoever for BTD there. A couple of different occasions in gunfights, if they go in opposite direction, then we maybe have a very different round, but gunfights not working out in their favor, and Disarray very much working out with the M15. Round number 3 we go. Both teams just figuring each other out so far. I think typically for, well, the players on BTD, it has been a case of be fast in search and destroy and figure out everything else after that. So let's keep it up. Actually made me laugh, to be fair, when we were watching CDL the weekend on Fringe Search and Destroy. We've seen snipers getting aggressive through tin, and Chance was like, first time I've seen this, and I was like, yeah, mate. We see it a lot in challenges. Oh my word, we don't see that so often, though. Overlay. The aggressive angle there. UH is like, yeah, I've got nothing, boys. I'm dead.
Makes them difficult. They're going to lose a lot of information here. Realistically, Rush will hope to grab one. That's mostly the best case scenario. There's a little bit doesn't even sit as well. Rush doesn't even get it. That's got to be a no-scope or something. But Clutch managed to get one back in the end. Now a 1 versus 3 as the Tane cleans it up here. Scythe knows where he's going to be, but chased down by every player in the book. And down they fall.
All right, Overlay. We see you. The opening pick was wonderful. Didn't get to see from his POV what the second one looked like, but we'll get to see the third with the NPC in hand. Yeah, the shots with the sniper were good, but I'm not giving you any credit for that one. Awakens himself up. This was lovely. I mean, that's just absolute perfection. And this was me in the midst of saying that you don't necessarily see too much aggression with the sniper through tin on an attacking side. And I thought that's initially where he was going to head, but middle of the map, be damned. Overlay 4-2 to kick things off. 3 spree for him. 1 Gaming in the lead.
Easy 1, easy 2, easy 3. Oh my goodness, Detain on a 4th streak looking for the ace. He gets it in the end. Oh, Detain went, well, this is good enough. We'll take this one.
That is as good as it gets, to be honest with you. Dipping and diving in and around the window. And he'll be saying, give me the 4th as well. Thank you very much. Easy first, yeah, cool. Second one, nice cleanup. On the 3rd, though, yeah, we'll see you in round number 4 as well. Just so well played. Did have a little bit of backup as well, but take no credit away from him. D-Tin. Big plays coming through. 5 in a row from him. And Treaty 1 Gaming with a bit of an extensive lead now. 3-1 to the good. Hellstorm on offer here for D-Tin and a couple more kills time. And if you keep shooting like that, they are going to come.
Nobody hit him. 3 players and nobody hit him. Well, it's a good way to bounce back after the hard point. Question is, do they play around for this Hellstorm? It's not the easiest prospect realistically. Could very easily be caught out, but right now Overlay is checking the angles.
Cautious one here from BTD to a certain degree for Treaty 1 Gaming. Well, they must be feeling full of confidence right now. Kez in a little bit of trouble, having to back down out of this. And Overlay getting aggressive through Tim with the sniper in hand. You do not want to be jumping across that bomb site if you possibly can't afford to do so. It's 4 in a row from him. 5 in a row from Detain. Kez inside of the bomb site. He'll take 1. He'll take 2 as well. And Treaty 1 Gaming just starting to pull away. It seems as if the numbers that they have doesn't really matter, does it? Because they're just doing it one by one. Treaty 1 Gaming in another round.
Just rocking and rolling. Confidence in abundance. Easy pick up there for the Detain in the end as well. Because though, in the position, that slide from Clutch might have been a little bit short. Same thing actually from UH. Didn't break any camera at all. And, well, against an M15, that's about the way it goes.
Well, this one is getting a little bit one-sided. Speaking of one-sided, BTD are heading very quickly over towards B. Those stuns and nades, though, are very much going to slow things down. The smoke is one that we see quite often. That's going to take any information away properly from Treaty 1 Gaming, to be honest with you. Middle of the map is kind of what they're going to be relying on here, and what Kez is seeing is important for them. But still, BTD, not necessarily feeling too confident to be hitting any kind of bomb site right now.
Scythe. That's a big kill. Kez trying to get a bit of a position here, see if he can deflect any of the pressure though, but has been stun checked. Overlay going over with the nades. It's not going to catch. Kez though does manage to get Scythe here. This is a 3 versus 3 ton.
I mean, for Rush, he's kind of out of the play a little bit. Has to get here very quickly. But if UH is going to take down DJ, that's definitely going to help things out. Kez in between a rock and a hard place. And all those streaks that Treaty 1 Gaming were on have been stopped in their tracks. Hopefully trying to survive here. Oh, we'll get the hit marker and nothing else for a BTD. We'll find the round. I think they would have done had that landed and, well, eventually killed the opposition. But irrelevant of that, 42 now to Treaty 1. BTD find one back. It's a meticulous push, honestly. Took their time. Kind of dipped back and forth through the B side of the map and just always kept a little bit of presence, yet found the opening pick, and from there, it was just trade out. Bomb down. Very simple round of search and destroy in the end.
Is it enough? One more round for BTD. Does not an S&D make, realistically. 21 Gaming here. Still in a prime position. Overlay again. Going to be checking this angle. Not even the easiest to hit if you do get through him. He's going to try. Never mind. Sees the pixel. Sees the dream. Oh, the player's coming close. This is all timing, and UH gets it back to 3 versus 3.
UH skating around the map, maybe to his own detriment there. Kez gonna have to back down though. Oh, look at this play though from Disarray through the middle of the map. Oh, he has been spotted. Scythe takes him down. 11 HP, an M15 and a dream. And absolutely zero timing on seeing that player through the middle of the map. So Kez has escaped over towards the backside, but UH is behind them as well. This one's all over the place. Honestly, I forgot who's attacking and defending at this point. If it wasn't for the actual actual thing underneath the teammates. Irrelevant of that, Kez is left on his own in 1 versus 2.
Got to be careful with that one, ton. I know a cluster did that once, and people wouldn't let him forget it.
Correct. Hate to see it.
Now, 1 versus 2 with bomb down. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. You've just got to find a little bit of luck, a little bit of timing. Oh, and UH, this is the timing we were talking about. He was watching this, but oh, a little bit of luck goes his way as Kez doesn't get it, and they're going to go straight for the defuse. They know they've got the advantage now. Oh, Kez gets a second opportunity to kill UH. Doesn't work out that time either. 6 streak now for UH.
Yep, everybody's just taking turns to absolutely pop off, and this time around, it's UH's turn. Incredibly well, and just literally caring not about anybody and anywhere around the map, to be honest with you. So aggressive. Honestly, it's arguably a little over-excessive on a couple of occasions, and it's bold to say the least. But getting away with it, he is. 6 in a row. 7 and 5 from him, and BTD now find themselves only 1 behind. This game of Search and Destroy felt like it was going one direction, Brycey, about 5 minutes ago. And now it's very, very close.
This is what we talk about with S&D. It's not over till it's over. Hopefully he's going to be waiting. There's an 8 coming through. Trophy the flex. Fudge just showing him a clean pair of ankles, but nothing much else.
Slow and steady. Potentially going to win the race here for BTD. Need that opening pick, and maybe they're just trying to sound Disarray out smoke. I wouldn't have minded a little shorter than that. Disarray allowed to just find himself around it, and that is just pretty much shut down any sort of push over towards this B side that was maybe being formulated by BTD. It might be on the cards. UH, I mean, he's delusionally confident. 7 in a row from him. Number 8 will get him the Hellstorm. It's not going to be Overlay. His teammates managed to take him down, and they position themselves so well. Disarray's the only one who can answer back, but BTD absolutely lining everybody up. Shout out to Q, because we caught every gunfight, and BTD run away with that one. We're all tied up 4 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you are right. Very clean gunfight, and well done, Q. That was exceptional. To catch every single one, but yeah, I mean, every point of view just very clean in the end. And Ton, we spoke about it. We are tied up.
Seven in a row from UH, though, is the big talking point. Basically has to sniff a player on Treaty 1 Gaming and he'll get a hold of his Hellstorm. And yeah, he's playing probably in one of the riskier spots throughout the middle of the map when he's playing this defensive side. Picking over to where Overlay is looking right now. Got the hell out of dodge though, playing a little bit more of a passive angle, which is understandable. Clutch though, sitting at 1-6. Hasn't really had a great deal to do over towards the safe side. A lot of the attacks have really been hitting downbeat. Fortunately for Clutch, he's well, just been trying to stay alive unsuccessfully. It's sitting at 1-6, but not able to really get involved. But we've seen this over the weekend. Players getting very patient through these moments. Kesme just gets some terrible timing and does. Rush will take him down. Kes thought he made the play. He absolutely has not. And this is looking like 4 in a row from BTD.
Is there a way back here? Truly Going Gaming have fallen at this hurdle. Perhaps looking for one. There it is. A 1 versus 4 now for Disarray. He finds the first. We've got 22 seconds in a dream. Isn't going to happen. BTD. Round after round. And we thought this game might have been overturned, but it is now looking like BTD could take map number 2.
And UH has been the catalyst for that. He's been so aggressive, and I think it's been one of those scenarios where Treaty 1 Game were kind of picking BTD apart. And then UH has just started to say, right, okay, well, I'm just going to run at them, see what happens. And what's happened is he's ended up on a 9 sprite. Hellstorm in the back pocket. Into round number 10 we go. Will he play passively? You'd like to think so, considering the Hellstorm is available. Yeah, you can see BTD just sitting back waiting for the moment where they can call this in and then gain their information off it and go from there. Don't get sniped before it happens, though.
All's quiet. Call is going to be made at some point. Here we go. UH backing up means it's going to happen. They've stuck Rush as far back as possible as well. Got to get out of there. Animation gives you a little bit of a window, but you know, I don't know. There's many players inside B. Can he get this through the window in a good position? Here we go. Needle threaded. Nothing got from.
30 seconds, and you haven't necessarily gained a great deal if you're BTD. But can you find the gunfights? Absolutely you can. Disarray caught off guard. Scythe just trying to play at a very aggressive and dangerous angle. UH is here for number 10. You might as well give him the 11th to seal the deal. He has been ridiculous for BTD through this one. Overlay will find one back. You're looking for the play onto UH as well, but they got to shut him down. They've got to be cautious. Gonna get collapsed on by Clutch. Thank you very much, BTD. They'll find the search and destroy and find themselves 2-0 up.
Wow, what a comeback from BTD. Just when we thought Treaty One Gaming had the opportunity to tie this series up, it did not go that way. BTD, I mean, adjustments on adjustments. It looks like they were just running the show after about round 4.
I mean, yeah, it was 4-1 to Treaty One Gaming at one stage there, and then 5 rounds on your forehead. I mean, incredible work from UH. He's going to be the one that gets the pull. It's most damage, of course, on his team. 10 spree for him. Got a feel for Kez. He put up 1,200 damage. 6 kills. In the game of Search and Destroy that you went on to lose. Not really a great deal in it, to be honest with you. First Bloods, all right, okay. You've got 5-5 on that side of things, so pretty even 6-4 scoreline. Nothing really to write home about there. But what isn't close in the end is this series. Relatively close maps, yes, but BTD are the ones clutching up right now. Then Overload is on its way. If we need to see it, as mentioned, we'll see Hacienda and Raid, but yeah, that was a strange one because honestly, after the first 5 rounds, Bricey, I mean, it's always very easy to do that. When you're 4-1 up, you're thinking, okay, well, Treaty One Game, look pretty comfortable here. BTD made a couple of switch ups, got a little bit more aggressive, and allowed UH just do what he wanted. Works out for them in the end, 2-0 up in this series, deservedly so as well.
Yeah, you got to say, right, realistically, both maps a little bit similar. You know, Treaty One Gaming having a pretty good start, and then BTD taking over completely. While we're on the subject of interesting things done here as well, I mean, Easy Mac has dropped a document on our head that is live updating before my very eyes, and it's great.
You'd love to see it.
You do, you do. Look at this. DK, by the way, currently on a 2.45 KD in the game he's playing.
Okay, let's just rein that in a little bit, because right now I think Omit I'm going up against Lynn, respectfully. If an ASCII Esports and AtlasLions go up against each other, and honestly would expect maybe a little bit more from ASCII here to be a little more confident and comfortable in this game. AtlasLions making something of this. We're into the second half of Overload, of course, on Gridlock. We have not necessarily had too much of a chance to see this, obviously, in the Challenger side of things, but seen it a couple of times in the CDL over the weekend. I'm a fan so far, Bricey. I'm a fan.
You know what, it does play pretty nicely. I mean, I'm really struggling with all of these maps in round play, but that could be any number of reasons, let's be honest.
Good God, goodness me. Okay. Depper apparently just taking over. 4 in a row found in the blink of an eye, and there's the first cap. And the second half between these two. Interesting though, because I think, you know, we've seen enough from this map to know that, okay, caps can be difficult, but not to see 1.5 is interesting, considering you got some scorelines on the other side of things. Versa is 24 and well, now 18 as he does drop the Depper. But not able to get something over the line. 3.5 minutes to go here though. Setup is nice from AtlasLions, but we need to find that second wave of kills.
Alpha looking for a bit of mid-control here and gets it at the same time. Now runs forward for these spawns. There's number 5. Pre-fire for number 6, but doesn't quite get it. Teammates, though, going to work. Sykes, another big kill if he can make it, but this basically comes down to Alpha around the outside, and, well, that was just a horsepower push. You just find every kill.
Always helps. Depper starting to take over, now can't find the second. That won't be there to pick it up. How are pronouncing number 8 name on AtlasLions? Is it Makoof?
Hey, Makoof is a great name.
It's a good name. It's a great name. It came off the tongue maybe a little easier than I thought it would.
Well, yeah, that's what we're going with. Sometimes we don't always get a chance to get the phonetic kind of pronunciation from these players, and if we get it wrong, we do apologize. You can always shoot us a DM to correct. Trust me, we've had more than one of those this season. But at the moment, still all good for Ask Esport.
Honestly, I feel like that's one that the Geordie will really come out on me when I'm saying Makoof. He's found 2. He's in the middle of the map. Right now, his team aren't down 2-0 here in this Overload with 2 minutes to go.
And now as this game continues to roll, we are going to go over to our Alpha game. Now, if you do want to catch it, of course, that and every game will be on Con Challenges on the YouTube. But we're going to see if BTD will take down Treaty One Gaming.
Well, that's 2-0 up and, well, somewhat cruising, Bricey. Treaty 1 Gaming have had something. I mean, this is bold from course. There's just no way. Imagine it gets out around the other side of the bookcase. I mean, come on. Treaty 1 Gaming do shut it down. I was maybe a little overzealous to try and go for that one, but hey, you miss every shot you don't take. Detain now trying to push forward here, but yeah, Treaty 1 Gaming. It's been a game of nailies, hasn't it? Hard point was a case of, alright, you just didn't hold one or two hills quite as well as the opposition did. And the search and destroy, I mean, you did... Oh, okay, well, if Disarray is going to keep doing this, then maybe you do have a chance. He was the one that popped off in the search and destroy to put them 4-1 up and then did nothing for the rest of the game. Let's see if we can maybe step it up here in the Overlord as we head into this first round.
That's a pretty accurate description of what happened, to be fair, but we'll see. One down already, and well, it looks like Treaty 1 Gaming certainly using that NPC meta to try and get this aggressively moving forward. This raid's going to fall down that time, though. Ooh, square, a little much in the middle of the map here as the team trying to get these kills rolling.
And plenty being found here by Treaty 1. I think Clutch would have liked to maybe held his fire there, just to maybe find one more kill. As it goes, though, his team going to have to do some defensive work. Overlay, trying to push forward. UH has done well. Guess is there for the trade. 3 in a row from him. Should be dead to rights without anything back. Yep. A bunch of clean them up pretty quickly. Again, Detain, how is he doing this?
Wow,
Corner row from here. Okay. Just landing absolutely everything. It was sort of disarray before, honestly. Either way, people are clutching him. He's got 6 in a row. What's going on?
Health coming back here, and the next player's getting a B, but loses that gunfight. And hey, the scores have come off the back of Detain making just a huge amount of streaks. So, hey, if you can keep doing it and it works, all good. Got to be careful, though. A couple of players going out here, but Kez will shut it down. Don't think that EMP quite yet.
Seth will get taken down. 21 Gaming, albeit with this 2-0 lead. I am not counting my chickens before they have hatched, Pricey. Thought one up in the search and destroy, and wouldn't quite have bet my mortgage on them winning it, but it was looking very, very convincing. And there's still a decent amount of control here over towards the rooftop side. They don't need to necessarily get too aggressive with it. Find the kills, go from there. Threaded across the board as UH will answer back on the Kez. Just trying to get some better angles. UH will get taken down after finding 3 all on his own. The team's just going to try and move this one forward. It does so effectively, but BTD just about win that battle and may well have an opportunity over towards B here.
Still, reinforcement going to rise before BTD can really slam this one home. It might have even been a case of do we switch it here, but already winning a couple of gunfights, and well, only Detain left, and while he finds grab it, get it in quick. Oh my goodness, Detain almost with a god nade to completely shut down that push.
And they get one back. Scythe looking to do a little bit more for the squad here, and they're getting aggressive on the flank. The rest of his team absolutely needed to find those kills, though, and they did. And now, all of a sudden, I was about to say Scythe was in a really good position, but as it goes, he'll get taken down. They could just run this through the middle of the map. Look at the play that Overlay is making on the flank. UH is kind of watching it, but also kind of not. They're playing very much ships in the night. Well, EMP did get moved forward, and it's been shut down by Detain. 16 and 9, nearly 17 and 9. With 45 seconds to go here in the first half.
Big kill from Kez. This opens the door. They will now have to look for him in the backfield. They know where the CMP is going. They've got players flanking at the same time. 2 through mid. Kez is here. Kez for the second. They have an opportunity. Only one player in the way. Scythe is here. Hoping to stay alive. Kez is super weak. Going to go down, and Detain tries to make the hero with the pistol out. As UH on the other side is slaying.
Oh. If he found that second one, it might have been a dagger, but he may well have opened things up here. Disarray not tagged up by the nades over the top. Not going to work. Just about snaps onto Scythe. I think if UH finds another kill there, all of a sudden Treaty 1 Gaming could be heading into this second half all tied up, considering the pressure that they had over towards the top side, considering the multiple moments they've had. I'd imagine they would have been disappointed with that. Rather than that, though, they will have the opportunity to make this overtime play. Oh, they're getting aggressive. Oh, he's found a big play. Can't take down Scythe, though. That would have been the moment. But Scythe has some defensive work to do. Kez is the lead blocker. He'd be the first one there. Can anyone get here to stop it? No, they can't. And Treaty 1 Gaming will find themselves 3-1 to the good heading into the second half.
Very well played from them. Good defense. getting those players really aggressive in the face of BTD. Allow them to get into it, and, well, this is a tank with the best player because, well, we did it twice, essentially, but they've picked this one.
Second half we go. Depends what side of the coin you're on. I'd actually be curious to see which side has had more action on over this season. Because now for me, the side that BTD are hitting is a little easier. Do that B side. It always seems to be the case. I remember multiple times we would have discussions around statistics in the studio when we had a little bit more access on the back end of things. And it was always a bit of a surprise to me to see which ones were a little stronger for certain game modes on the objective side of things. I do believe, though, it's the B push that BTD are trying to formulate. That feels a little easier. Overlay trying to get aggressive here. Is this going to be able to get stopped? Yes, it is. Disarray showing it in. Easy to cap over towards this B side whatsoever when he is here. 2 in a row from him. Shuts it down.
They could have done with that BTD. A little bit of a switch trying to come through, and it's not working out the way they would want to here. You actually go for another jowl. Going to get the second one. Still bouncing around. Dangerous here for Trinity 1. They've basically been pushed back into their own spawn.
Pick the EMP up as well, so you got one less gun to defend with. Reset. Should be able to come through, though. Pick that up, and 3 kills in a row there will absolutely allow them to get out of dodge. Scythe looking for the flank play. That's a big kill to find, because the rest of your team have found a little bit of pressure over towards the rooftop sides and now starting to swarm. Rush, unfortunately, has fallen off the map, and they could deal with him because there was one player left momentarily. Now UH is going to have to try and do this on his own. And those are the moments when if I'm UH in BTD, I just wrap that back. There's just no need to try and push that 1v3. Those are the kind of moments you could keep that pressure on if you just back it up and regroup with your teammates.
Yeah, it's a lot of time burn as well. And there's one thing that 3-1 Gaming do have this side is time. Oh, a couple of kills still going down there. The EMP has just been in danger zone for so long. That might reset here for them. UH goes into again, and side goes down, and it's just trade after trade. A reset at the same time. And hey, this is all 3-1 Gaming need to do, Ton.
Yeah, they don't necessarily need to make too many inroads, do they? Although if you can offer those 2 kills up to Scythe, that's not necessarily ideal, because Disarray is in a really bad spot as well. I mean, this should be a capture. Somebody pick it up. You got your blockers. Oh, UH needs to make this kill. Absolutely does. Trying to find your way out the spawn. You can't. This should be a cap. It's been a cap for about 20 seconds. But the question is for BTD, can you keep the pressure on? Get the spawn over towards the dojo side of the map. Needed to find that kill for your rush. Need to find something. Clutch now going to push himself forward. He needs to be the tip of the spear. He can only find one. UH looking to try and do that job as well. Not quite able to get it done, but BTD still in control.
It has been push after push, time after time. BTD have been crashing against the cliffs of 3-1 Gaming. And with this now being a 1-score game, is that rock face crumbling?
This race slowing them down. Rush with a ridiculous win up against the 10. I was about to say there's just not a hope in hell though. You'll be able to find Kez as well. You're right. Minute 30 to go. 3-1 Gaming can play cautiously. They can't necessarily play too cautiously if Scythe is behind them though. He's found a couple of shots into the heads of Detain as well. Now the rest of the team need to start engaging. Can they find the gunfights? The answer is absolutely yes. This is all in the back of Scythe. He's pretty much made this play all on his own. Disarray here to try and shut it down. Kez alongside of him. Disarray slams the door shut again.
Defense after defense. 3-1 Gaming are at least making a bit of a movie. It gets close, but they're just going to get through. Here we go. Advantage again. BTD have the numbers. Kez trying to hold this one. He's going home. There's almost no way for it. In fact, I would suggest that BTD probably wait out this reset.
Be careful,
on the wrong
though.
side of this, and the team kill as well. This might just be a counter. This might not even be a big deal.
And that's one of those moments where you just need to be a little bit more patient about getting that one home. And now all of a sudden they're on the back foot. Have to find that gunfight if you're Scythe. You've not just found one, you've found two. Disarray again though. He's a walking three-piece. 51 HP in the dream. Overlay's going to help him out as well. He's just shut down what should have been a counter-attack, but can you find anything of your clutch? Oh, Scythe is the one to just about stop it on the line, but Detain is there to pick up the pieces. 20 seconds to go. Treaty 1 Gaming got their lead back.
Wow. 12 seconds. The free play, all that remains. Detain can shut this one down, but down he falls. Already moving. They've lost a couple of bodies out towards the back here. UH is going to try and play the hero play. He's looking for Kez. Finds him. Looking for the second. Finds him. The third. No! Treaty 1 Gaming. They shut it down just in time. They find the EMP carrier.
How many times did Treaty 1 clutch up there? It was just a game of moments. And more of those moments went Treaty 1's way. And Disarray was the one that was so often finding those moments. What a game of awful. I mean, so back and forth. Incredible work from both those two squads. But we have ourselves a series now, Bryce. We're going to be heading to a Hacienda hard point between those two, which is bound to be a banger. But what a crazy one that was. Kez putting up some serious numbers, but in the grand scheme of things, it was Disarray and Detain. It felt like they were just finding 2 and 3 pieces all over the place. That was opening things up, and BTD could not answer back.
Well, it was a very entertaining game. It just felt like Treaty 1 Gaming, goal line stop after goal line stop, right? BTD were just hurling themselves through, but it was always that last kill they couldn't make. And you could say that could have gone the other way. Just maybe one time one of those 15 pushes went their way. They could have got it, but hey, you carry on, and got to give it credit. Treaty 1 Gaming, resolute in defense.
Crazy game. Treaty 1 will take it away. Hacienda incoming. Just having a look at the old scores on the doors here, Bryce. Do we have access to that anymore? Yeah. I might not. Who knows? We'll go to FOXTROT. Either way, Ask Esports against TheAtlasLions. Ask were able to take the overload away and find themselves in a pretty strong position here. Bryce Melko's 13 and 2.
Well, this is dominant, to say the least. Who's looking for another kill here? They're trying to fight back with this rotation. Looks like we actually might jump here again while this one is looking a bit one-sided. I have been told that Charlie is looking pretty good. So I think that's where we're going very, very quickly to see how it's going down. As Rock Esports, it's 1-1 against Team France, but here's the end of the overload. At the moment, Rock Esports do have the advantage.
Presume the hard point went Rock's way. Search and destroy. Team France, we are very much in the final stages of this one, and I think that attack had to be made to work. For Team France, they're not going to have the opportunity to find 2 more whatsoever. And Rock will find themselves in the lead in that series once again.
Let's see. I mean, Rock Esports, Tony, you said, you know, realistically, this is their campaign to reassert their dominance, not just over the EMEA region, but realistically, when they get back to the Challengers Open, that's what they want to see.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was alluding to. I know it was only brief whilst we were actually casting over the game, but for them, the expectation is so high now after, what was it, average placement of, does 1.5 make any sense? I mean, look, they were top 2 in 2 events in a row and won one of them, won one elite stage here in the EMEA. They will be expecting to go on to win tournaments. And that's kind of where they need to find themselves back at, and they're not quite there right now. Put themselves in that conversation once more, which I'm sure they'll be trying to do. But this one, still going over on FOXTROT. I'd imagine probably not for too much longer, but we're going to go over towards Bravo. Different game ongoing here, and this is one that we haven't really looked in on whatsoever. Exceptional going up against Rock Ascension. Exceptional, of course, did change things up, didn't they, Bryce? He might be coming in instead of Melko. Let's see how the change does work here online for the French squad.
A lot of our games might end 3-1, Ton, but right now, so far, so good. A P2 setup for Exceptional.
Looking extremely good, to be honest with you. P2 setups there. You pick up plethora of time at P1 as well. You take these moments all day long. Brazzy just needs to hold tight here. I mean, I'm curious to see how it's going to go for Exceptional. There was a late change for them with Mighty coming in. In the end, it was a top 12 placement for them, of course, over in Atlanta, which, I mean, you're making some progress at least. If Lynn's going to start firing like that as well, it's definitely going to help things out. But yeah, for Exceptional over this season, I'm curious to see how things are going to play out for them. Need to be challenging over towards the top side of things again, which they really haven't done since stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, they had a what we'll say roller coaster time in the groups, so it's always about when the playoffs when they get through. I mean, for Exceptional, I mean, this is a team that we have. I mean, we're rehashing the same thing from every season. We just expect them to do so well with the names that are on this team, realistically.
Yes.
And against Rock Ascension, we do have them as a heavily favoured team. They've already dropped one of these maps here, and we'll see whether or not that it's their time to shine going forward. I mean, towards the end of the season, that's always the best time to peak.
Absolutely. And the team change, I honestly think it probably could have happened probably the previous stage, I would say. Although, it's hard because, stage 1 you win, obviously in EMEA. Stage 2 was not great, really bad placement in Dallas. I think after Birmingham was probably the play instead of playing through stage 3 with Malco in the roster as well. He chooses to get out the roster and Exceptional. Well, did get themselves, as mentioned, a relatively decent placement of a top 12, but they were looking for top 6s, top 4s. That's what this roster really should be going on to do. For Mighty, it's a big step up for him, though. I think, you know, he's a player who has been growing in this EMEA region. Going into a roster that, respectively, has kind of been failing. So, pressure's on. 9-6 from him to kick things off. Not looking too bad here up against Rock Ascension in map number 4. They're looking to close this one out as quickly as they can. For Rock Ascension, though, let's see how they do. I think plenty of players on this roster that we've seen a lot of over the season. See if they can step up to that next level.
At the moment here, Ton, I mean, not a bad job. I mean, this is going to be a complete shutdown, and there's not a lot that Notad can do. So far, this is looking like Exceptional's map, but it could easily switch. While we're talking about this one, though, we're going to have a little look at our alpha game as well, because this is every game going on at the moment. Some are in the break between maps, some are continuing on. You can see in the bottom right hand, Ask Esports, they're about to shut that one down. Rock Esports lead against Team France in what could be the one to end it. Same with Exceptional against Rock Ascension, and, well, our alpha game, BTD versus 21 Gaming. That is underway on Hacienda.
Ah, another year. Did you cast any Hacienda over the weekend?
I think no, I don't think I did.
Oh, how many games have we cast Hacienda in now?
3.
It's four for me because I got mobile, but it feels as if I well, no, it wasn't even a flex. I was just trying to say, all right.
Had to one-up me.
Yeah, well.
Anyway, this one's a little bit different. I mean, the movement here when you've been playing coming through, it's opened up this map in a couple of different ways. So that's a little bit unfamiliar. And hey, one of the biggest changes, let's talk about this P2. The infamous Lambo hill. For some reason, they've turned the motor up on that car quite considerably, and it makes it much less of a power position.
I never understood why we called it Lambo, because it was always a McLaren to me, but you know what? Maybe I've been playing a little bit too much Forza to be reading into those details, but Rush will finally come back over towards the backside, so that should be a little bit of control now. No, that is a Lambo. Definitely used to be a McLaren. Anyway, moving on through. Are you going to be able to find... It might not even be that. Honestly, I'm getting distracted. 5 in a row from Rush is enough to keep a hold of the spawns here for BTD. 40-point lead for them, and UH. He's not necessarily the one who picks up the kill. Some wonderful shots, though, to break things open. But neither one of these teams wanting to seemingly keep hold of these spawns. BTD may well have sight inside of this point. May well have the rotation, to be honest with you. Worked out. They rotated early. Spawn 21 Gaming over towards the backside. And they have themselves a healthy lead heading over towards the fences.
Comes the first couple of kills here. Just right, looking for the player up top. Not going to be able to grab it here. And like I said before, this is all really opened up with the fact that you can now wall bounce in through the window. Teams are playing a little bit different. It's a little bit more centric around the hill. You never know where you're going to get struck from, but already UH in a bit of a bad position. Has been pinched out of this one very, very quickly.
Staying. Could do with staying alive here. Isn't able to do so. 25 seconds to go. Rotation. Going to be something to worry about in 24, and something really for BTD to worry about right now, because they're being cleaned out. And that Fences Hill will well and truly belong to Treaty 1 Gaming. They're on the way over. Push with a random nade over the top is going to distract away for a few seconds and make this rotation a little bit easier. They take those all day long. PTD going to get themselves set up. But Treaty 1 Gaming, that's a nice breakthrough. Some good time back. Find yourself now in a 15-point game.
Overlay. Has some support here. They're all going through the door. Or around the outside as they stack. Rush is looking for a player that may be flagging, but we know there's nobody in the water at the moment here. Side going to try and get this fight, and that's going to be 3 down. That's a really good deflection here by BTD. That should give him at least 10 more seconds.
Shots from Rush not able to land this time around. A little bit of control over towards the office is really all he needed. Choose to get involved in the gunfight over towards the point and loses a little bit of control. So, door open here for Treaty 1 Gaming. From the door that they've ran through, unfortunately, they're being dealt with for the most part. Scythe not able to look in 2 different directions at once, but it's Rush and Co. to pick up the kills. And the final 10 seconds here over towards P4. That's a really nice rotation. And every single time they were offered an opportunity there, Treaty 1 Gaming not able to do a great deal about it. Treaty 1 have arguably, in their moments of success in this series, relied on moments. They need to have a moment somewhere along the line. P2 might just be it. Find yourself a full 60, which you can do on Hacienda. You're back into the game.
Oh, here they go, trying to just fight all around for this one. And you'll see this happen a lot. P1 is a little bit of a nightmare to jump in here. You just know that there are so many positions you wish for. Rush just says, hey, I'm not even going to finish that gunfight. And here's the jump up that I was talking about earlier. Allowing Rush to get all the way around the back, finding his 5th. And right now, a lot of dancing around this point. Treaty 1 Gaming saying, hey, we'll take every second.
Yeah, the dance has not necessarily worked whatsoever for BTD. I mean, Rush may well be on a 6 spree, but Treaty 1 Gaming have not just ate into your lead. And it feels as if they have a little bit of control over towards this back side now. Disra is able to find that kill, but spawn should... well, absolutely not there. The side of BTD, they're going to be spawning out. The push over through well has hurt this. And Treaty 1 Gaming all spawning up over towards that side. Side's going to be dealt with, so now for BTD, you could defend from the front. Rush holding this side, will find his Hellstorm. That's a very useful tool to have a hold of on Hacienda, but the break should come in for Treaty 1 based on those spawns, and absolutely it does. 40 seconds to play for here. They can pretty much tie this up, Brycey, by the time we head to P3.
Really good position. Kez just cutting down the reinforcements. Rush trying to stay alive here at the same time. UH gets one back here, but still with 26 seconds, a difficult prospect. Rush in a good position here. They know he's going to be coming. Just trying to peek them out. The rest of the team going to hit the front door. All at once. It's a 4v4. Everybody in, but it will be Treaty 1 Gaming who walk away with that one almost clean. And now the rotate comes in. 10 seconds. They've got themselves. That's a wonderful spawn for them at the same time, Ton. And now BTD look like they might lose this lead.
The potential ace in the hole they have is that Hellstorm, though. See if they can get that going. They may well not need it over towards P3, but they've got to spawn out back over towards the P2 side. So Treaty 1 Gaming spawning towards the dock side of the map, and Rush knows that. And Rush will find the kills. Getting aggressive, should have his teammates here with him momentarily. D10 will get taken down, so now they know the well spawn will come through for Treaty 1. BTD getting some good time here over towards Fences. Rush getting maybe a little bit overzealous with that one, but he's 20 and 8. You can chow what you want, son.
Trying to get everybody in. Scythe gets his 2nd, but Trade's still working out for Treaty 1 Gaming. They have the hill. Rush with 6 health will still chow. Health's not come back quite yet. 31. Every single time you get stunned, by the way, that's what I think a lot of people don't realise. That resets the timer, even though it doesn't do the damage. You will see an easier kill after a stun. Scythe is waiting. He wants to make an important kill here, but that is the worst timing I've seen. Did not see that player slide across. 1v1. It's a big one as well, and Scythe will win it. BTD leading here into this one. Have the better position. Have the bodies in place. Clutch finds 2. And it all came off that 1v1 ton.
And then pushes forward, tries to find a little bit more. Potentially gets greedy. It's one of the detriments of BTD. Sometimes they can be a little bit overly aggressive and didn't necessarily have the numbers they possibly would have liked there. And Disarray and Coke can walk on through. It was really nice baiting and switching from Treaty 1. But as said, the ace in the hole that Rush has in his back pocket, well, it's being deployed. Now you're going to go up the hill pretty quickly. BTD are going to be able to find a way through, but this is just going to be mostly for information. And just to create a little bit of space, and it's done exactly that. BTD will find a break basically off nothing. The Hellstorm comes through and secures it for him. Clutch 1, 2, 3 found. Wonderful work from Clutch over towards P4. He's the one that starts the break with his Hellstorm. It was Rush, I should say, sorry, but Clutch is the one who finishes it. Nicely done. And BTD once again have themselves a 30-second lead.
We know where the players will be coming from just off the back of that kill. UH is now going to try and deflect any pressure that comes as well. Up towards the top, finds the first, looks for the second, not going to get it. Overlay will strike back. Scythe will be on Overwatch, trying to keep his teammate alive in that point as long as possible. Not going to be very long though. 21 Gaming roar back into ascendancy. Last time around on this hill, they got an awful lot of time. They will need that again, and that rotation into P2.
Seconds to go. This is where Treaty 1 Gaming have had some success. I think I'm on BTD in scrims. I'm working on my P1 because they're really focusing on this P2 rotation when you kind of need to fight 2 different battles. Okay, they've won the rotation, absolutely, but Treaty 1 Gaming, once again, get some really good time. Albeit the lead is, okay, cut in half, but they're sacrificing a lot of P1. Is it going to be worth it? Rush this time does have a little bit of control over towards the well side. Overlay will deal with them. Oh, and it's all falling apart. You rotated so early. You give up so much to hold this down. And, well, UH and Scythe might be able to do so. Close spawn's coming in. One more player. Please do squeaky. Not going to happen. And UH can shut him down. So the hold is there for BTD, but it got scary for a second.
Oh, UH is just throwing every bullet he has. Rush going around to try and cut down these reinforcements. They know they can win it here. Another big hold from BTD, and this series is settled. Scythe already finding it. They are staggering them all the way out to Rock here. 12 seconds. It's going to be a headbutt. No other choice. Run into the gunfire. Already they get one down. 3 versus 3 now into the point. Everybody going to have to come through. UH finds another one as a 3-streak forms. He goes down, but this would be nothing from Overlay. A little bit of a body shoot to pepper the steak. And that will be BTD opening up their Elite Series 4 with a win.
Nicely done from BTD. It's Clutch with the best play, but honestly, everybody taking part in that victory. Incredible work from them. A 3-1 scoreline. And, well, some relatively close maps, pricey, but ultimately it was BTD clutching up when they need to, and clutched up they did on multiple different occasions. I think, you know, the overload they'll look back on, it was just a couple of moments from Treaty 1 Gaming that stopped that from being a 3-0. Let's be honest with you. It could have really been over around 10-15 minutes or so ago, but BTD will eventually get this one over the line. Big game coming out from Rush. He was the one who went on a spree, got a hold of that Hellstorm, create a little bit of chaos over towards P4, give BTD a lead heading into that 3rd rotation, and they just about secure it over towards P2. Nicely done. I think for BTD, my homework would be work on your P1 a little bit, because other than that, that was a very good game of Hacienda from them.
This map, I mean, P2, it's a little bit more scrappy than it has been in previous Call of Duties, but hey, if you get there into a good time, you can still lock it down. But hey, Tony, do you see what I mean about that that spinning a lot faster? Really throws you kind of off kilter when you first get onto it.
Yeah, a little fast for me and you these days, mate. I like that when it rotated a little slower. But rather than that, rotating slowly was probably a bit of a problem for Treaty 1 Gaming as well. What a segue that is. Rush really just, though, kicking off over towards P3. This is what broke the game wide open. Treaty 1 Gaming did well to survive as long as they did, to be honest with you. But all throughout that series, I think it just felt as if BTD had a little bit more about them. That's easy to say, of course, when they've just won a 3-1, but Treaty 1 Gaming will probably look back at that Search and Destroy. You're 5-1 up, you lose 6-4. You'd like to think you could be able to pick up a round or 2 here and there. They could not. And that makes the difference all of a sudden we could be heading to a map number 5 you would have enjoyed if you're a Raid Search and Destroy enjoyer. But Fringe Search and Destroy went the way of BTD after they find 5 rounds in a row. Good game. Really solid outing from BTD. That's a nice win for them to have and a great start to their elite stage.
That's what you want. I mean, we've spoken about this before. Realistically, this kind of result early on, it's a bit of a boon, obviously, for BTD, but with so many more games to come, True One Gaming will have more than an opportunity to redeem themselves. So all is very much not lost, and they did have good showing in that game. You know, we talk about it, the hatch end, it did get a little bit away from them, but for the rest of the time, pretty close.
Well, there we go. Round number 1 is already done. My goodness. Admin's absolutely on point to kick things off here, and as are Rocky Sports Exceptional and Ask on their side of things. For Team France, there'll be an opportunity to bounce back for Ascension, TheAtlasLions. Let's see how they do. Nothing too surprising here, Bryce, to be honest with you. Who won? We kind of expected. BTD against Treaty 1 Gaming was the close one we were expecting, and Semi got that. But 1-0 scoreline there for BTD. Heading into the next games is going to be positive. For Treaty 1 Gaming, it's a bounce back. Lynn and Orgless are the games they have to win. Let's see what else they can do up against Omit and Project 7. But that was maybe a mid-table fight that could make things a little bit more stressful for Treaty 1 Gaming than they possibly would have liked in Group B.
Yeah, 100%. And I was just kind of also looking over how some of those games went in terms of the players' performance. Well, I don't even need to tell you who had the best kind of run out this time. Kind of obvious, Omit. Very, very dominant performance in their game. Almost 1.5 KDs all the way across the board. But, hey, that was just kind of a bit of a mismatch in game number 1. I wonder how they will carry that one on. But, yeah, good results from our teams. Nothing too unexpected. A lot of 3-1s, a couple of 3-0s. But everybody just starting to settle in for the long haul.
Yeah, and it is a six-day long haul, isn't it? We've got 3 days of groups and then 3 days of playoffs. It's going to be an interesting time as we start to close out this season, Brett.
It certainly is. Well, we're going to get our second set ready and running. But before that, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite Stage 4, the EMEA region. We've already kicked off our first set of games, and nothing too shocking, just good Call of Duty gameplay. But our second set is now ramping up. Ton, what are we expecting?
More good games, to be honest with you. We have some relatively closer ones, I want to say, than what we maybe got in that first round. Let's have a look at how things have played out, though. And honestly, kind of as expected. I think, you've seen Rock Esports drop a map to Team France. That is not too much of a surprise. Team France have a very solid roster, but ultimately losing out. Exceptional, Ask, Omit, Project 7 all winning their games, as we really did expect. BTD against Treaty 1 was the one that we said would be close, and it was relatively close, but BTD winning that one a slight canter. But this is how things are going to be going into the second round of of games, I should say. And there's some interesting ones. Team France against Exceptional Gaming is going to be our one on Alpha Bricey. That's the one we want to focus on. Looking across the board, though, Treaty 1 up against Project 7. That's another one that kind of does stand out. Omit, you would like to think, are going to continue where they left off. Ask and Rock should be able to get that one over the line as well, but we're keeping an eye on everything that's going on across the board, right?
Yeah, we certainly are. And this is where we start to get the lay of the land here. While it's not a disaster if you lose both games today, as Rock can tell you, you can certainly do a little bit better as it continues. But we'll see how these games do play out, because I believe we have a game ready for you. Orgless versus Omit. Omit, of course, has been kind of the darlings of the EMEA region in the last stage as well, by also showing up at the Pro-Am.
Yeah, second place finish. I think they maybe just ran out of steam, to be honest, Ricey. I mean, I know obviously you were covering a couple of other things, but the way that Bush ran through that losers bracket side of things, it was really hard to slow them down. For a team like Omit, I mean, for a couple of them, it's, for Ethan, it was his very first LAN event. For DK, only his second. Denza's been to 5 million, but that's besides the point. Omit may well just didn't have that experience to carry them over line up against some very, very tough competitors in Bush. But I think a very, very decent result. I think, you told them second is what you're going to manage to get a hold of coming into that event. I think they probably would have told you shut up, but in the back of their minds, they would have taken it. So, a really good performance from Omit. Rumblings, of course, of Rafi's phone being blown up on multiple occasions during the little off-season that we did have, but it is not the time of year to be recruiting European players, sadly, for the European players.
Well, it's always a potential for the future. I mean, hey, we never thought that Rostamania was going to kick off yesterday. No. So maybe, just maybe, there's still magic in the wings. At the moment, though, you can see Omit trying to fight their way back towards this. With 17 seconds to go, this will be more about catching the players rotating out. Ends up looking for power up top. Oh, we're going to go down here. Technically, they do have the better position, but Orgless not letting them sit on it.
Good sign for a moment. Kick things off, but yeah, you're right. Orgless not doing too bad of a job here. And for Orgless as well, I think, Weller's around a couple of different players who, I mean, we've seen a couple of them in around early, and Miracle haven't seen too much of. For we were calling him Yusuf incorrectly, weren't you? I'm definitely going to have to remind myself exactly how we were supposed to be saying that, Bricey, because I was about to say it, and then I would be getting wrong. Off Blue T, we'll get it in there. It's actually Caliph. There we go. Never mind. Anyway, Caliph is somebody we've seen plenty of over the season, alongside of Whalers, but early in Miracle. A couple of new contenders to the Elite.
So far from this back spawn, though, doing a pretty good job, Denza. Over towards the top here, and doesn't need to get the second one. And for Omit, this is all now about getting out of this spawn as quickly as possible and getting a bit better of a map condition. Ethan not able to win that gunfight. He was just turned the wrong way as well. But right now, so many of them falling down.
With a little bit of control over towards P1. Miracle and Coach just about trying to get a little bit of control over towards that motel side and work your way from there. But the wraparound through blue as well. There's always going to be something you can try to get going. Ethan will be here. I'm curious what this season's going to look like for him in particular. Him and DK, I doubt anybody will be underestimating these guys any longer. But is anybody going to figure out his gameplay? Is anyone going to figure out his tendencies? That's what he's going to have to deal with here in his second stage.
You are right. Certainly won't be underestimated, and maybe a bit more VOD review on them. Some of their small parts of their gameplay might be dissected a little more. Right now, though, Omit doing a pretty good time. Looking into this PT rotation, realistically for Orgless, this might be a bit of a do or die situation. They need these points.
Yeah, it's getting that stage now for Orgless. Don't want to be finding yourself 100 point behind. Then just trying to find a way through. Kill inside of the point now. Trying to get as much as you can over towards P2, but yeah, it becomes a little bit desperate towards this stage of the game, doesn't it? Especially when Omit are going to find a way through. Ethan with the 1, DK here alongside of him as well, and they're just trying to cook up what they can inside of the point, but can only disrupt. It's still about 70 point lead though.
So far, Whalers doing a pretty good job at just making sure he's involved in this P2 as much as possible. Will eventually go down here, but that's going to be a bit of a clean here for Omit. The race over to P3 continued. Miracle tries to go for it, but a bait and switch cuts him down, and that will definitely be advantage now to Omit. They're here first. Only one body going to be on that heady. It'll be Aspect, and I think he's gone straight to the hill. He needs a second player over there.
So I'm following the way of Omit right now. But our main game is about to kick off. Exceptional taking on Team France. You can see some of the other games already underway here. Can we just give a firm handshake to the admins tonight? We are flying. And you love to see it. Exceptional taking on Team France. This is an interesting one though, Brycey. I think for Exceptional, it's one that you will be looking at to say we should be able to win. But Danny and Naddox, of course, and Blade, everyone been around for quite some time. Legend. What can he do on a roster like this? Let's see. Honestly, for me, this is probably the best roster that Legend's been on. I think, you know, from a pure name and what they've been able to bring to the table standpoint, is this where he is going to fit in? Is he the piece of the puzzle that some of the players on Team France have been missing for some time? Well, we'll find out at the back end of this series, I'd imagine.
That's a very good point, actually, because we're going to be looking to see. Well, I mean, that's kind of not what you want, really. Naddox allowed to get 3 clear. But as you were saying, Tony, yeah, realistically, a bit of a benchmark game for these two teams. We've thought up Exceptional, it feels like every stage, but for Team France, at the moment, they're having a good time moving forward into this one, and this might be one that helps dictate a little bit of the settling of the group.
Let's start for Team France, this. Of course, very much an all-French matchup as well. That's part of the reason I included it, considering we are going to, well, do I not? Again, I'll get that back in there. But yeah, obviously the event going on in Paris very, very shortly. There's a lot of French in general going on in the CDL right now, isn't there? Big French organizations putting up big money for not French players. There's just a lot of French going on, Bryce. I might come in next week with it painted all over my face. The French flag, that being. I'll shut up.
I mean, you could have just worn a beret. I think, you know,
Do you think it would suit me?
Huh?
Do you think a beret would suit me?
I've already mocked up a picture with that going on, so I think so. But anyway.
Oh, yeah, you have. I remember.
With the Paris Major coming up, maybe we'll try out our French accents, although that might also go very, very badly, so we'll see how it goes. But at the moment, this French showdown so far going towards Team France. They will have the opportunity to really extend that lead here as they try to hold down the heady, but a lot of trades going through. Will be Legend that closes the door here onto Exceptional.
Good start here from Team France, to be honest with you. This is a freebie for Naddox. Thank you very much. Can't find the third. Good time over towards P3. Barriers and French side. This has been a very nice start for Team France. The one that Exceptional is going to have to answer back to. Presley sitting at 2-7, Mighty 3-9. Not able to keep up right now. And it's been a bit of a problem, to be honest with you. P3 now. Relatively under lock and key here for Team France. They're going to get the spawns away from you, of course, but you pick up a lot of time here. If it wasn't for Linz trying to push through, you get every single second. Team France now going to have to try and find a break up towards P4 if you're Exceptional. A decent hold here would go a long way.
Hope for it. I mean, at the moment they have been really struggling to get going. Already lost a couple of players here, waiting for that spawn to come in towards the back. Here's Team France, slowly but surely, make their way through here. One thing Exceptional have not done a good job of is pushing this one out, but they've won the gunfights they need to. Nanox the last one alive. They'll be looking for him as well. Big kill by Nanox out towards the back here, and this could be a Team France push. They're already trying to go for it as Cobra does find 2.
Good time this for Exceptional. As mentioned, time that they needed. Team France being a little one by one here. And Mighty is going to kind of just allow them for that final 15. If you want to push through Motel, yeah, no problem. Exceptional can find a rotation out. Are they going to get the spawns to help them out, though? Absolutely not. They're going to keep a hold of the spawns over towards this backside, which did benefit them for the majority of that time over towards P4. Not necessarily going to benefit them in the rotation over towards P5, though. Let's see if they can find it. Let's go on his way. Terrible, awful timing for Tanny. He must have thought he had the cross, but he's wasting time to say the least. And now the rotation is going to have to come through. Team France are here. Exceptional looking for the break with 45 to go.
Oh, big 2 by Mighty out towards the back. That's where you want to be. Finding his 3rd as well. Smooth as butter. 36 Brezzy is just waiting for the jump up. Nobody going to try it here at the moment here. Cobra will be out towards the back. For Team France, they are really sending everybody to try and grab this spawn away, but already the bodies have been put into a good position, and oh, gonna find another one. That is a perfect setup for Exceptional.
Now we can start to find some good time. Just a slow start from them. Gonna pretty much be, well, not quite dead even. There'll be 5-10 points in it, but if Mighty is going to find 5 in a row, that's definitely going to help just ease some of that pressure that Exceptional may well have been feeling after that first rotation. Closer game then. Well, all things considered, what we thought we were going to have off the back of P3. It's a wonderful start for Team France, but good hold to P4. Nice break at P5. Exceptional well and truly back into this game and heading over towards P1 with a Hellstorm in the back pocket.
This is a good horizontal. Brady's going to be key man here. This is the key thing. Get a blue push going on if you are Team France, but that's been shut down. This is all choke points now, realistically. That's why you normally overextend to blue. Lindsay's going to come under pressure. They're going to try and bully him out here for the P2 push going through. He's already got 1. But this is a monstrous hold onto P1 for Exceptional. They have really made Team France pay over the last 3 hills.
And it's how quickly things can turn around. Exceptional. Just maybe started a little cold. And now find themselves in a really good position. Linz with a cross, just getting information. He'll get taken down with a couple of seconds to go. Teammates haven't been able to do a great deal with that information, though, until Mighty can't find the second. Blade was there to pick up the pieces, and rotation will just about blunt to Team France. But, I mean, how many points have they bled over these last 3 full hills? Since P3 last time out, they barely got themselves a point. I think it's around 20 or so over the last 4 hills, and that is a theme that is continuing. Mighty with the Hellstorm in hand. He isn't necessarily going to use it here. His teammates are in a good position to defend over towards P2. There's 30 seconds to go here.
Over it. Just trying to stay alive. Not going to be able to do much more onto this push. Just trying to slow this down for a second, but they're not really in a position to make any more damage. And almost a full wipe as Linz does find 2. Not going to find a 3rd, though. Everybody now looking to get over to the next one. For Team France, they're here first. They'll lose 6 seconds of scrap time, but they'll be happy for that rotation.
Wonderful position here for Exceptional. And as said, Hellstorm in hand, they don't even really need this rotation, to be honest with you. Legend is going to be here to try and pick up the pieces, but the rest of his team need to get involved, and they do so. Now, Lux and Blade combining well. Lynn's going to see what he can do because he knows his teammate does have Hellstorm, and they are also on their way. Lynn's done brilliantly, to be honest with you. Finds 2. Eventually will fall. Might need to pick up the pieces on the other side. Not quite going to land. Brezzy is here to try and do what he can, but for the most part, forced away. Now, if you're Exceptional, do you choose to invest? So looking like the answer is no, you don't need to. You find the 3 kills anyway. Nice break back from Exceptional with 20 to go.
Very much rests on this next rotation. And that's a full wipe as well. Look how far away they are now going to be. It's not even about P3 for them. They're also closing this out. Getting a couple of kills going through. Just make sure you've got a hard block out towards the back, which is Nanox trying to look for. But that's what I was worried about. Cobra's got the spawn in. There was no hard block there, Tyler, and they do get away with it by eventually getting bodies into the right position.
Yeah, they do, and they've got an opportunity to find some good times, some great shots from Brezzy, though. He's the tip of the spear. Can he be the one to break through? He's got Cobra for company. Still spawns over towards the backside, though. That's going to catch Brezzy off guard. Cobra inside of the point. He's going to get caught off guard by Naddox, and that is momentarily, well, 3 dead. Potentially about to be 4 here as well. Mighty trying to find a way through. Blocked entirely. And Team France, a couple of different holds here and there. And this hold over towards P4 will find themselves, find themselves in a good spot, and then they get 4-man wiped. I need to stop speaking for these people when it looks like they're in total control. 4 dead, but what that is going to sacrifice, I thought momentarily, would still be the spawns over towards this backside for Exceptional, but they spawn in over towards Old, do the side of Team France, and now Mighty's chasing them down. It's a wonderfully worked piece of hardpoint play from Exceptional. The rotation works out in their favor. They get the scrap time as good as it gets.
The kill from Brezzy. Already trying to put them back here. For Team France, they are a little bit split. They're going to try and maybe go for the front hit play. Turns and burns before anything else can happen. Mighty's ready with a pre-fire. He knows everybody's here. The rest of his team trying to get into a position. Everybody flying over the top. Mighty finds 2 as well and gets out of there. And now 1 versus 1. He finds it again. Mighty on this hill has been unbelievable. Twice. The streak coming through from him as well. And that might have just won Exceptional the game.
And yeah, this is going to really be difficult now for Team France because the Hellstorm is in the back pocket of Mighty. When we head over towards P1, that is going to be the danger. And the danger, well, is going to be the fact that it's going to be only a couple of points away for Exceptional. Lynn's starting to fry, and Exceptional starting to run away with this one. Lynn's close to the 40 bomb, and honestly, he may well not get the opportunity to get a hold of it. Mighty will call something in if he needs to. But this game is done, Brycey. Wonderful turnaround from Exceptional. Good start from Team France, but just not quite able to get it over the line when it really did matter.
And there we go. The slow, inevitable win there for Exceptional. I mean, that P5 from them really was all their control all the time. I mean, it's not every time you can really rely on a player to just drop streaks consecutively. But Mighty did it. Mighty got control. He managed to make sure that nobody could really fight against him. And when you use all that positioning to get your way to the hill and then lose all the gunfights into it, well, it's a bit of a dagger. You've just burnt so much time.
Yeah, really good performance in the end there by Exceptional, just about getting themselves involved after it was a bit of a scary start. But I think things to be worked on, though, for both these two squads. For Team France, I mean, you have such a good start as well, but I felt as if a couple of occasions they would find a 3 or 4 dead if you're Exceptional and start spawning teams in exactly where they want them to. But by the time the rotation started to come through, I'm not too sure I would be able to have to count on rotation, but it felt as if Exceptional were the first ones there on multiple occasions. Doesn't help that Linz has just went 37 and 23 with 4.5k damage, mind you. Nearly double what Legend managed to get over that hard point.
That's a very good game from them as well. But yeah, complete reversal of fortune and Exceptional. Just really good rotations when they needed it. It was a little bit of a problem, you know, when they didn't manage to get into that P3 to P4 rotation, but still managed to lock it down in the end. But now we do go on to the infamous Den Den Den. The Search and Destroy coming up next. A good opportunity for Team France to strike back.
Yep, let's see how things are going to go. And how did we coin it in the break? Was it Den Den Den, or was it? What did we go for?
I mean, it works in so many ways.
Well, give me another example. Anyway, maybe we don't have time. We are going over to what's powerful. Triple dead is not something we typically see. As we go over towards the den. Rock Ascension in the lead here. Up against Ask Esport. So that's the one to look back on if we potentially can. And 2-0 up here in the Search and Destroy.
Not easy here for Real Charm, though. 26 seconds, and surely they won't give him an opportunity. He misses that first bullet. They won't really reach out this properly against him. All they got to do now is play shoulders. He's actually going to make a bit of a push here. Out with a pistol. Finds the first. The other player is going to be behind him, though, so not going to work out. Ask Esport get around on the board.
Important that they do so, because you do not want to be going 2-0 down here up against Rock Ascension. This is going to throw the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons if Rock can manage to find a way in here. I mean, it's not necessarily out of the question that they do so. Real Charm, Faisal. I mean, there's some good players on this roster who We have seen plenty of Sways not necessarily lit things up. Isn't necessarily doing that here either in the Search and Destroy. Tad, I'm not too sure on, to be quite frank with you, Brassy. Seems like a new name to the Elite stage.
Well, we'll see. We get to well, that is probably the worst way to start off a push. Sway deciding that he didn't like 0-3. He goes, oh, you know, 0-4 suits me a bit better. Watch. And losing that player already, I mean, this is where the trades are a bit... Oh, Fatal does not see him. Doesn't even need to grab him. Teammate does.
And they can get out of dodge that. Charmnod just going to try and watch the flank. Oh, a lot of trouble here. If he can just survive, that would be brilliant. He's done that. Yeah, Alpha's read this, though. Oh, well, now they got caught, but irrelevant of that. Faisal has managed to get this bomb down. 1 versus 3. Difficult position, to say the least, but not impossible.
Oh, and that's already being diffused. I don't think Faisal's going to check this one in time. And well, just not quite. Just not quite. Eventually gets taken down, and well, we'll get our multi-cam back up here as we look back towards our Exceptional versus Team France game. As you can see, the rest of the games are pretty much kicking off here. A couple of games a little bit behind still on the hard point, but are going now.
I'll allow it. I will allow it. It's always interesting week 1, isn't it? You kind of get a bit of a shakeout of how teams are looking. I mean, this has been a disaster for Team France, though. Blooded, and then Linz is behind you through Dojo. Lost complete map control. And for Nadox and Legend, how do you get back into this one? Well, there's the start of it. Mighty will get taken down. Legend going to fill up the same gap of where his teammate just was here, and he may well be about to get baited out. Has to dip on down. Nadox now found himself in a good position. This should be a freebie. Fortunately for him, Legend has fallen, so 1v2 needed and an ace from Nadox if he wants to find the round. Hop it. Dare you.
There's some coaching tips from Ton. Hop it, I dare you. And he's looking for this one. It's going to be a difficult gunfight going through. A little bit of time left there before he could really get into it, but so far so good on the post plant.
They never would have expected it.
That's probably true. I mean, the problem is at 20 seconds, somebody probably will take a look at some point.
This was Mighty for the opener. Oh, slow down at the wrong time. That's fine. Bang. I'll have that one, though. Danny was the one who landed the first bullet, and Mighty says, thank you very much. Exceptional one.
Just to think, Ton, we could have had an entire season without snipers.
You know what? If they try any of that nonsense next year,
hey,
it's about like
smokes at the same time, so you know,
yes.
All good. I mean, obviously with the news about the next game coming out, we'll have to wait and see. But of course, that is going to be about 4 months away. But already kicking down here into this one, a 1 versus 2, before we get distracted about the future. Timing and positioning for Legend not the best. Well, it's got a lot better than that. No, I expected him to plant.
We have indeed been eating good as far as the smokes and snipers go. But yep, timing working out very well for Legend in the end. We'll get this bomb down. Exceptional have kept themselves together, so Cobra and Brezzy. I mean, Legend is just going to get perfect time for this rewrap. It's going to work out exceptionally.
Surely know where they read this. Surely know where they read this. Finds one. And now for Cobra, he basically has to just work out a miracle. This is all timing and luck. I think he saw him. Saw something. Saw something. Cobra's not going to be ready for the fight, though. Legend is. And that's an incredible clutch by Legend.
He's done exceptionally well there. As soon as you've seen the background, when you had a look over towards the mini-map, you've seen how it was happening. He gets a little bit fortunate with his timing to get himself over towards the bomb site initially. But then after that, the right background, again, works out in his favor. But the execution still has to be there, and it was. It's 3 kills in the round from Legend. That's showing us what he can do. It may well have taken 3 seasons or so. That's a little bit more like it.
Smoke making things a bit more difficult. Danny, oh, this is bad timing. This is the worst timing. Down he goes, and Lin's trying to stay alive. He actually took the sniper as well, Linz. That's insane. You're being fired upon. You still grab the weapon. Big kill by Legend. 2 versus 3. Advantage to Team France. 2 versus 2. Cobra catches an easy one. Oh, Brezzy! Oh, he's going to go for it. That is absolutely criminal, by the way. No need to take that second chow.
You wanted the clip. Cobra should be the one to finish this one off. Ring around the rosy. This gets a little scary. Never mind. Legend will get taken down. But that shot from Brezzy is outrageous. The overchal after it, maybe just as much. That is a ridiculous shot. I can only hazard a guess that we're going to have a little look at that one. Maybe he's not. Doesn't matter. Either way, good shot coming in from Brezzy.
Well.
Exceptional now, Bryce.
Getting it going here. There we go.
Yeah, we look for it.
Finds the first, and Brezzy says, "Hey, I'm just going to throw myself out there." I mean, technically, he might have been worried about the push coming through anyway, but fortunately, Cobra does get that one over the line. But Exceptional found themselves down numbers, but won the round.
Slow and steady. Ooh, isn't going to quite win the race. Just about. Alex will get taken down ultimately. Mighty. Too many options to pick from. Unfortunately for him, he's going to get chased down and should be dead to rights. Absolutely is. So there you go. Nice bit of control here for Team France. Exceptional are on the way. Oh, Blade. Ooh. What a unique caps made out of. Strong stuff, apparently. Oh, Lin's got the grenade over the top. Not before Legend found 2. They've got no read on Cobra. And Danny's going to find him anyway. Team France with another round.
Danny must not have missed a bullet there in that exchange, by the way. That was very, very quick. Yeah, look. Pistol comes out. We get to see it, but this must have just been the headshots that got him away. I say didn't miss a bullet. He must have kind of a few, but works out.
Close search, yeah. Legend is really doing his utmost. Sitting at 7 and 2. Keep an eye on some of the other games. Rock Ascension 1-0 up against Ask still. Rock Esports 1 up against AtlasLions. Omit, of course. 21 Gaming against Project 7 has just kicked off. BTD 1-0 up against Lynn. They're having a good day. Now Rick's going to have to back on down though. His day was potentially about to get a little bit worse if he lost that gunfight. That is an MSMC. Well, it's close to being an MSMC, but it's an NPC. Gone back a few years there, Brycey, but irrelevant of that, that SMG should not do that at that range.
Yeah, watching any sort of pro or elite challengers player always makes me feel a lot worse about my PC. But now this is a little bit more even with that bomb going down, but Exceptional do not have the numbers that Team France do. Lindsay's sitting out towards the middle of the map here. Brady doesn't really have anybody to trade for him either, though. Going to go down. Lindsay to 1 versus 3. Finds the first. Looks for the second, but just not able to get that one done. Team France take the lead, Ton.
Yeah, 8 and 2 out of Legend. He's picking up kills left, right, and center here. Really nice job from them. Just seems as if these exchanges where trades are expected to come in from Exceptional are not quite landing. 3-2 now, Team France. Search and Destroy would be a great way back into this series.
Well, let's see. You did say Team France would have an opportunity to strike back in this S&D. Oh, well, speaking of striking, Danny says that is an easy pick. Perfect centering as well. Mighty had no chance for it. Linz almost catches that one with the NPC as well. Cobra in a very front position here. Ends up throwing a stun at himself. Is going to go down here. Linz manages to get one back, but it is still a 2 versus 3. Already going to go down. And Brezzy finds himself outnumbered once again. Looking for Legend. Nothing there for Exceptional.
That's looking great from Team France. And Legend is the one leading the way. 1v2 has been the catalyst for this little run they're going on here in the Search and Destroy. And Danny also helping out with the first blood. Mighty, yeah, you were the first one there. Does not matter. Danny with the reactions and the centering. And a 4-2 lead for Team France alongside of it. 5 in a row here from Legend, who's keeping things up. Blade has got his feet up, and he is chilling right now.
Hoping for a push. We can see it's going through the middle here at the moment. Brett's just going to go up top. This is a big chow for us all. Blade trying to catch him. Gets away with 6 health ton.
Not for long on Blade's side of things. Lins will take him down. So first blood in what seems like a while for Exceptional. Don't quote me on that, but Lin's getting extremely aggressive. And Nadox playing with fire. But you may well be able to handle it because the call out came through. Danny was ready for Lins, and Nadox takes down Brezzy. It's wonderful, wonderful search and destroy play here from Team France. And nearly clean as a whistle, but they'll get it done pretty confidently either way. That was wonderful.
And they've taken over. Team France are confident, they are flowing, and they are just winning the biggest gunfights they need. Legend 12-2.
I mean, what's the way back here for Exceptional? I'm racking my brains about it, Bryce, but I don't see one. Especially if Legend keeps this up. As said, Blade is needed to do very, very little, but he's going to find an open of blood there for his team before he does immediately fall. Trade is there then. And great shots from Danny. They've just had their number, to be honest with you. Every single 50-50 exchange just seems to be going the way of Team France. Legend is playing with them. 7 in a row. He's baiting him out for Danny. This has been utter perfection in search and destroy form from Team France. Wonderfully, wonderfully worked. 6-2, and we have a series.
Not even a doubt in their mind. If anything, they just seemed to get better as that S&D went on. They've tied it up against Exceptional. 1-1 here between these two squads, and well, we thought this might be one of the closer games, and it certainly is looking like that. The map's splitting between the two, and we'll have to find out who ends up walking away on the day here. But yeah, what a performance by Legend. Obviously had that clutch earlier on as well, Tom, but yeah, 12-2 is kind of the score line you write home about.
Incredible work from Legend. And yeah, I think on so many of occasions we have questioned him because of his achievements in other games, of course. Expected big things with him coming over, and it just hasn't quite kicked in, has it? Not this season for him. Maybe next year could be his opportunity, because undoubtedly there is talent there, and that, respectfully to him, is one of the first times that we've really seen it come out in Call of Duty. 12-2 from him. He ran that search and destroy. And Team France now find themselves tied up in this series, up against their French opposition, or French opposition as Exceptional Gaming. Den Overload incoming. Den Hardpoint to follow. And if we need to see it, we'll see the French search and destroy. But we're going over to Charlie. Plenty of other games going on here. Bryson, we are moving on over to Rocky Esports against TheAtlasLions, I believe. Let's see which way this one's going. It was Rock up, if I remember correctly. Yes, it was. And still find themselves in a strong position here in map number 2.
They certainly do. While we're actually going into this game here as well, I'm just kind of going through some of the scores that we have on the doors at the moment. On Bravo, Rock Ascension versus Esport. Currently tied up 1-1. Obviously, this game is 1-0. Then we've got Omit versus Orgless. That's 2-0 on Delta for Omit. Treaty 1 Gaming are up 1-0 against Project 7 on Echo Ton. That's already a potentially massive upset. And BTD are up 1-0 against Lin on Foxtrot.
I've got my eyes peeled on this circuit. Having a very good time. That's 3 in a row from him in this round. Looking to find the ace to get the TheAtlasLions within 1. He ain't going to get it, but relevant to that, the 2-piece through in the middle of the map was quite literally exquisite. Mark Esports not having an answer for him in that scenario. That is a closer game than maybe you would expect in the search and destroy, mostly down to Versa finding 9 kills through 4 rounds.
Wow. We'll see. I mean, it is the question here. Who's going to kind of be the obvious strongest team in EMEA this stage. It's probably one of the most competitive stages we've had. It could be anybody. Obviously, Rock Esports making a change with clocks coming in. That is one of the big questions we want answered. Is this a revitalized team? You've got to remember back in stage 3, Rock Esports struggled for their initial 2 games. And then obviously going into the Pro-Am is not the result they wanted at all. They were expecting a lot better outcome.
Yeah, Project 7 have lost Real as well, of course. Moving over towards that Heretics roster. So that's a downgrade for them as well. Sorry, Henry. I would say. Omit are one of the top teams who haven't changed. Honestly, I think for Rock, it depends how quickly they hit the ground running. I would call this season probably a shootout between Omit and Rock once again. If I was to really put my name on the line, not that it's worth that much, but if I was to put my predictions down, Bryce, yeah, that's how I would say it.
We'll find out. Maybe there'll be a team that surprises us. But certainly all up for grabs at the moment. Speaking of up for grabs, Rock Esports grabbed that round against them. A little bit of a fight's just erupting across the map here. Neither are able to really lock it down completely. But hey, we haven't seen an awful lot of this map on S&D as we've been going through. So
no,
we'll see how these players kind of break it down for us.
This is actually my first time casting it, at least anyway. Rock Esports just about getting the better of those mid-map trades, and it's Clocks who finds 3. Interested to see how he does. As you know, I have a mole in the Rock camp. I heard this was happening for a little while. And they were, oh my goodness. Well, I mean, look, I was about to be surprised that Domex has sprinted down the middle of the map with a sniper in his hand. But to be honest, if this man wants to do that with a scope, I think we can allow it. It's safe to say it. And I actually will put my name on this one. That man is the best sniper in this game, and I will not be told otherwise. In the CDL, at least, anyway. I'm sure there'll be some sniping. Is that still a thing? I don't even know. There'll be some sniping kit around there that has a great shot as well. But Domex, as far as it goes in Call of Duty Esports context, there ain't nobody better.
It certainly isn't. And this is a surprising scoreline considering the kills. But Rock Esports, I mean, one of the things I've always given credit for, for this team is they have adapted and got better as time goes on over and over again. Obviously, recent wobbles aside, a lot of the criticisms we've had against this team in the past seem to disappear pretty quickly. Makoof?
This is still... Makoof, yes.
I just wanted to say
still... Yeah, I know you did. That's exactly what you want to do. Versa, again, though, is impressing. 11-5 from him. I mean, impressing or not, they're about to lose the search and destroy pretty comfortably. He's going to have to be extremely impressive here to find the 1 versus 3. There's a little bit of a read. He'll find 1, but traded ultimately Rock Esports 2 to the good. TheAtlasLions in a precarious position in that series. Didn't expect it to be a very close affair, and it's looking to be the case, Bryce.
Wow. Rock Esports certainly running up against the TheAtlasLions, having a good time for them as well. And I think, you know, the conversation is always going to come back to who really does come out on top. You are right. A couple of changes here, obviously, with Real disappearing. It maybe throws a little bit of a wrench in their plans for EMEA stage thing. But the other issue we've always had is that Rock have never looked that strong in groups, or they look strong in groups and then fall off in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult one for us to judge here. But,
well,
I don't know what exactly went wrong in that search and destroy for TheAtlasLions, but when you've got a player going 12-6 and the rest of the team can't really put down the damage, maybe need to work out. Maybe it's just the map. Potentially.
For Rock, though, I think for me, I'm not gonna so much look at them of going on to win it again here on the online stage. Online has never really been their breeding ground. I feel like that's probably not the best term to use for that, but you understand what I mean. However, somebody who has been relatively good online is Project 7 over the season. And right now, Trinity One Gaming find themselves up in the series and up in the search and destroy against them.
Wow. We get to see a snipe as we switched over. FOXTROT slides, and unfortunately, while he puts a couple of bullets onto him, the flinch is not there enough to deflect it. And Tony, I want to kind of pick your brain here about this Project 7 team.
Mm-hmm.
High expectations over and over again for them.
Absolutely.
Do we expect them to really reach what we expect they'd be their potential? I mean, we were talking about Lucifer being like the biggest thing in the EMEA last stage.
No, I think for them missing out on the Pro-Am, and then, look, they lost Real just before they were going over to Atlanta as well. I think it's been a turbulent season for the most part. They've got a lot of talent. It just feels as if they haven't had a roster to stick with. I think they may have had a different roster every single stage, I want to say, which is typically not the case of how things usually go down here in EMEA. We usually see teams really do stick it out, but I mean, yeah, let's just run through it. I mean, it's been a core roster, absolutely, but they've had Denzo was in there at the beginning of the season. Then they had Aspect. They had to draft Alpha in for a little bit. Real was in there. No, they've had pretty much 5 of. Okay, they've had Harry F. Dot and Mythics together, absolutely. But other than that, they've been changing around and haven't been able to quite find the formula outside of having Real. But as mentioned, they just lost out as far as that goes on him being a part of things over in Atlanta. But as I was looking at my on the screen, Bresty seems to be the captain from Team France.
Another big fight going down. Bresty is not going to win that one somehow. And Danny with 9 health. A little bit of a dive. A pistol fight not going to work out as Blade deflects. And that is a big gunfight to lose when you're on the cusp of scoring.
Legend trying to continue to find his form here on Den. Danny just making sure he stays alive on the rooftops. He's here to back his teammate up. Didn't do a very good job, all things considered. He'll get taken down. And now it's a little bit of rooftops control. Spawns will come in on this side. You've got Mighty on the other side of the map, not really helping in any sense of the imagination for Exception, but he is creating a little bit of space. This wraparound's going to come on through. I wouldn't hit Mighty dropping back, but yeah, they've got to have a decent idea that somebody's going to be here. Yep, they were spawning over towards that A side. Gunfight's now kind of being traded across the board. Lens will get caught in between a rock and a hard place in a awful spot. Do the right thing if you're Cobra. You wrap that one back. Team France can do very little with this. I'll tell you what. That's some timing if I've ever seen it.
Blade catches. Linz takes down, but unfortunately massively outnumbered here. And this might go against Exceptional. They are worried about positioning. There's 2 players, by the way, in couches that have just basically been holding hands. They've not seen each other. Linz. Big kill if he can make it. He knows there's pressure coming from every single direction. Nadox, though, going to win that gunfight. Still very much up in the air here. Nadox is choosing to grab it and goes for the dive. We don't see it very often, Ton, but doesn't work out.
That's a Hail Mary play if I've ever seen one. And one that does absolutely not work out. Just waiting for a little bit of backup here if you're Mighty as you get this one moving. Lynn's not going to be able to find anything through the middle of the map, so that pinch that would have been developing on the other side is not going to be there. Exceptional choosing to be passive with this approach, and that's probably the right idea. Danny going to be in a good spot to find 2 and 3. The transfer, it's 4 in a row from Danny, and now can he be the tip of the spear? No, the trade will come through. Bressy will take him down. But that's a big play from him, and that will open things up now. As Nadox tries to get aggressive, he'll get taken down. And both these 2 teams, when they do have their overload carrier in a spot to get something moving, are kind of throwing caution to the wind, aren't they? Aggressive plays coming through time and time again, and here's another one.
Everyone's stacking for the bush. Cobra finds 2. Blade going to try and hold it. Goes down towards Linz. This is going in. Danny. Good shooting, though. Oh, my goodness, Danny. That is ridiculous. Exceptional had that one in the bag.
I mean, how many times are we going to see clutch moments on this map today? There's been 2 from Danny. Maybe in the space of 30 seconds, and now all of a sudden has it been turned on its head. Legend. Yep, you can line them up. Oh, the nade comes through. I think it might have been a Mighty's hand. Oh, Legend gets caught out. That's unfortunate. You thought something was on the line for him. You thought the clutch play was there. But irrelevant to that, it's still a 1-0 lead here for Team France. Exceptional have definitely had more EMP control. but they haven't been able to do a lot with it. They're setting up well. Presley's putting himself in positions to just try and pinch for the team, but then all the time it's been Danny from behind. He can't find another. Good shots coming out from Linz. This should be a capture if you can find Legend. You cannot. Can Legend find the second? Yes, he can. The walls are consistently being thrown up by Team France.
Exceptional just cannot catch a break. And they might even get the free play here to end this one. Legend trying to stay alive. Still a ton of opportunities. Danny going to stay alive as well, though. Grabs this with 8 seconds to go. They're going to make this push, but the one thing he doesn't want is to go down before that timer ticks over. And there we go. Free play activated. Legend going to be here as well. More players coming through the mid at the same time. Danny trying to stay alive. That'll be half time. And that has been a back and forth battle between these two squads. Neither going to be happy with the amount of missed chances, but probably more so exceptional.
Yeah, there was definitely some moments, wasn't there? If you're exceptional, you're thinking you're going to get something over the line. The door was slammed shut in their faces time and time again. But I think if you're exceptional, okay, you're disappointed. We want to 0 down, but there has at least been opportunities, hasn't there? Opportunities that have been stopped rather than you being able to get nowhere are still opportunities that have been made. Let's see if you can keep making them. I was very coach speak of me.
Well, here comes the push from Linz. Incredibly aggressive. I think this one's going home. I don't think Cobra's going to be stopped at all. And in it goes. They're a little bit off of this relay. They'll be looking for a kill here onto it as well. Mighty ready set up for it at the same time. Done a great job. Will be cut down before they can do any more. There are players both sides. Brent's looking for him. That's going to be caught out as well. A bit of chaos going down as Linz has to try and hold it. But everybody overextending to try and get map position.
Just fighting it out right now through mid. Sometimes you see some teams send flags, at least in this stage. Nobody doing such a thing right now. Legend. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I'd typically been running AR for his teams, but seems to be doing extremely well with the SMG in hand right now. For Team France. Found himself in a good position here at 16 and 13. Can they get something else over the line here, though? Another big opportunity being presented is exceptional. And defense going to be quite as good as Team France. We're about to find out.
Caught one blade. Oh, it's a big gunfight for Nanox, but he has 3 health and a dream, and does go down. Pistol with Legend. Looking for Linz. Not going to be it. Linz is having a really good map so far. Just able to put the slaying down, but both of these two teams just battering each other all across the map.
This is a lot of inroads being made here now by Exceptional. Legend will get taken down. Can you find another for your Prezi? Not quite. Oh, Nanox and Blade combine well. The pressure's still on. You can't be overzealous in trying to get out of this one. Danny just about shuts it down. It's one of those moments that you just need to take a second if you're Team France. Thankfully, Danny was there to pick up the final kill. 3 minutes to go. 1 apiece. Can Exceptional keep this up, or can Team France manage to eventually get one over the line on this side?
Blade floating there, doing well. And we talk about Overload and we talk about these maps, of course, this being in for so long. Teams are very, very well versed in how to play it. The reason we are seeing such a war of attrition. Speaking of war of attrition, Linz might have got a bit of timing here. This could go very well for Exceptional. Bit of a trade going down, though, and, well, it really does rely on Linz to try and do something as Blade stops it on the goal line again.
So many different occasions that, in fairness, there's been some great defenses being thrown up by both these rosters, but there's been multiple occasions where maybe just a step back needed from the attacking team. We are throwing Hail Marys here, Bryce, to say the least. Shooting from outside the box, you know what I mean. It's nearly World Cup time. I can start making more football references.
Hey, I'm not going to stop you. I mean, just try not to mention any players too much, as I won't have a clue what's going on. But still, you go generic enough, I'll get it. But these two teams are looking to try to get this score in. But for what it has been a very heavy game for the two of them, a 1-1 score doesn't even feel like it.
I mean, it's just been a case of end-to-end stuff, hasn't it? But the keeper is, I mean, look less like Nick Pope and more... I could go for another Newcastle reference here, but maybe that will really slide under the radar. Who would you know?
Nick Clegg.
Nick Clegg?
I don't know who that is.
No, are you just made an English naming person, like sounding person up, or?
Hey, you know, sometimes you got to make up names. That could be a footballer. I don't know. Not a clue. Lindsay's got 3, by the way. This is a pretty big push coming through with Danny looking to stop it on the line again, and this is just over and over again. This feels like we're going to overtime no matter what happens.
A quick Google of Nick Clegg, and we will avoid talking about it any further. We'll keep this one moving. Looking like an opportunity here for Exceptional. Big kill coming in from Danny. How many times have I said that now? Number 29 of the map. Nadok's in a good position. He set this up. This is a big gunfight that he's gone on to win. Huge opportunity here for Team France to maybe get one over the line.
Oh, legend. Throwing bullets is going to go down, though, but there's only one player really in the goal line here. Blade going to try and get across, but it's going to fall as well. Now, looks like... Oh, that's just going in. This is going in. Dying seconds. Unbelievable there. Team France, get it. The rest of Exceptional are going to try to get there. I don't even know if they can get there before the actual point goes live. They're not going to. And what a way to end. Team France take this one. And that is going to be just horrible for Exceptional.
I mean, just about squeezed it over the line. And if you go back to think of the amount of opportunities that Exceptional had in that first half, they will be feeling sick to their stomachs that they are now down in this series. Team France finding one back. Again, that's back-to-back maps coming out from them up against Exceptional. This is a big game for both of these rosters. And Team France now find themselves in the lead.
And Lynn's dropping 32 and 25 with that much damage to lose that map. But this is a map that has been defined by defense. Right, over and over again. If you can get a body in position, you can shut it down. And this will continue for the two of them. I mean, realistically now, Team France will be looking towards Den Hardpoint, saying, hey, we can take this against Exceptional, which will be a massive win for them this early.
Huge for Team France. And a Den Hardpoint is on the way.
Done. I've got it. You do the football references again. I've got a better one.
Oh, what references could you do?
It's fine. You mentioned that footballer again. Whatever his name. Nick. Was it Nick Pope?
It was Nick Pope. Yes.
There we go. You know, instead it could be Nick Frost. That's an actor. See, I've looked that one up.
Did you look at who? What was the other one you said?
Nick Clegg. I think he was a Liberal Democrat at some point.
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah.
He works for Meta now. No idea where I've heard that name, but I was hoping it was a footballer.
Well, at least you weren't far away.
I'm going to give up on football references. I'm never mentioning another one ever.
You know
again.
what? This for all I did miss you in Atlanta, at least Dan got my football references. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, someone has to.
A lot of people will. Anyway, BTD 2-0 up in this series. And 1-0 down in this overload. Really good play coming in from Lynn. That is just one you slam over the line. Bundled in the end. Nothing cool will be able to counter this, you presume, and get themselves out of a little bit of a sticky spot. BTD now in control of the map. Can they counter to this effectively? Oh my word.
Oh, Rush gets one back as well here, but they're still going to be outnumbered. This is the key play, though. Scythe out towards the back here. Wonderful catch there by production. And now they're panicking. Now they're worried. They're looking for him. He tries to get through, but only one there from Scythe. Unfortunately, nobody else won any gunfights, and that'll be a hold there for Lynn.
Be careful here, though. Losing these mid-map gunfights until we will be able to find 3 in a row. What you said that doesn't look that way, but now he's got a little bit of backup. Scythe will get taken down. He's done well just to close things, to slow things down, I should say. Over towards the middle of the map. UH will find these kills though, and it's a war of attrition right this second. Both these two teams just vying for a little bit of control with 2 minutes to go.
Moving. Oh, this should be in. I don't know if they're going to stop them. They do. UH gets one, but some more bodies into the gap, and they will get it through. Too many. They can just keep pushing that EMP forward. And for Lynn, they are looking pretty at the moment. Minute 38 left to go. This is one of the harder pushes going through, simply because of there's no kind of way to get into that middle lane from it. Let's try and do the worst he can do, and that's going to be 3 from Clutch. That is wonderful for him to stop everything on this push. Loses out to the 4th, but has certainly saved his team.
Like I was pistol out and run forward and try and find the 4th. We are respecting the Charles every single time. You get taken down. That was great work from Slade, to be honest with you. That has slowed it down. They're not doing a really good job at just staggering BTD. Hard to push through when it's consistently down a man, really, aren't they? Those opening gunfights always been won by Lynn in those mid-map fights, and they got a little bit of EMP control. 2 minutes. Oh, sorry, 2-0 lead and 45 seconds to go. You have all the right in the world to want to wrap this back around, but your teammates losing those gunfights here in the middle of the map might invite a little bit of unwanted pressure.
Oh, and Rush.
Like that. That's exactly what can happen. I didn't hear the idea over towards rooftops. You wrapped that one back round, but you need to find the gunfights. You absolutely did not. And BTD will half that deficit in the blink of an eye.
He wants to try and make this kill, but there are already players out here. They're not going to be able to get it. Slade going to get 2. Weeks gets to the 3rd one, but they haven't grabbed the CMP. Rush trying to just get it here, but will anybody dive on this for the free play? I don't think anybody will.
Not looking like anyone's going to get the opportunity. BTD have been somewhat gifted a point there, though. And they'll take that all day long. Thank you very much. As Lynn will give that one up. And that's just one of those moments that, yeah, you know what it is? I actually really like the play of wrapping it back around rather than just headbutting through rooftops. Neanderthal cod. That was a little bit more trying to think about what to do, and unfortunately the thinking part of it kind of got you in trouble. Teammates didn't win the gunfights. EMP carrier, not much use with a pistol in hand. Lose all 3. Lose the point. Still have a lead, but it could have been better.
Well, here we go. We talk about this. We're going over to all the other games. Team France and Exceptional are about to start their hard point as we go through the rest of them, actually. Have a quick look at if there's been any interesting results. A couple of games have ended. Rock took down 3-0 the TheAtlasLions. Omit 3-0'd Orgless. We still have 21 and Project 7 all tied up as well. As Rock, Ascension and Ask Esport going to map 5 ton.
Let's see. Can Team France turn their hard point around? Exceptional. But brilliant at map number 1. Really manipulated the map well on Scar, and we're back into another map that, well, they have all had a lot of practice on by now. I said Den was probably... Was Den my favourite? I feel like I'm forgetting one at this stage, but irrelevant of that, I'm sure Exceptional are feeling pretty good about the map right at the second. 15 seconds to go. P2 about to be under their control, and some great time at P1. Just the start they needed. Oh my word.
Cobra. Absolute zeroing on everybody. Prezi has missed a player here, but he's still going to pick one up as well. Looking for his second. Not going to grab it. They've already pushed this one out. They've got the spawn at the same time. Potential flawless P2 coming in if they can deflect a bit more pressure. But already Blade gets 2. They're already going to be into this point as well. Brezi's trying to just pre-fire everybody through. Blade gets his 3rd, and Linz finds himself with little health on the stairs.
Staying alive, going on a 4 spree. Oh, the 5th would have been massive, but Legend can pick up 2, but the close one's still going to be here for Exceptional, who once you see, and are likely going to see map number 5 if they keep playing like this throughout the rest of 10 hardpoint. Legend sent to an early grave by Mighty. He was already on his way. Oh my words! Everybody who Mighty is seeing is dying in the blink of an eye. Oh my... He can't miss. He absolutely can't miss. It's 6 in a row from Mighty, and Exceptional are running this one up.
I've seen enough. Map 5, please. Start loading it up. It's this one's done. I think Exceptional have just absolutely found their form here on this hard point. I mean, Team France have got the rotation turn, so maybe, just maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, look, one good hold somewhere, you're back into the game, but, I mean, you are 90-5 down after 70 seconds. Sorry, like 2 minutes of hill time that's been on offer. That is just a disaster right this second for Team France, who worked so hard to get that one over the line in the overload. Were brilliant in the search and destroy. Hey, they'll be feeling confident about being brilliant in map number 5, no doubt. But hey, you would like to go in there with some confidence, and that confidence is being beaten out of them right now.
They're doing a good job to get back into this point. They're at least trying to deny all the points to Team France. Okay, we're going to be Last Live here. He's already got 2. Legend going back and forth, looking for Cobra. Looking for a couple of angles as well. Good kill by Legend to stay alive for as long as he has done, but will fall. Scrap time for Exceptional as they cross the 100-point mark. A couple of big rotation fights about to go down. That is the worst timing you could possibly have for Mighty.
So is there an opportunity opening up here for Team France to get some good time at P4? Not if you ain't watching that and too busy watching from behind, because there's a big push coming in from Exceptional on the rotation. Cobra's found 5 in a row. 40 seconds to play for here over towards P4. It's a difficult push for Team France. They're all heading in one direction, and if Cobra has anything to do with it, that direction is dead. Incredible work from him. It's 7 in a row. Hellstorm in the back pocket. Exceptional ascenders to this map number 5, no doubt.
They have just absolutely turned up a different volume. Mighty. Still re-challenging. He's got 35 health. Just take a breath, my friend. Absolutely unnecessary. Linz helps him out in the end as well. Still staying alive. Still gunning. Still grooving. A 100-point lead into the second set of rotations.
I mean, we've seen comebacks before, but this one will be difficult. Team France trying to find a way around. All 3 dead. This Hellstorm is doing very little apart from killing players who are coming in off the respawn. Yeah, Nadok's Legend dead to rights. Kind of a bit of a split spawn though. Presumably the Hellstorms caused that. Cobra and Cope seemingly dealing with it. 110, about to be 120 point lead. This is getting a little bit one-sided. Pricey. Team France maybe need to work on their HP.
I think this is just Exceptional, just going berserk, just absolutely annihilating everybody who stands in their way. Again, looking for this P2 spawn. Linz actually missed that player. Still somehow alive in what seems like the longest gunfight I've ever seen. Good position here, though, for Team France. Out towards the back. Better than last time. Cobra finds one, though. Already pre-firing against Legend. And not going to grab it here. Opportunity for Team France.
These opportunities they need to take, though. Oh, Nadox has had his pants down. Mighty will find that one. Just feels like the inevitable is coming, and that's a map number 5, unless Team France can find themselves a good hold. 35 seconds here would go a long way to just making that gap 100. Maybe around 90 or so. My maths are slightly off, but as are Team France's chances, you would like to think. Exceptional trying to find a way through. Cobra and Co can just breeze through them. Prezi is there to pick up the pieces with 20 seconds to go. Rotation is going to be important if you're Team France. You absolutely need a full 60 somewhere.
Well, they're trying. They're certainly putting bodies into these hard points, but not walking away with the time that they want. Even then, scrap time is being denied to them. Just bullying here by Exceptional on this hard point. Again, rotation fight coming down. Blade will be the key member here if he could find something to keep this door open for his team, but Linz already shuts it in his face. 3 kills already going down here, and Danny finds himself outnumbered on the hard point alone. And Exceptional are not just looking to win this, they're looking to put Team France in the 100-point club.
They could be destined to send themselves there. Again, as I kind of mentioned, probably at this stage of the rotation in the first one, heading in the search and destroy here for Team France. If they can play it the way they did in map number 2, they won't be too worried, but you could talk about dusting yourself down after a defeat. Oof. The dust is collecting and has been for quite some time.
They're just not finding anything. That is the biggest issue. I mean, slaying's not going well for them. They're not winning these rotation fights either. I mean, Cobra is obviously disgusting. That is a ridiculous second kill for him on an 8 streak. He's 29 and 14. I mean, if he'd just turned and burned a player that he didn't really know was going to be there, would have been disgraceful. But silver lining for Team France as they are here on this next hill. And it's not just one hold they need, it's like 4.
It'd be quite something. I mean, what? Show me the exclamation mark NPC in the chat right now. What are these boys shooting? This is incredible from Exceptional. Are they running 4? Am I tripping?
It wouldn't surprise me. Some of these hills on this game, it's basically just become the meta now. You're not always holding the longest of sight lines, and
yeah,
well, if you're good with an NPC, you can shoot from just about anywhere.
They are not running 4. Brazil does have the M15 in hand. It doesn't matter. This one... Was that... Did they end it?
Well, I'm a little bit unsure. There were players out towards the back here. We'll have to just get clarification.
I mean, I would like to think it was probably done, but we will get clarification.
Okay. Ours is not to reason why. It was done, but
it was done.
That is a 100-point club. And it was a little bit anticlimactic. I think that's why we were kind of already moving on to map 5 ton, if we're being honest.
Yeah, frankly, I was thinking about that map about 0% worth of my brain. That was done quite some time ago. That was an incredibly impressive performance, though, from Exceptional. And to give them their plaudits before we do head to that map number 5, that's the kind of map that you want to have in the map number 4 when you need to come back, right? It's a complete demolition job. And it's kind of not similar to what we've seen in map number 1, but comfortable was map number 1. This was a different stratosphere. I mean, Cobra has more non-traded kills than anybody has kills on the side of Team France. So, I mean, figure out which way this one went. 33 and 17. That was a smoke show for Insert and Destroy incoming.
But who wins this, ton? Who wins for Insert and Destroy? For Exceptional, I mean, they're just such a great hardpoint performance. You say, hey, maybe they're in the groove, but not great on the last den that we saw. Obviously, Overload went to Team France as well. This certainly is going to go down to the wire. Fortunately, there are many other games doing the same thing, ton. These games all the way across. But we're going to go look at Bravo. I believe Rock Ascension and Ask Esports are in the middle of their map 5. They've taken it the distance here between them as we jump on board. Seeing how these two go, it's 2-2 as well.
No, then. I really did think that Ask would... I didn't walk through this one, but I thought they went it relatively comfortably. But Rock Ascension very much proving their mettle here in map number 5. Depper on a 5 spree, though, is hopefully going to open things up here if we're an Ask Esports fan. Faisal. Looking to try and find something. Little information gained. So NPC... inside a Tiki usually means make a move, but oh, smoke's down, and that is not where you want to be. Sex is going to catch him off guard. First Bud going to go over towards Ask. Charm will answer back, 3v3, but the bomb is down.
Going deep here, Alpha. New servers take care of it. Already Melko, they find Sway. Strong lungs, Alpha. Oh, no! Oh, he waited for so long for that one, and Melko now has to chow. Oh, the player's looking up top as well, and well, bit of timing, bit of repositioning, all good for Ask.
That was extremely scary for a second. Right play. Look, I know the ones when you just come out the water can be a little bit awkward. However, I'm not giving them too much of an excuse in that sense, Brycey. That's one you should definitely be winning anyway.
100%. There we go. This is the moment. Tries to reposition for the second. Could have been a bit disastrous. Fortunately, Melko with that reposition worked out. Real Child making the move. Looking for it. Still gets his kill, though. Even with 2 players against it, Devin will find the second one, but it's straight back down to a 2 versus 2. And both teams backing off.
And definitely finding the third on the outside there. Fortunately for Rock, he gets shut down. And the patient play from Tad and Faisal has worked out. This bomb will freely go down over towards A. Got a little bit of laundry control. You don't know how much control you actually have of this map. They could push just a little bit further, but still, irrelevant. Not a bad position to be in. That one is, of course, still ongoing between Ask and Rock Ascension, but Alpha is off and rolling here on Fringe between Team France and Exceptional. We had a great series, honestly, and I honestly probably didn't expect it to be as close as it has been. Exceptional being dominant in the hard points. I've been dominant here in round number 1 in the Search and Destroy, and that fast and furious gameplay that we've seen from them on Den has been brought to Fringe in round number 1 of the Search, and that is going to go the way of Exceptional in the blink of an eye.
Wow. Starters, you mean to carry on? I mean, asked what would happen after that hard point and then looking so dominant. Well, they completely shut down that first push, but not over. Not even close. We're going to see this highlight here. There's Lins into the smoke. Not the easiest thing to do, but turns and already has that player in. Great awareness.
Oh, that's a bit of an info nade. And plenty of that info gained by Team France. That would have been a meaty hit marker. Maddox. Oh, exchanging shoulders with Lens. Smoke down, back down. Have to just be careful of Mighty here. Get some good shots. Do not flirt with that. A couple of different angles you can watch here. It's a dangerous position for a sniper to be in, but also one that can be quite beneficial. 4 versus 4 still, though. Nobody finding a kill.
Oh, Maddox finds one, but not the second. Problem is, you've got Brezzy inside on the bomb. So he needs some reinforcements. He goes for a challenge as well, and there are 2 waiting for him. Exceptional. We've got 35 seconds left in a dream. No bomb, no positioning. Mighty is hoping for a pick with a sniper, and he finds it. That is outrageous. Reflexes. Looking for a gun as well. Big fight from Cobra, and somehow they've pulled this one out the dark. Danny going up, going over, going across. They are not going to predict this one. Does he get perfect timing?
He's got an NPC here. This is not a bad position to be in if you want to get yourself inside. Timing's worked out in his favor. This nade is not going to be expected either this late in the round. Yeah, you should have found something. Yep, you have done. Mighty will get taken down, but he has to be so careful. Weak right now. Cobra going to go for the child. Still weak if you're Danny. Oh, you have to get out of this very, very weak man. Oh, Nelly wins the gunfight. Cobra will find it. 2-0 now to Exceptional. Found a little bit of form here in the Search and Destroy.
Cobra was probably a little bit nervous there. I mean, he had the player on one shot and then almost missed it. Here's a snipe from Mighty. Got him. Nice. I know. I mean, he shot him in a place you don't want to be shot at, I'll be honest. But hey, good enough. Is this over for Team France? Somehow Exceptional will keep pulling massive gunfights out of their bag. Team France looking for an A push here, potentially. They've got players over. Now Alex is just checking the inside. The rest of the 3 players are now making a move. It will be against Cobra.
Maybe get out of there, Cobra. Ridiculous place to be. Mighty just going to back this one down. Brezzy will find Maddox as well. This is just working out so well. Legend can answer back, though. He needs to start finding the form we've seen on Den. Lynn's buttering one player up, and that one player is the only one left. Danny. Quite literally running for the hills and look to try and find something dead to rights. This is Exceptional's map to lose. They have not stopped since map 3.
Just a full run from them. The amount of confidence they're displaying, it's almost what we kind of expect from them all the time, but it's certainly not been a smooth road for this team in the elite at any stage.
It's been honestly a tough watch since map 4. Exceptional. I mean, we thought they would be the ones to take this series away. But for map 4 and 5 to be this way is interesting. I don't know if Team France have... That said, it's hard to dust yourself down after what that map number 4 looked like. Coming to the search and destroy so quickly. Danny's going to be able to potentially find an answer for them, though. He can find first blood. That's just not an angle you're expecting if you're mighty for a sniper. Lynn should find a pick here, though. Yeah, it's just so free. They're just leaving doors open. And Exceptional are walking through them.
Oh, that's a big win by Blade. Lynn's going to get caught out here as well. And down they go. Team France get the win they need. Now, is this the start of a trend?
Well, it will need to be. I felt as if there was a couple of very close gunfights there. The ones that in the end went the way of Team France. Can they find a couple more? That's the question. That was a crucial round for them to find. 3-0 down, 4-0 would have... Driven me timbers. Felt awful. Let's see what they can do now with a 3-1 deficit. Find this round, you're back in the game.
Oh, they've mobbed close. They've mobbed real close. Mighty is going to be in trouble, and down they go. Team France taking all this map control away, but Lynn says no. Already grabs 2 and now runs like his back is on fire. He's got reinforcements, and what looked guaranteed for Team France is suddenly not so certain.
Oh, Nadak's finding a big kill on the Cobra, though. They know Linz was around this area. And he's now left in a 1 versus 2. He's defending, though, so he can be patient. Doesn't matter. Another round will go Team France's way. Blade with some big kills. Linz tried to spoil the party from what was a brilliant opening. Was not able to quite do so. Close search and destroy now. And after the first 3 rounds, honestly, I thought we may well have been done by now.
Game still very much afoot. 7 kills unanswered for Nadox and Blade is something that fans of this team will very much enjoy seeing. But how do these two teams react? This is the time for adjustments based on play calls. It looks like Exceptional are just going to go for it. Already Nade's going out. That trophy was not down fast enough, but through both teams here as well. The smoke is good enough. Blade has to back up. Mighty punches his way through. Legend onto the flank here. It's chaos around the site. Legend knows there's players both sides of him as well. He's looking for a way out of it, but more kills going down, and Team France walk away the victor of that trade.
But can they find a 3rd round in a row? Mighty and Cobra are not in the best of positions to prevent that from happening, especially when you get to the position of Danny. Legend, gotta find something here, and does. Has some backup. Cobra left on his own. They've got the information. They have the numbers. They had the information. They still do have the numbers. But have they figured out where Cobra is? Yes, they absolutely have. 30 rounds in a row for Team France. And search and destroy on our hands here.
You can see the way that map was being detected by Team France. They could have worked out where Cobra is by working out where he wasn't. And we said, hey, this might be over after the first 3 rounds, but Team France, they said, hey, this might be a bit different, actually. All tied up. And I genuinely have no idea who's going to win.
Exceptional. What can you do? Stop the tirade that Blade is on right this second. 5 in a row from him. Sticky spot to be in. But look at the flank from Linz. You put all your eggs in the basket over towards B. And Linz is here to poach them. There's one found. Blade had to find a kill somewhere. And he'll take down Mighty. Evens it up into 3 versus 3. But Brezzy has found Legend because Team France have had to panic. Linz from behind has caused untold issues. And this is going to be the first round for Exceptional in quite some time. Unless Nadox can find a 1v3.
43 seconds. This would be an incredible ask. He's got to basically hope that Exceptional make a move and make a mistake. Oh, this is Cobra, but there's just nowhere for him to really go. Exceptional, stop the bleeding, ton. That's probably the most important thing about that round.
It's just Lens, though, that does create that moment. Catalyst for that round. As soon as he finds that play on the flank. And he doesn't feel the need to, you know, add further kills to that. You find that kill on the flank, and you staying alive on that flank is as useful as finding another kill, because all of a sudden Team France know that they have to make a move. They've pigeonholed themselves over towards B. So what do? We need to make a move somewhere. They push forward. Exceptional already for them. And they stop the bleeding with a very convincing round. Almighty. In the middle of the map, Team France taking up an aggressive position from this side. And they're just not going to be expecting Nadox on this push, but Cobra was more than aware. Danny with some good shots as well, though. That's going to even the odds. 3 versus 3.
For the moment, Exceptional just holding fire. They're not really making any sort of push here, but what they don't have is map control. Danny, though, this is going to be key. He's trying to get in position. He's going to see one of the corners should be traded out by Mighty. Huge bit of luck there for Exceptional. Mighty got a little bit unlucky. He almost had one. Cobra missed the timing.
What can Blade find? Not a great deal. Ships in the night through the middle of the map. Looking to try and find this pick. Surely the watch will be there. How are you gonna... What? Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. That is a misplay, to say the least. I've got my head in my hands, Blade. Would have been difficult to win from there, but that is a mishap.
I don't really know what happened. Maybe a little bit flustered, a little bit of frustration. Second guessed. Just didn't have the quite the angle to see that bomb carry in time when they made the push. And unfortunately, it may have cost them this series.
Can you find those 3 rounds in a row that you found beforehand if you're Team France? Well, not without Nadox. That might be difficult. Linz will take him down. He has been a first blood machine. And the flank is somewhere he's been ever present in. You're just not expecting him this fast. And Linz is going to feast 1, 2. Oh, the third wasn't there. But the third map that Exceptional needed is... They win it in a map 5. Inspired by Linz to a 6-3 victory. And they take away the French derby that was them up against Team France, who put up a good showing, but a 6-3 scoreline tells the story of that map number 5.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. They get that one done. I was a little bit worried there when it went to 3-3, but adjustments were made. Adjustments were worth it. And Exceptional get it done here. And we were talking about this team over and over again, that I think they're always been, in my opinion, our most underperforming team just because of where we think these players should be. And that's not to say that they're a bad team. They are a good team, but they want to be a great team. And getting these wins and cruising through the groups is what they do need. And that'll certainly be a balm to the soul against Team France, because if they had lost that one there, it could have been the same old story.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the switch up in their roster, there's going to be time for them to improve. I don't think, obviously, it would have been the ideal time for that to happen when it did come down to the major. But they have found themselves a couple of wins already. It's 2-0 start for them. Didn't make easy work of it, but Team France have got some good players. So let's not get it twisted. Den Search and Destroy was not great. They are point, though. Flawless. For In Search and Destroy, a very good showing. Over to Echo we go. Project 7 to find themselves 2-1 down. And Treaty 1 Gaming having a hell of a time here as we go over towards Good Luck Hardpoint.
Still a very tight race here between the two. Overlay has 7 health. He's just trying to stay alive as long as possible, but it will be a wipe here by Project 7, except for Kez. little bit of scrap time left available. Kez will try and thread this one needle, but that is an advantage on the gunfight he will have. Oh, but runs into a heady. And we're almost tied up going over, but the rotate has been won by Treaty 1. Can they hold this? There is a player. It's Lucifer just sitting deep, but Detain takes him down with ease.
I mean, Lucifer's having a hell of a time at 22 and 14. And yet his team are still behind. Maybe some growing pains with Henry in the roster. Let's try and find something that's going to work out. Some sort of formula. Kez still here. Treaty 1 found 2. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on now as the push may well come in. Disarray was there to find Mythics, who was already put it up. Project 7 just about hold on. 25 seconds to go here over towards P3. It's time they sorely need.
Disarray's trying to get around here, but just too many targets. Fortunately, teammates in the zone. Trying to be careful here. They've already got players out towards the back. It's Mythics who was trying to take away the scrap time, but it looks like he's just trying to now hold this rotation. I think he's been seen as well, though. Will get taken down, so it hasn't gone well for Project 7. A very, very tight game. 21 Gaming will be happy with their position on the spawn.
And the lead that they have as well, which they can increase. Yeah, as well as Disarray keeping players at bay over towards P3. Street's a big place you got to hold down and detain. He's having a day, isn't he? 25 and 16. I mean, Disarray being popping off left, right, and center. And this is some good time for them. A street push going to have to come on through. Detain doesn't necessarily want anything to do with that, but he can watch the close push through broken, no problem. Everybody else trying to find a way through window or door. Can you get a way in? Detain is there for another. Him and Kez holding it down. Big time for Treaty 1. 20 seconds to go. This is nearly going to be a full 60 at P4 at P7 on Kev.
Oh, a little bit of scrap time lost there. They'd want that, but Overload's just going to try and hold position for what he knows is coming, but cannot get these kills going down. Okay, it's going to be also here onto P1 for the rotation ton, and well, Treaty 1 Gaming crossed that 200-point mark, but this game is not won yet.
No, absolutely not. Especially up against a team like Project 7. Plenty of talent on this roster. And FDOT is a big part of that. He's found 3 in the middle of the map. Mythics to pick up the pieces. He'll take down Disarray with 45 seconds to go. FDOT going to get caught in no man's land, but the time will still be served, and Project 7 are the ones getting it. 40 seconds now. Still to go here over towards P1. Treaty 1 Gaming have got to be careful not to just be throwing this one away. It's a substantial lead that you would like to keep.
Fighting over this. Still fighting over this. Project 7 are not letting it go at all. This is a massive amount of score that they have got from P1. If they can break P2 early, there is an opportunity to take this to a map 5. Already they've got players in position. Mythics going out wide. A little bit of a pinch coming through as well. Project 7 are dissecting this map. They're looking for the kill here, but Overlay to the rescue. Hero play from him there. They needed it.
210 and rising. Starting to get a little bit more control over towards this P2 side. 10 will be shut down though. Push in from the street side. Gonna come in here for Project 7. And it's a push that has to work, but Overlay and Disarray have dismantled them. And Treaty 1 Gaming can just about win it here with about 5 seconds to spare. Project 7 have to find a break.
They're waiting. Lucifer and Mythics are waiting. They know that the flanks come in. The call has been made. Detain will be calling this one out as he furiously backpedals for it. Trying to find the kills going through. Kev's backing him up at the same time. Detain finds no one into it as well. And somebody get on the point. They may have lost the tick here, Ton.
They have now. They absolutely have now as Lucifer's found 3. He will eventually get shut down, but he'll die on his sword. And a rotation over towards P3 is still going to be needed here for Treaty 1 Gaming. They are not going to be far away. Overlay is over there. And momentarily, 1v1 is going to actually ensue. Yeah, a little bit of backup is here now. Overlay. Oh, he may well have just got a bit of time in. They'll be wondering how on earth has he found himself here. Oh, and backup has arrived. The timing has worked out so well for Treaty 1 Gaming. And with 5 to go, is it their game? Oh, my word.
Overlay may be the most important player on the last 2 hills. Scoreline does not reflect what he just did. Over and over again, he made kills on rotation. And they've just won in that game.
I mean, it was crazy. I would love to be able to watch that back. And if you just watch the mini-map of how the Project 7 players turned around and opened the door for him. Honestly, Project 7 had that rotation. You find a couple of kills there, Bryce. And all of a sudden, you're setting yourself up on probably the biggest money hill on that map over towards the onsen. That's where you can maybe formulate that comeback. It weren't too far away. You might have been actually able to win it there at P3. How on earth? We're going to have a little look back because look at the gaps that's created here. Absolutely surrounded. The stun goes out as he's checking, and then that just works out perfectly. And then look at number 6 who comes in and then finds the kill who was about to trade it onto Lucifer. Just worked out so perfectly. Big plays coming in from overlay. I mean, that's one that Project 7 will look back and just look at the minimap and just go, that is just one of them.
Yeah, little bit of luck, little bit of timing, and completely ran away from them. I mean, they had it surrounded. They probably just weren't expecting it. And
Pain.
now, what do? You walk away, and I mean, Project 7 losing that game against Treaty 1 Gaming will not feel good for them. I mean, Lucifer again, look at the hammer he's put down. 31-24, 4,628 damage there for Lucifer, but it just hasn't been reflected in the final score.
I mean, Gridlock can be a map where the ARs can start to feast. You think of P2 especially. P4, you get them top window. Yeah, laughing. Lucifer's going to do that for you all day long, but for everybody else isn't holding up their end of the bargain, you're still going to have a tough day out, and that proved to be the case. I mean, a minute and a half in the hill, 16 objective kills. What more do you want them to do?
Yeah, just huge influence on the game. But let's take a look at the end of this game. This is how groups have ended on day 1 of EMEA Season 4. Rock Esports, Exceptional, and Ask Esport all 2-0. Team France, Rock Ascension, and the TheAtlasLions not having the best of day in Group A. Then we've got Omit and BTD Esports 2-0 in Group B. Project 7 and Trinity 1, 1-1 on the day, ton. And that's after that last game they just had. Lynn and Orgless yet to score.
Yeah, have a look over towards Group A. I think for Team France, that's a tough day out, to be honest with you. We've definitely seen some things from them that, you know, you can look towards and maybe say next week is their week. They just went up against Rock and then, of course, Exceptional, which we just watched. So them up against Ask and then Rock Ascension and TheAtlasLions, that is their season and that is what they have left to play. So for them, I think, you know, you're sitting in that 4th place at 0-2, but not a great deal to worry about just yet. Lynn and Orgless, a little bit of a different scenario for them. I think they've still got some very hard games coming up from their side of things. But Project 7 sitting at 1-1. That's an interesting one. BTD beating Treaty 1 as well. Maybe we have a little bit more of a group on our hands below Omit more than anything in Group B.
Well, we'll see how that one all shakes out, Ton. It's been a great first day of Stage 4 in EMEA, but you know what? We'll see how it all shakes out. We've got tomorrow, and then we've got next week, and then playoffs, and then finals. So there's so much more for us to watch. But I know everybody at home's thinking, hey, what about the rest of us? North America is winging its way towards you. They start their Stage 4 in just a little bit, Ton, and that'll be on for the next 3 or 4 hours. So if you haven't had enough COD, you certainly can watch a bit more. That'll be going on all the challenges as well. So if you want to keep those all open, you can watch 6 more games. But that's all from EMEA in Stage 1. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Now down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and baby, yeah, where I'm at.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Challengers Elite Stage number 4 as we get ready to dip our toes into North America. We had some great action earlier, but now we're hoping it continues coming into the night. And taking you through the action on Visions alongside me, I got the Canadian duo, baby. It's Seymour. Colin, how you doing, brother?
Doing fantastic. Great to have you back. Great to be alongside you. I think the last time that we got to cast alongside each other was all the way back in Kitchener. So we get another chance here, and it's all the way towards the end of the season. Stage 4, we got the Paris Open not too far away. And not just that, it's like qualification for champs, qualification for EWC. Like, there is a lot riding right now in a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it's a lot of packed in games that are going to be coming up here for us, as you said, coming in towards the end of the season. And well, we still have a lot of games left for as far as stage number 4, 3 weeks of it going into playoffs. So there's going to be a lot to see what happens. And well, it's been interesting, I think, in the last 24 hours too, hasn't it, Colin, where we've had a lot of roster changes, moves are being made, man. There's all kinds of things happening.
Well, you know, even like Ton and Price, they were kind of hitting on it a little bit. It's just like, you couldn't have done this last week before, you know, week 1 of CDL started, like week 2, and that's when everybody decides to move all over. We got Trakes joining the Bush, we got Abe going over to Toronto Koi, Joe DeCeves on Paris now alongside Estrel, who just moved from Minnesota. We're still waiting to hear what happens with Neptune. Like, this is week 2 of stage 4. Like, it's not even week 1.
Exactly. So potentially more changes. We'll have to see, but we are going to take a look at our schedule and see exactly what matches we do have planned for you. And of course, kicking it off here on the Alpha stream, we are going to be going on board with FC Stallions and the Stallions Bush or Tush. So it is going to be a great opener here for as far as what we're going to get, you know, a little bit of a brotherly battle, but anything else kind of popping off here for you as well that you're interested in here, Colin?
Oh, you got a big one with Omit Brooklyn and Cabal right away to kind of look at two teams that in Atlanta, they were really impressive. And, you know, for Omit Brooklyn, you lose Standy, you get Gwyn now. We get to see Gwyn joining this roster in Challengers for the first time since Modern Warfare 2, Rookie of the Year in MW3. So, you know, how does Gwyn fare with this Omit Brooklyn roster against Cabal, who's kind of been on the rise since we've seen Flames come into the net of a lot of these young talents. Telluride Bush, Trakes now in place of Abe. What's going to happen there? And with that change, does that kind of move P7 Notorious back up to the top team here in North American Challengers? I think there's kind of a lot to look at today.
Yeah, I think that's extremely valid for as far as, you know, what we could come to expect, what we're going to get. Again, you know, wanting to kick off onto a really good start here when you're coming into this group stage. But we are going to take a look at both groups that we do actually have here for you. And, well, as we had kind of framed up already, we are going to be kicking off here with Group A. And we take a look at both of these. Again, any thoughts here coming from you, Colin?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been labeling Group A as the group of death. I mean, you look at both Stallions and Bush teams to be inside of that group, along with Omit Brooklyn, Cabal, Torn there too has been making some great moves back in Elite Stage 3 with some, you know, of our young talents in Mince and TK really moving the goalpost on like what to expect with this Torn Esports roster. And yeah, sure. I think that is going to be a hard one to kind of dissect. And I think with a lot of these roster changes, it's not going to be easy to read who will walk away from Group A for sure. But when you look at Group B, there's no shortage of talent over there with P7 Notorious. I mean, they had quite a fall from grace in Atlanta and a lot of question marks on what, you know, they're going to look like going into Stage 4 now after that, if they can kind of regroup and rekindle that fire that they had from that long winning streak they had beforehand. Huntsman now with Awakening instead of Swooty. Like, that's a huge trade that I think nobody saw coming, but something that we'll definitely be talking about a lot when we see this Huntsman team on. And no shortage of talent when you're even talking about Falcons Academy Green, who've just been one of the most consistent teams that we've seen here in Challengers.
Yeah, I love that you bring up that point, because that's something that we've seen a lot over the last few years when we get towards the end of the year, is it really comes down to those pro points and guaranteeing yourself, a spot at champs, because ideally, that's what kind of sticks in people's minds when you go into the next year, or you're trying to get your stock at the highest possible point. It really does come down to that champs performance, and guaranteeing yourself a spot there really does, come down to being everything at times in this challenger scene. So it will be interesting to see how that ends up playing out. And again, taking a look at Swooty here on this new roster, he's had a lot of experience throughout this season, so I'm kind of excited to get my first look here hands-on coming into this matchup that we do have here between both of the Stallions teams.
Yeah, Stallions versus the Stush. I mean, what a way to open up stage 4, man. I think that it's going to be a lot of fun watching how this one shapes up, because for Stallions, we've just been seeing this team rise and rise and rise. You put Geo in place of Millie, and that really seems like a pack-a-punch, not just in terms of firepower for that backline, but in terms of veterancy. And then Rambo Ray at the helm of Stallions, Attach at the helm of the Bush or the Stush. I think that's going to create some good rivalry between a lot of these top-level organizations that are joining in for Stage 4. And, when we look at the map set here for Scar Raid, Scar, Colossus, and Sake, there's not really anything new to kind of talk about except for that Sake Search and Destroy, which we may or may not even see in this series joining in for one of our new maps of the stage.
Yeah, we had Hacienda, of course, kind of thrown in. We were curious about whether or not that was going to end up here in some of our matches here. So maybe in some of the other ones going on outside of Alpha, that is certainly a possibility. But honing in on, what we come to expect here. We're also kind of talking about Geo. We had talked about, bringing him up and, seeing if he might be able to perform, having kind of an up and down year at times, coming off of a top 12 as well here with the squad, but looking to really find their footing and really emphasizing the fact that these matches are extremely important when you talk about the fact that if you have a bad week 1, it could very much hurt your chances going into playoffs, right? So you have to really kind of treat all of those scrims, all that practice, all that prep work, and like you said, Attach and Rambo Ray really drilling in and trying to make sure that they're getting their fundamentals down. That is all so important and so precious when you get ready for that very first match and start off on the right foot.
And it's not even like it's a change too big for Geo or just in general. It's just like a different project, a different environment that you're trying to get used to. So, I'm excited to see how they grow. I know KB was talking to me a little bit about how their big focus for the stage is their communication. They just want to look at making sure that, throughout the entirety of a series, you're staying level with the intensity that you're bringing, and you're not really wiltering towards the end of it, just because I think that's where a lot of teams lose out, especially in a lot of these long days for challengers, is that it gets tiring. And then, in that maybe 8th hour of the day, you're not calming as much as you were at the start of the day. So that's something to focus on. And I like that they're looking to improve, but we do have some action to kind of get into before we look at our main matchup. It looks like our Bravo match for Omit, Brooklyn, and Cabal is going to be ready. And like I said, this one's exciting because, Austin's the first time we see Gwind in Challengers since Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm getting some flashbacks. I think the last time I was casting Gwyn, was certainly around that point in time, and he was putting up some early numbers then. So we'll see if he's going to be able to really fit in like a glove on this roster. But so far, it is going to be just about an even game. Control looking somewhat decent here for Cabal, as it is still about 40 seconds to fight for. Kills coming left and right, but those wave of kills might be good here as Cabal look to push out.
Not to mention, we even saw Paul and Rex were out on the boat with Doug Sensor Martin, so you know that this team is going to be vibing going into the stage today, for sure. I think that if I'm going out and having a beach day or on the water day, I'm going to be feeling good going into my matches. But so far, pretty even across the board for both sides as we're rotating into P3 shortly. Cabal going to be the first ones over here, and with Flames locking down Tunnel, it's really going to put some emphasis here for Paul X to make a play, and he breaks it for dead for Cabal.
Yeah, that's what you want to see for as far as a clean feed coming in and getting yourself some early potential time. Omit Brooklyn will get the first touch. Talked about Dylan Rex, throughout a lot of last year and really trying to find his footing, get his way back up to the league. And we've seen this man put up some ridiculous numbers at times. So far off to a slower start, but it's Too Real that's been leading the charge. And Omit Brooklyn doing a solid job on the rotation, collecting some of this time. 20 seconds already just about going over to them, but Too Real, he's able to find some assistance on the third, puts together a great couple of kills, opens up some space.
It's such a good play, too, from Too Real there. You're just locking down Tunnel, making sure that Cabal can't fully overwhelm the points. And with that, Omit have completely taken control of this Colossus. Good chunk of time off this P3. Still 20 seconds left. You might flip them out, but immediate reaction there. Paul's on 7. He's got the Hellstorm, and I mean, right now, if you're Cabal, you're chalking this one up. You're trying to hold on to this grace that you've been given with this rotation to new.
Yeah, I think that question, Colin, about being out on the boat with Doug Sensor Martin, well, it looks to be answered as Paul X might just reach double digits here to kick off these first couple of hard points. And there it is, kill number 10. Finally, the trade in the back does inevitably come through, but you feel like a lot of that damage has already been done. Omit Brooklyn put up a solid 70-point lead. Cabal now need to find the response on the point. They do have the spawns in the back, but now it's all about trying to hold and make sure you do not get broken right away.
Yeah, I think right now I'm going to be putting some focus onto Vic. I mean, 5 and 11, not a good start there from the rookie on our Bravo stream, but it does seem like our Alpha stream is going to be rocking up right now between the Stallions and the Stush. As you can see, we got everything right now on day 1 of stage 4 headed, so make sure that you're looking through not just Alpha, but all the way down to Foxtrot and Echo as well. Get all the action that's going on with Challengers as we're locking in with our main matchup.
Yeah, the main matchup, the big one here, as we had already framed up, really looking at seeing what Swooty's going to be able to do after no longer being on his old team, and he's already off to a decent start. Good tanks into the third, but we'll be able to get a little bit of assistance. So far, the Stallions push able to come together with a decent amount of points off of P1 Hill. There's still a good 20 seconds to fight for as well.
I mean, we talked a little bit about the Stallions, but for the Stush team, and Attach said it himself, I mean, I know he's going to be a little bit biased as the coach for this team, but I mean, there's a magic with this Stush team, just the intensity and the will to improve from all 4 of these members. And with Okus coming down from C9, I mean, it hasn't been the prettiest season for C9 whatsoever, but Okus has been grinding against some of the top talents in CDL. He's going to be one player you look at to really ignite this roster to see what he learned in his stint with the CDL.
I like that. The experience certainly there. Rupert able to get involved, sub himself. But some of that high ground will remain in control thanks to KB. He now drops down, gets a read on the spawns, and is only able to get a little bit of additional damage in. FC Stallions really looking to get their rebound off of this point, and so far it's been somewhat decent, but you're starting to feel that pressure, starting to feel that hit. Swooty through the backside will only be able to come up with 1, and again, they deal with the push quite well. FC Stallions just need to find Manny.
Yeah, Manny doing a good job at playing his life, allowing his teammates to take a lot of this contact. And as soon as he gets an angle, Manny trucks forward 3 in a row for the break. The Stush are going to hold their lead heading into the 3rd rotation. And speaking of, look at that. Already working towards new. You see Swooty setting up. Skill's going to be there. Young talent that you look at a lot for the Stush team to be some great firepower. These two staying ahead of the curve. But Rupert, he's going to find some good timing there, and he's certainly going to disrupt this.
Gio over the top, has himself in a great position to start ripping some heads if people start peeking, but the nade's going to shrug him off the angle, and well, those are just beautifully placed. So now you're already tagged up in the hill. You have a lot to ask for if you're KB, but he's been able to deliver 4 in a row. Looking for number 5 over the top, but he does a great job of finding it, and still have Icons behind the point, trying to soak up some time. So far, it's been decent, and Gio's now back in position.
The issue right now for the Stallions is that the Stush have been doing great at just keeping you off this hill time. You need to convert these kills into time, and with 4 dead, this should be the last 20 seconds going your way. You even flip out where the Stush are going to be spawning, so it's just Manny really against this rotation. See if he can find even 1 kill would be fantastic, and KP has no idea. 4 go down, so Stallions don't really recognize the gift that was given to them, and they fumble the rotation a bit.
A lot of this lead has been thanks to Manny being in the right place, right time, playing his life when he needs to, and being on the rotation. But so far, some of those outer kills outside the hard point, not really going to be one for Stush, and that means that there is certainly a chance to grab some control, find that break, but you got to get through Swooty, and he's been doing a great job of playing his life now up top. Wants to try to play the finesse and maybe get to the back spawns, looking for another one, goes to the pistol, might be an easy tag for Manny, and now Manny's ready with his teammates as they break right back into the point.
You still got some Stallions here, so job not done just yet, and Skill might be able to clear out the backline perfectly, swaps over for the 3rd one. The finesse is so good, but Icons finally takes him down. That's going to give the spawn to the backline for the Stallions to break back into this P4. 12 seconds that you're going to grab off that scrap time. And you can see some of the members from the Stallions already working over towards new to triple hit through red. Swooty on a crossfire with Skill. And it looks like Skill taking a lot of that focus here for Swooty to just continue to keep the Stallions at bay. It's a 30-point difference heading into P5.
30 points coming down to that final hill in the first set. Skill still putting together some kills. He is just snapping, tweaking, ready to go. He's like, give me a gunfight, baby. And, well, doesn't even need to get a look at him. Shoots him through the wall, cleans up another one for 3 in a row. And we'll chow for number 4, but finally Rooper able to do some damage. So a chance now to look into the point. Man, he has so much to deal with. Stuns, nades, everything being thrown his way. Okus able to find at least that kill up top onto Rooper, shut down the spree, but still 25 seconds to fight for. Both teams still giving it a full-on look.
Yeah, no trophies down, so Stallions for the Stush going to be able to break their way back in off the Stallions there. Rooper, one last throw towards this P5, and 12 seconds of scrap time for the Stush to hold quite a considerable lead heading into the new rotation. Look at this. They're trying to flip it over towards blue. KB, I think he's getting the calm. He's going to read this one, so looks like Stallions will handle it pretty well. Still one player to look for. It's going to be Manny trying to get lost, but KP was so good, so patient at waiting it out. Fortunately, won't go your way, but the Stallions are getting some good time off the initial.
It's a quick trade that does come through. Manny had a chance to really influence the back and maybe pinch up the hill. Now a quick contest as we head back over to the P1 point. Still need a lot of time here if you're the FC Stallions, so you want to try to get as much as you can, find a clean transition into P2, but need to find some clean kills here first. Rooper, unfortunate timing on his left, tries to chow to the hill, but it's a clean 4 down, and Stush are going to be able to find a clean break.
That is COD timing at its best right there for Rooper. And unfortunately there, you can see that the Stush already looking to throw some highs over towards the red rotation. Swooty loses his battle, and Okus is just soaking up this time on P1. Great snap to KB, swaps to the secondary, won't get icons down, so a little bit of a lapse in this rotation for the Stallions to get set up early. You got top red control for KB. Skill immediately going to make his play, and it doesn't get better than that for the Stush. Looking for 5, but Geo shuts him down before he can get behind icons, and the Stallions in position to get the setup.
Oh, almost a nasty snap there from KB, and, well, damage somewhat mitigated, at least for a moment. The words came out of my mouth, and all of a sudden, Icon's the last one up here up top, and he'll be quickly dealt with. Still about a 50-50 foot race, though, for both teams to be able to get themselves some kind of control around the point. Swooty's can find one and then drop. Manny looks to get involved, but Gio's able to pick off 2, and, well, Okus looking for number 3. Oh, it's just about even trades across the board. Neither team really getting a lot of time off the point, but finally Swooty looking to slide in for some.
Yeah, Swooty and Skill are having one hell of a game right now, really keeping up with the slaying on the Stallions, and because of that, the Stallions just haven't been able to convert a lot of this initial rotation into some time cap. It's just constant breaks coming out from the back of the phenoms, the young phenoms of the Stush. And already on this rotation, just look at the spread that you're getting from the Stush. Swooty looking for top green control, reading the spawn for Geo. He won't win it, so some big fights coming out from the Stallions to hold on to this initial setup. Geo clears out top green. 3 make it 4 dead clean for the Stallions inside P3.
I like that teamwork. I like the patience, not forcing the gunfights, just allowing some of that teamwork to come into play. And Icon's able to play his life just a tad bit longer, goes for the reach out, and finally taken out. This is your chance here for the FC Stallions to really get yourself back into the game. It starts with this hill, and it looks like they might come away with the majority of the time to try to close that lead.
This is the best we've seen the Stallions in a setup. The first time that they haven't just been completely full wiped off a rotation. Try to make a play for blue. It's going to blow up. Got one remaining player at P3. Rooper just trying to spoil the fun for a couple of these members. Taking care of Skill. Might open up a couple of doors to catch some of these players on the rotation, but Skill will spawn up with the rest of the team. Manny in a great spot to lock down some kills at the front of blue, but he finds nothing, and the Stallions now grouping for a break.
Oh, you need this if you're the Stallions. Into the back, have to get through Skill, and he will end up dropping. Still, just about 1-for-1 trades though across the board. He still Stush on the point. Swooty trying to get a read on that push and won't be able to find the cleanup. FC Stallions looking to try to break in. They have the numbers around the point. This is their chance. Still trying to claw back into this one with 30 seconds left on the hill.
And Icons is playing his life so well. A lot of information for the rest of the team. You're getting good time off of this P4. And all you need to do is take care of Okus and the back. Unfortunately, though, Skill is going to stay alive. Skill finds 2. He does it again for the break. 27 and 21. 3 in a row for the young man. And he is flying at the Stallions, just looking to take control of Scar and try to put this one into striking distance of a map win.
Got to be a little worried here if you're Swooty and Skill. If you slow down, this one might start to get a little bit dangerous because all of FC Stallions have started to pick up the slaying across the board. The consistency is there, but will the rotation hold? It looks like it will hold here for now. A couple of close spawns going to come through and a chance maybe to break in, but is it going to be enough? Feels like you have to get this high ground. Not going to win that battle. And now it feels like the time's starting to dwindle away. 30 seconds left. Trophy system out. Swooty ready to break in himself. But those are some good cleanup kills and finally a good moment here and maybe some saving grace if you're the Stallions.
There's spawns at the back, so you're going to high-low this on the hill. If you're Stallions, you know that this is going to be an initial hit for the Stush to try to break for this P5. 3 go down, though, and it's only Skill through the middle of the map. Now looking to stay alive with 15 seconds. You get the rest of this. I mean, you're sitting around 190 points, so even though you don't get this one, you still feel like you're just one good hill off of a game win. This is surely going to go to a P2, and if the Stallions can start winning some of these initial fights, they've been getting to the setups early. It's just holding these setups that's been the issue.
Absolutely, it has been. Well, all scrap time is great scrap time. FC Stallions need to play the point just about from here on out. Geo looking to get involved around the point himself, but he'll be taken down. KB, 4 in a row. This is exactly what you need, the hot spree, but has to play his life. The wallbang inevitably takes him down. Geo looking to take his place. Hill going to be contested. Just about a 20-point game. Geo into the point, gets some great timing and finds the double up. FC Stallions still fighting here on the P1 hill.
This is where you got to be careful. I mean, no longer is this a winnable hill for the Stush, so you got to start thinking about this P2 rotation, and the Stallions have completely fought their way back into this game, albeit it's been a struggle for the most part. It is all well anybody's game right now, so rotation and new Icons with yet another big win, and the Stush suddenly just looked so disoriented. It has been individual hits all over the place. Finally, you get 3 down, and this is the moment. Tight game, P2, we're up.
Unbelievable. Motel Hill going to open up here for a setup, at least initially here, and a lead change again for the Stush. Swooty gets a read on the flank, but won't be able to win the one-on-one, so Orgless now needs to go big. He's on 6 in a row, goes to the pistol, makes it 7 in a row. Have to chow, have to make a move in, but the trade's looking solid here for Stush. A few more seconds and you should have the dub. One final attempt. FC Stallions have to slide, have to go, but they slam the door right in their face, and that will be map number 1 locked and loaded and secured for Stush.
I mean, man, that gets so close towards the end, but you got to tip Okus in the plays that he made.
Yeah.
30 and 32. He was negative for the entire game, but when you go 7 in a row in a rotation like that, when the team needs you most, I mean, you said it for the Stallions, but it's like you get hot at the right time, and you just shut the door on what was just momentum on the Stallions side. That is unbelievable ice coming out from the Stush in game 1 on that Scar. What a way to open up stage 4 for this team. And, you know, a squad that is put together for a lot of young talent looking to be cultivated into, you know, a winning team. I think that you look at what has been built against a team like Stallions who have been together all year long, and you can see the passion coming out from the Stush.
Can you ever? Get a little bit dicey there as we get to, you know, that third set of hills, but in the end they still are able to hold on, really thanks to that lead they built up throughout that hard point initially through the first 1 and 2 rotations of the hard points. But man, you take a look at just some of those kills. You called out Okus, who goes on that highest streak there of 7, puts up some massive numbers, really seals the deal for the map number 1 250 to 228 win on the Scar hard point. So you're feeling great if you're coming in here as Stush again, you know, with the new member in the roster. Swooty obviously finding that footing, but looking great alongside his teammates.
Yeah, and I'm excited for the Search and Destroy because I think the Stallions, and at least in the scrims for the past couple of days, the Search and Destroy has been a little bit of a pain point. So hopefully they've been working on things from, you know, even yesterday into today, and we can see what this raid Search and Destroy will bring us. But we got some action over on Charlie from what I'm hearing, and we get a first look at the Bush, the new look Bush squad, as we're into the Search and Destroy on Den. Torn's actually leading after a map 1 win, and we can see that for the Telluride Bush. Trake's now in this roster in place of Abe, who moves up to the Toronto Koi. Maybe not the best way to start your new look.
Maybe not, but, you know, still working out the kinks, still having to make sure everyone's kind of on the same page. Certainly always something that can take maybe a little bit of time, just hopefully not too much time here if you're a Bush Gaming fan. Either way, Capsidal, he's been looking pretty solid in this search, takes an aggressive chow there, and will pay the price as he will go down, but we'll drop it to a 2 versus 2. Bomb should go down here pretty safely, and now it's time to play retake.
Hey, you leave Cammy watching Dojo, you don't want to throw away that bomb, so you confirm that plant, you give yourself a post plant here, and Torn gonna have to retake this one. Cammy's gonna throw some shoulders, he's gonna recognize the initial contact, and for this one, they're just gonna give their distance.
Get info, back up, play some of the power positions. Drake's trying to get up close. He's going to lose Cammy, though, who was watching over him. And now, yeah, that gunfight gets extremely difficult. The double chow was bound to come in, and they do manage to clean him up there. So clinical retake coming through, and we'll be able to tie us up here at 1 apiece.
I mean, for the Bush right now, it's not only defending champions off of Atlanta is your storyline, but it's now for Trakes. It's how's your bounce back after kind of having your stint in the CDL going to look. And I want to see it look good because, I mean, there was a lot of conversation for Trakes being in the Rookie of the Year run for the entire CDL. So, unfortunately, we get to see him back on the Bush here, back in Challengers, but looking to see how he can turn around. And for Torn, I mean, let's talk about some of these young players, because TK himself is having quite the game. I mean, TK and Mince move over to Call of Duty in Stage 3, immediately qualify for the Elites, and they have just been a joy to watch. Now with Dak going into Atlanta, not the best placing that you've got, but now you've had a chance to build on that knowledge, work on things going into Stage 4, and already showing improvements.
Well, into round 3. Looks like it's going to be a very early life advantage. Make it 3 in a row. His Capsidal might just get the ace here. I mean, his teammates fly through to finish off the last one, but whatever Capsidal was eating today or whatever he's got going on, he's certainly not missing any shots, because this man is absolutely firing on all cylinders. Finds 3 of the 4 in the round, and that sniper rifle, well, when it starts to heat up, it starts to become a little bit difficult at times, even throwing shoulders when you want to get info.
Kind of what you get out of a player like Cap when he's got the snipe in his hand on Dead. He's looking good there. Haven't really seen too much, I'd say, from the sniper in past stages from this Bush team, but, you know, Stage 1 was definitely something that we saw quite a bit, so happy to see it back there. We'll go back to Alpha for the Stallions Derby, and if you want to catch that Bush action, it's over on the Charlie stream, so we get to see the other side of the Bush, and Stallions here try to go back-to-back in maps versus the main roster of the Stallions. Manny's gonna get the plant down. It's 4-on-4 for the retake.
Yeah, Manny does get tagged up, but he's able to at least get out with his life, so that is the most important part of this B plant. Now, trying to move forward. Skill in a great position just to at least get 1. Oak is also watching over him. He's able to find Geo. Rooper, though, with the response, and now Skill in a very bad situation, but he's traded out. 2v2 we go.
But he gets 1. And you're still trying to retake this one. Rupert's got the sniper. Icons has to be the one to make the play. And Swoot!
What a read.
What a play from Swoot. Turns on him for both kills there. Or no, he's got some help on the first one, but even still, that read onto Icons right away. Tags him up, turns, wins his fight. That is so good from the Stush, working off of a map 1 win on Scar.
Yeah. Hell of a read coming through for Swooty, and he's able to come up with a very, very big kill to seal the round there and get themselves the opener. And now they'll go on the defense. We'll see what FC Stallions really have in their playbook for their opening offensive round, and it looks to be something similar. Sniper in play, able to get 1 before he drops, so 3v3.
And everybody's just going to handshake and back away. I mean, working on a dime there is skill. And I didn't think he was going to push into Zig, but he does. KB caught backwards, but fights all over the map. And with that win from Geo, he's not only working on kitchen control, but all of B control with Icons to get this plant.
And it looks like they're going to make the call. Let's lay it.
Oh, the timing.
Geo watching over top, but yeah, does he get the read in the back? Tries to go to the drop shot, pays the price. Icons, how does he play this? Wants to tuck himself away in a corner. maybe find himself one, and oh, the timing here, it might just work out beautifully. They have no idea.
Oh, and he hits it! 1v1, 26 seconds. And he's just completely escaped. Icon's now in the reposition,
Again?
and he's escaped
No.
yet again. Skill has no idea. This is
Houdini.
such a vet call from Aiden.
Absolutely. Houdini, look at him, still finessing, and there was no time to get that to fuse. Skill's like, where did he go, man? Just finesses with some beautiful movement around the outside, comes all the way around basketball court. A disgusting shot as well with the sniper, and then just finesses the rest of the clock. I mean, that is a vet play. You'll love to see that to tie it up here 1-1.
It's just one of those moments that you don't really teach. You just kind of have intuition. As soon as you get through the
100%.
wheelbarrow and you get in behind, you know you win that one fight. It's just, okay, where's the teammate? He's most likely in kitchen. So you just wait it out a second. If he doesn't chow you through the front of basketball court, he's most likely just waiting to flank you. And you just recognize it perfectly there for your Icon Swooty and the other side of the sniper battle. Misses his initial shot. You can see right away after getting all that information, it's a rotation, and Rupert, he's the only one here.
Yeah, coming to my web, Rupert says. First shot not going to land, but they know he's in position. Second one just wide over the shoulder. Getting some looks, just not finding the connections needed. Swooty now looks to get involved himself, as that first blood might just allow for a potential plant to come through, but Icons had eyes on bomb. Great nade comes right through the connector, and well, everybody else just drops just about immediately after that first kill.
And something that I'm sure you get from Swooty, from the path that he's had. I mean, he's getting so much information and just so much knowledge from a lot of teams that he's been on. His stint with the Huntsman, we saw a lot on Raid, just that initial look with the sniper out towards Ring. And you get the information, if there's a lot of bodies there, you definitely don't want to stuff that. So the immediate wrap over towards B, you catch that numbers against Rupert. And unfortunately, if Rupert finds a kill there with the sniper, it certainly is a different round and a different pacing coming out from the Stush. But because Rupert doesn't get that and you just lose out on that B push, I mean, it's just such a good heads-up reactionary call from the Stush to go up 2-1 here. Battle out through mid, though, and it's a 2 kills down for the Stallions.
Yeah, crazy battle through courtyard. And Stallion's not going to love this round number 4 here. And there's also some good tags, as both players are going to be caught in and around Ring. Not the position you want to be in, and also the bomb's down through mid, so this could be a pretty difficult round to try to pull out. Swooty in the back. Oh, looks like that goes in between the legs, but finds the second shot. Now all
Geo?
down to 1. Geo, 1v4, not going to happen. Quick trade follows, and yeah, that play really starts and ends, it feels like, right through the middle.
I mean, Geo makes you question it for a second there, too. It's just, you get 2 clean kills, still have full HP. You win this fight versus Manny, which we've seen players do more with less. You could have been looking at a wonderful clutch there from Geo, but instead it's 3-1 for the Stush now. And yeah, look at this one. Oh, just right through the legs of the first. Still gets a second look, and the fact that he still hits that versus KB,
Right?
unbelievable. Confidence that you see from a lot of these snipers and challengers, it just gets better and better as the stages progress. So, how about the Stallions answer now on the defense?
Well, they're going to get info on one player. Right through the middle. The smoke might allow him to get out, but Icons, they were not ready for that. So Skill comes flying out, looking to try to grab some kind of positioning in and around the site. Will pay the price. Mandy now just going to actually start to bring this bomb over to A. You've had Okus here who's saying, listen, I don't see anything. Let's see if you can drop this rock and try to play for a post plant.
It's not a bad idea, especially with numbers down. I mean, right now you're hunting to see if you can bring this into an even 3-on-3, but KB's doing a great job of just keeping his space on his side of the map, while the rest work a flank pinch through red. So you get art control, and that's going to allow this retake to be a little bit easier. Swooty, he spots it.
Oh, you're going to lose Manny, though. Oh, beautiful set nade over the top. And I mean, that's just about as perfect as you could ever ask for here if you're the FC Stallions. On that retake, they give him no time to really set up. And, well, the tacks and nades over the top really do a lot of the heavy lifting as they break right in.
I'm going to say it too. This might be one of our matches that I'm always going to be just excited to see, because when you look at the heart of the Stallions, like, this is, although they've been competing for a long time, a lot of these players are still reasonably young. And they still, you know, have that will to just constantly improve, take criticism, and you know, make changes as the year goes on. We've seen it a lot, especially between Rupert and KB. I mean, they've been teammates since the beginning of time, it feels like. And you put Rambo Ray at the helm. I mean, he is just an encyclopedia of knowledge for this team. And with the Stush, it's no different. I mean, these four just constantly VOD review and constantly improve. There is no limit to how high these rosters truly can reach. And I think this is going to be such a good stage for both of them.
Oh, Swooty doesn't realize there's one down low, but it doesn't matter. Still gets the snap with the pistol. And now he feels like he's under threat, but Manny's in a great position to try to assist, just doesn't see the player close, so Icons gets one back. 3 versus 2, still about 45 seconds left on the clock, and they got to try to find Swooty and Tiki, and Icons, he comes up with a second.
Focus. Would have been nice to get that, but 1v3, good luck, buddy. Hasn't been the greatest map from him, but, I mean, hasn't been a terrible map either. Doing his job. Gonna isolate that fight versus Geo, but head ripped off from the sniper. I mean, good looks on a couple of those battles, but Stallions now with back-to-back rounds, I ask what is going to be their answer, and it's been off of these initial first bloods. I mean, you talk about the pool hold from Rupert where he misses a couple of those snipes. I mean, it goes a little differently, and I think that Stush, a lot of these quick reactionary calls is being met with some good reads from the Stallions. It's just locking down those initial first bloods. And now in the past 2 rounds, we've seen the Stallions win those initial battles. It's really slowed down the Stush, and it's allowed them to claw their way back into a tie game.
Well, very even across the board, as you just put. But looking for the go-ahead round here. In round number 7, Swooty looking for an angle. We get info on 1, top laundry. But won't be able to finish off the kill. So still, both teams with all 4 members alive and well. Bomb still playing inside of red, but Manny's starting to get a forward position. But is he going to get a read on Geo?
Oh, I don't even think Geo has a read on Manny. Now he does. However, the rest of the team is there as well. So Manny not alone in this siege. Now you got Swooty exactly where you want him. What a shot onto Rupert. Just a nudge of the hair. And that's all you need. 2v4 for the retake. Manny now makes it a 4v1. And the Stallions just completely blindsided by the Stush in what is a great push back laundry.
Filthy shot. I mean, my goodness. Just like
flick
what?
Too.
You saw a pixel? A pixel over the top of that rock? Do I remember chowing that rock back in Black Ops 2? That was a no chow zone usually. You do not want to chow that. Swooty says,
different hit reg.
I dare you. I dare you. Give me a pixel. That's all I need. I'll find the head. 7 and 4, man.
See it again.
Let's go. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. That's disgusting.
Wasn't even a wallbang. Like, that was direct on target. Yeah, Austin, I've seen you do that a couple times with the DSR, but never with the VS Recon.
Getting old, man. I'm getting old. First blood comes through onto skill. And this is a round that you want to try to get back here for the Stallions. Rupert does get inside.
I think Manny hurt him.
I think you're right. And Manny runs right back through, but yeah, he is almost caught off guard. It feels like he wasn't really ready for it. Swooty looking for an angle up top. He's got a nade. Will he find the connection? Looks like the answer is no.
He does have an M15. However, Stallions, the one thing that they've done so well is that when they get the first blood, they don't usually scam in numbers advantages. And you can see that again, like nobody's overchalling, everybody's holding their own, and everybody's in a tradable position except for Icons. So Swooty at the sniper, maybe trying to find an opening through mid, won't happen. Rupert finessing, and yeah, that is one of the hardest hills to break that we do have. So in a 4 versus 2, although it looks good, it's not enough there. The Stallions keep this one 4-4. We are still tied.
Yeah, it's been a fun one. Back and forth. Both getting deeper and deeper into the playbook, but a lot of this really coming away with who can kind of get forward. And we've seen some of these players, try to push up, take away that control earlier. We saw that from Icons. And we'll see what Stallions Bush have for us next here? Stush looking for a big round on the attack. And we've also seen, because you have, hot snipers that are hitting a lot of shots, it makes it very difficult to almost peek for early information at times when you're trying to get a read on where this hit's actually coming from at the start of the round.
Battle through mid again, and Rupert's just waiting for the green light to go. KB first blood there. Sniper's gonna hit onto Manny, and Swody finds the answer. Looking for a second. Can't hit the flick this time, and Icons keeps the numbers in favor of the Stallions. So backs up, player life. Hold on to this mid control, and really can take you anywhere with the bomb down in bedroom. This makes it incredibly harder, especially with Rupert here. And KB on his wing.
Oh, doesn't finish his food. You can see it. You can see what he was looking for. Just needed one more bullet there to finish that one off. But that's the response that you wanted to see from the FC Stallions. I think as soon as you also take Swooty out of the round, it starts to feel like you can let out a nice deep breath as they find themselves into that numbers advantage and make sure he does not have that hot scope that has just been flicking and hitting shots. But a nice setup. Doesn't finish his food. Maybe had a chance at picking up the 2-piece at the end. Not going to work out. And now FC Stallions, they're very much here on map point.
Yeah, down 3-1 at one point, might I add. So it has been a little bit of a comeback for the Stallions. And as soon as they bring themselves back, they haven't looked back. So KB, first blood last round on a Manny with the sniper, looking for one this time around. Doesn't get any of the information. And not even that, it's Manny taking the water route underneath. So has a chance to maybe catch KB a little off guard.
Oh, Manny was expecting there to be a second player. You could see it. And KB just says, well, thank you very much for the freebie. They know Swooty's over by B, and Okus is almost going to be kind of left out to dry. Only has help through the middle, and he gets a little ambitious there. So now all of a sudden, it's a 4 versus 2. Looking good for what could be the closeout round. Have to go big if you're Swooty and Skill.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to retake. 2v4. Swooty's been noted, and I think Gio gets information on both players now, so you don't even need the post plant. You know where the traffic's coming from. Still going to get the bomb down. And the Stush have just been backed out of every angle. Swooty with the sniper. I mean, 10 and 6, you've had one hell of a map number 2. However, the Stallions, man, clawing their way back into the series, tying us up 1-1 in this best of 5. And making sure that we get to see a Colossus hardpoint.
Yeah, certainly going to be the case. Swooty, hot hand, but they start to work around it, start to figure out some of that information, and make some right plays at the right time. You gotta love the adjustments that we did see there coming through for the FC Stallions. And, being down halfway through that search and destroy, realizing what they needed to change, started to find some good trades, get some good first blood starting to go your way, not losing out on the first bloods, of course, on the other end. And a lot of that, thanks to what Gio was bringing to the table. Icons had a couple of really aggressive plays with the sub, and KB doing what he could to match that pressure in the second half of the search and destroy with the sniper himself, too.
I mean, 10 rounds, we get 5 first bloods on both sides. I think it's just for the Stallions, they started to pick it up towards the end of the game, especially winning a lot of those initial duels. Manny shut down in that last round for a flank. He gets perfect timing, except KB just has that intuition to read it. And as soon as you go for that one, I think the Stush were immediately trying to react and pull some bodies over towards B, but Stallions, they made that rotation over towards A, and that's what we see, just a really strong back half of that raid search and destroy from the FC Stallions to tie us up. We got Scar Overload for the split in that series, see who's going to take that momentum, and we got our Foxtrot series. It's Bittersweet versus Falcons Academy Green. A little bit of a change up for this Bittersweet roster, especially for Fellow now playing alongside of rookies of Peel and Nate yet again, which he started the year playing alongside Nate's, and he topped that off with Prada. This is one that I think we're going to be really interested in, kind of take a look at, if they can put it together, or it's been kind of a whirlwind of a year for a lot of these guys.
Well, 2-1 the tally so far in the search and destroy, as that map 1 went over to Bittersweet. Bomb looks to be going down fairly safely, and it will be now a full-on retake for Bittersweet.
Falcons Green looking for a way out. However, Nate striking first, keeping them pinned on the inside. Here comes the nades. Trophy's going to do good to intercept it, and Peel just flooding his way through the smoke. Nate with the follow-up, and together they just break down the post plan of Falcons Academy Green, making sure that nobody can get in position to take those early battles.
I love that retake. Just a little bit of chaos with the smoke and start to funnel through and find the trades, find the kills needed. Good bait and switches, good teamwork all around the board, and, well, helps when Peel was also hitting some of those shots that he did, too, in the initial. So, 2-2 now, the tally, as this one seems to be a pretty close affair for at least the S&D here thus far.
I know it's a little bit of a change-up, but I'm still kind of curious on what's going on with that Bush series, because they lose the Search and Destroy, and I know it's like a little early, it's only day one, but with what happened in Stage 3, I'm worried for this roster, but got other things to talk about with this round number 5, as the team's looking to take a lead in this S&D. Looks like the bomb leading over towards B, with a lot of the attention onto Peel. You got a Luca through the middle of the map, and he's going to try to make a play, but he gets caught instead by Nate.
Able to finesse out some of those shots. Nox finally going to go down. Had a couple of looks with the sniper. Peel just trying to play his life. And how about the assistance? Able to find one, but Roxas able to get one back. Now looking to see if he can deal with the rest of the members, but too much to deal with. Comes up with a second. However, will be quickly traded out. Bittersweet still going to be able to hold on here and grab themselves a round lead.
I am kind of just getting a little bit of a lay of the land across the entirety of the matches going on, not just this one. And it is 2-0 up for Torn against the Bush, so
wow,
a little bit of doom and gloom for that side. Huntsman up 2-0 in their series. They're looking pretty good, and I think Cabal take the S&D on Fringe to tie things up versus Omit Brooklyn, so I mean, it's day one of the last stage of our elites, and we're already getting just absolute pandemonium across all of our series.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Nox getting dangerously close to just smoking his teammate in the back of the head, but luckily it does not connect. So still 4 versus 4 up until that first kill will come through onto Fellow. Now Prada looking to get a little aggressive, but he's spotted on the aggression. Oh, that could be a 2-piece. It sure is. He comes up with 2 and maybe gets the wallbang there as well for the third. And that is just a beautiful flank through the back.
I mean, one thing to really talk about for Bittersweet, and it's going to be the storyline for this entire roster, is not just the reunion of Fellow and Nate, but it's just been the rise of Nate as he's kind of gone on his own journey across the entire year of Black Ops 7. I mean, you go into that Omit Brooklyn team at the start of the year, it doesn't work out the way that everybody thought it was, and he was supposed to be the superstar. He gets dropped, he moves around a lot of different rosters and a lot of different things to learn, and I mean, you're now just kind of climbing the ladder once more, and with this Bittersweet roster, with Felony at the helm, with that veteran knowledge that he can bring, I think Nate is just a complete different player from what we saw at the start of the year, and we get to see it on a roster that also has another rookie of Peel who's been having another great year.
Bomb looks to be going down. Oh, does not go down. How about the nade? And that will be the first blood needed, as well as a lot of information. It's going to make things a little bit more tricky, because now you have no idea how many players are going to be collapsing from where on this retake. Luca through the outskirts of the rooftops, able to find his 1v1. All comes down to Fellow. A 1v4 comes up with 2. Oh, he's snapping from left to right. Inevitably, that trade surely would have came through if he got the third, but he certainly makes it a little mixy there for a moment.
Oh, it's funny, too, because, I mean, you got Aluka versus Nate. It's the prodigal son versus the golden child. And you see towards the end there, Fellow trying to make his best there. Roxas shuts him down, and Falcons Academy Green put themselves back on the board to bring us into a 1-round difference. And that's going to make things interesting for the next attack, because I think for the Falcons Green, this would be a good time to kind of take your look over to a quick dash on B. I mean, with trophies being up for these players yet again, refreshed, you get a quick plant here with those trophies down. It's not going to be easy for Bittersweet to retake.
Nox looking to come over the top, but his teammate will be able to help and assist with the first one. Prada looking for a double up, but won't be able to find the second. Trade's not going to come through. How about that? King of Body gets involved, finds himself 2, and once again, a 1v situation, this time a 1v2 for Felony. through the back. Are they going to get a read on this? They certainly will now. Has to try to rip the first player. Has a chance to reposition, but fight might just come to him, and he doesn't get a chance to reposition. And they will be able to find him in the end. That's 2 rounds on the bounce, and that means we're going to be tied up here 4-piece.
It's just such a good season of challengers, at least for this stage, because I mean, even for Falcons Academy Green, you talk about some of those issues back in stage 3, and it's King of Body. He goes back to EMEA. He has some visa issues, and you don't really get that full Falcons Academy team back in stage 3. So you go to Atlanta, you place 4th with your team, and you get that visa resolved back into this roster. They look like they're back into their same old ways for the Falcons, looking to tie things up versus Bittersweet. You can go check that out on FOXTROT. We got our alpha match in the Overload ready to go. Swing map mode combo of Overload on Scar. It's KB on the flank making plays already.
KB looking good for what could have been a lined up triple, and maybe just grab the EMP and sprint right to the zone. Won't end up happening though. Icon's looking to see if he might have found an avenue through the back, and it looks like he might have been able to slip through for a moment as things reset back to the middle, but 3 players going to drop down all at the same time, and now this is a chance for an aggressive push right over to A.
Yeah, but they don't have the ball. I mean, the Overload device is down through mid, and Stallions have done a good job at making sure that you can't progress with this attack. It's an offense for nothing, and the Stallions hold strong on their defensive end. Ball most likely will get left to reset. Back through mid. The Stallions once again just looking for map control around it. You can see Rooper working up through P3. Icons for market control. Skill shuts him down, and this is just one back and forth affair that hasn't started or hasn't stopped since the start of the series.
Well, middle map control here for the FC Stallions, but more or less looking to try to find a couple of kills before they look to make their move. Maybe get a player forward. Luckily, Icons was actually dealt with here if you're the Stush. And now through the back, we'll be able to actually find one on response coming right off the spawn. Through the middle, though, you saw Geo starting to find some kills. He's on 2 in a row, making 3 in a row, and that's going to clear out some space.
When Icons is flying, he's going to be the lead blocker for this attack, and Swody might be able to stop this one. Doesn't get eyes onto KB, who as soon as he dunks it on you, he pulls up his gun and he knocks you down. So a little bit of salt rubbed in the wounds there for the Stush. Getting scored on. Stallions open up this Overload 1-0 up, and KB already looking for control over towards the other side. Unfortunately, he picks it up. So what do you do? This is an awkward situation.
Yeah. Skill to come through and actually find a decent pinch. Swooty trying to get a read on whether or not there's one more player actually. And Manny now able to sniff out one, but quickly traded out here once again. Still trying to get a forward position. Things going to reset back over the field side. So a chance to try to grab it if you'd like, but you still want to get a kill or two before you start to make this push. Down to about 1:50 left on the clock here for round number 1.
And I'm sure a lot of people are pretty frustrated with the way that the Stush are handling this. I mean, they just continue to look for pressure into blue without grabbing the Overload device. That just really shows how hard it is to set up this spawn trap on the side from the green spawns. And I mean, for the Stush, you really need to emphasize getting somebody into top blue, getting somebody into the enemy lines before you grab this device. And unfortunately for them, they just haven't really been able to get a player through the enemy lines just yet. So, I mean, hopefully you can put it together in the next minute 13, but being 1-0 down isn't really the worst thing here on Scar Overload.
Well, have to play defense here. Last player in the back, going to be Icons. Okus trying to finesse, trying to wait for help as well. Can he get it through? The stun, it connects, but doesn't matter. The tie-up is in, able to slide in just in the nick of time. Now down to about 50 seconds left here in the round as we're tied up.
Yeah, rare oversight there for the Stallions. You just try to get aggressive out their lanes, and with the patience from the Stush, you meet those close battles, you win your CQC. And that is going to tie things up on the Scar Overload. Like I said, you're not worried about being down 0-1. Because Scar is definitely something that flip-flops quite often. Geo on the opposite side of the map trying to pull away a couple of these kills. Well, the Overload device pushes through red. KB holding it 20 seconds before we see that overtime proc. And it looks like the Stallions are going to try to burn the clock.
Yeah, wisely backing up here, KB, realizing he's lost some of his forward players in front of him. KB, though, Chow comes to him. He's on 6 in a row. He's starting to piece together a couple of key kills.
He's got a Hellstorm, too.
Does have the Hellstorm. Has a chance to maybe fly on out. OT looks to come into play, but he's still got so much to deal with and doesn't have a whole lot of support.
Oh? Okay. I was going to say, you know, if you have somebody top blue and they take care of the pressure to Satellite, I mean, that could have been really devastating for the Stush. But Stallions make a good call. I mean, going into the second half, down 1-1, I mean, a lot of teams on Scar have become pretty comfortable with attacking from both sides. So for the Stallions, I'm sure they're not really too worried about it. Instead of giving the Stush a chance to grab the device themselves and proccing overtime, they just run out the clock and make sure that's a tie game going into the second half. So anyone's game still. We swap sides. It's just kind of rack it up, see who's going to take the win on this map 3. And with how close not just the hard point has been, but the search has been, like, this is really par for the course from what we've been expecting for the Stallions matchup.
Yeah, it absolutely has been, man. Has not disappointed, and best way to kind of kick off day number 1 here for Elite Stage 4. But 1-1 the tally as we got through the first round. A lot of close calls and really pretty even, I would say, across the board. Geo gonna try to make his way through the middle of the map. He comes up with a couple of very nice kills, clean shots, but Swooty still the last line of defense, comes together with a couple kills of his own and slows things down a tad bit here for the Stallions.
And how proactive are the Stallions going to be from this side? Because we saw the Stush had a couple of moments where you could have gotten attacks from the green side spawns, but you just left that device on the ground and you never really had a player pressuring for that score. You don't expect to get that from the Stallions, and I mean, KB's been hot. He still has the Hellstorm, so if you get a clean 3 down, you drop that Hellstorm, like, that could be a guaranteed cap right there. So that's what we're kind of looking at for the Stallions. For the Stush on that side, it's been a slow game from Okus and Manny. Can the SMGs pick it up? Where the ARs have been lights out on Scar.
All right, everyone looking to probably rush inside, but able to still come away with 1. KB looking to just slow it down, get some info, but Okus has been able to find himself 2 icons. Does get in there for the dunk, just barely. The streak buys him enough time.
Hey, I know what I said. I mean, the streak's going to give you a cap, and there it is, a lead for the Stallions. See if they can slow things down, deny green control for the Stush, and you deny a push over towards A. KB with 2 through mid. Roper takes down Okus, and now Roper's in a position where you really got to focus on taking him away from this blue control. Everybody's going to try to take Roper away. Trophies down. He's just playing his life, and his teammates arrive to help it out. Fortunately, though, Manny and Swooty go big. They hold the line, and the ball stays in Geo's hand.
It does for now. Push comes to him, and that should at least give you a tad bit of a chance to try to reset here if you're the Stush. But it feels like they've really been on the back foot so far on this side. Finally a chance maybe to start to surge forward. Skill getting a read on some of the players here. Should be able to find a freebie through mid. He does. 2 players now down for FC Stallions, and Skill is very far forward.
Yeah, Skill's going to be the one to make a play. Good patience from Icons. He gets his. Is going to buy enough time for your teammates to get here to defend it. Manny finesses. Okus has his back in a tie game yet again. With this B control, you can see that Stallions are going to spawn out, so we'll have the opportunity to at least overextend through mid-map and see if they can contest this initial ball spawn, but all the fights go the way of the Stush, and it's going to be another run. Skill's trying to pull this one for a 3rd cap, and it's a lead change for the Stush.
All of a sudden, things starting to take a turn as FC Stallions have been leading it, controlling it, but starting to fall apart late into this map number 3. A single point lead, though, is all it is for the Stallions Bush. Still a chance to try to get back on track, but you need to find some of that control that was working so well for you. And you're looking at Icons again to lead the charge. Tip of the spear here. See if you can clear out some space. But they're trying to get a read on where some of the members are. You can see number 5. He's been able to find himself a big kill. That's Swooty.
It's unbelievable that both scars might boil down to Okus going on a 7 spree to absolutely ice up for your team. But he does it again. 22 and 19 now. Skill puts away the 3rd cap. It's a lead for the Stush going into the last minute 30. How do the Stallions respond? 3 dead. Okus defending for the ball, getting picked up, and a nice shot there on Icons as well. Ball going to be grabbed. Moved right over towards Manny, where it's Geo alone trying to get a setup here for an attack out through boat.
Great set nade. Swooty looking to cut through mid himself, but will end up dropping. Does this give them a chance now to tie this game up? Manny over the top of the van, comes up with a critical kill. Okus, read on the second, almost gets the re-snap, but won't finish off the kill. Luckily, his teammates move in. They get the job done. The whole right side of the map has now been cleared out, and they grab the EMP for themselves. They can start a push with 50 seconds left.
Absolute grind, but it's one that the Stush are happy to battle. You see a flank coming through blue from Rupert. He's in behind, playing alongside longtime teammate KB. Skill quietly waits it out. Should be able to defend boat control. And with those 2 kills, 30 seconds, the Stallions have plane control, and all 4 going to spawn there, but it's really down to this last push to see if he can tie it up.
Yeah, who's going to come up big here for the FC Stallions? Somebody is going to be required to do so, and it resets back to the middle. That means that 15 seconds left on the clock. Someone has to make a move here for the EMP. Okus almost with a double up of his own. 10 seconds left. Manny finds another one, and FC Stallions starting to drop around the point.
Swooty through mid, calls game with it, and the Stush are going to be able to take yet another respawn from the Stallions back into the lead with an overload 3-2 win on Scar. What a series we got between these two teams, and unfortunate towards the end. I mean, it's such a good call from the Stallions. Just put all your eggs into a boat push. You have all 4 players there, just nobody grabs the ball, and it resets mid, and it completely distresses the entire setup. Everybody's got to re-clear through mid. Stush are happy to take those fights with blue control, and a little bit of an oversight there for the Stallions in the respawn yet again. And like I said, Austin, I mean, twice now, a map's boiled down to Okus getting a 7 spree to turn the tide for the Stush. What a way to bring your team back.
Incredible. But on the flip side of that, it feels like you got to be kicking yourself a bit if you're the FC Stallions. You know, you're in control of that game for the majority of the time, and then it's really that double relay that kind of happens right through middle, where they just find a great set of kills, they follow it up with another set of team or kills again, and that really just kind of allows you to relay that EMP, get yourself that little 1-point lead, and that's enough to hang on to the lead for the map. 3-2 on the Scar overload. Got to be feeling great about that, man. Respawn's looking pretty decent for the side of the Stush. But now Colossus hardpoint, Colin. That's where we start to head to here. And if you're the FC Stallions, this is where you got to find your footing. This is the respawn you got to take if we're going to see that map number 5.
And the questions for the Stallions is the respawns, man. Twice now we've seen some close respawns, and you get towards the end game and they just slip up, just make some small mistakes that really cost them. So go to this Colossus. Hopefully they can put it together. We got some matches still to pay attention to across the entire challengers, and it's going to be Omit Brooklyn up 2-1 after clutching up a gridlock overload 3-2 with a last-second capture. Gwyn 28-22 leading the charge for his team on that map mode combo. Now heading into a Hacienda hardpoint.
Yeah, and this really is the big conversation point here, right? Gwyn coming down into challengers, looking to see if he can find success with this squad and end off the year on a positive note. But we do take a look at the score, and more or less this rotation looking decent here for Cabal. They got forward position here. Recipe up front, ready to get a read on what is going to be a solo hit, so that's an easy first kill. Aggressive Chow ends up coming through, so the trade will follow. And now it's about trying to get the majority of your players through the front, and so far Rex has been able to open up a little bit of space.
And I mean, it's a little bit of a change to adding Hacienda into the map pool, but it's a comfortable change for a lot of players who've been competing for years on end, Austin. And although with the Omni movement and the wall bouncing, yes, Hacienda has kind of picked up the pace a little bit with a lot of these rotations, but it hasn't really diminished how standard a format it is to, as long as you're rotating to a lot of these hills early for Hacienda, there's a lot of money hills to be had, especially with P2 and P4. So you see that right there for Cabal. They get the standard setup in P2, lock down so much time, and they're looking to force a map 5 against Omit Brooklyn, take them back to Search and Destroy, which is where Cabal took their map win earlier on in that series. So if Cabal can take this map 4, push the map 5, they might be able to find themselves an upset to start off their stage 4. But that's going to be on the Bravo channel if you want to check it out. We go back to Alpha, and it's Stallions on the back foot against the Stush, seeing if they can take themselves a Colossus.
They've played a lot of these respawns extremely close. Slow start in the first hard point on the Scar, but we're able to find at least somewhat of a comeback coming into the second half of the game. Need a better start this time around. Maybe if you're going to secure that map number 5 and have a chance at stealing away this series. So far, though, pretty solid off of the P1 point. Just about 12 seconds. Rupert still very much involved, trying to make sure that he's going to be able to watch over his teammates as his high ground will remain here for Stallions, but not before Swooty gets involved. He finds 2.
Yeah, it's where does this comeback start for the Stallions too is the conversation, Austin. It's who's going to take charge. I mean, we know that KB has been really on the forefront as the main IGL for this team, just flooding through the comms with, you know, how to like really dissect a map. And for the rest of the team, it's just when it gets into those close matches towards the end of a lot of these games, and you expect Colossus to be one of those, you have to make sure that you're listening to KB. You got to make sure that you're listening to your IGL to make those plays so that you're all playing on the same page.
I like it. Big battle in the back. Swooty looks to be overwhelmed, so those spawns might just come through here for the FC Stallions to clean up the last member inside the point, and that will be the case as they're able to find themselves a very solid break and still lots of time to fight for here on the P2 hill.
And they got the setup too, and even with that, they've pushed out to flip this out 20 seconds, so if you can force a spawn trap in the back of P2, it gives you an easy rotation to the new hill, and that looks like it's the call for the Stallions holding on to this lead. They got themselves a really good setup here, and Stusher kind of in a pickle. Fortunately enough, though, you do spawn out of Furocus, and he's going to be able to provide those yellow spawns to the rest of the team, so they will make it to P3 unscathed.
5 in a row here for Rupert, 5 in a row here for Icons. This is exactly what you needed, but as you said, required break now going to be required for the Stallions to make their move, and well, not looking great, at least initially through the tunnel, but now through the outskirts, looks like kills starting to come through. Space created from Geo, who is up to a couple kills, and Rupert will be able to follow him up. They'll grab control, they find the break.
I think one thing for certain for the Stallions I've been really impressed with is the ability to flex. A lot of these players have been pulling out the NPC, especially Geo. A lot more has been setting pace with this gun. So a map like Colossus, I think the Stallions are going to be feeling good as the game goes on to pick up a lot of these close quarter battles with this new sub, and when we can see it already, getting out to a quick lead for this map. Can they hold it? They break back in for P2, and you do have KB working towards new.
Just about a 20-point lead, but FC Stallions, I think, not having to play chase and actually leading is a much better start here to this hard point, as they need this again if we're going to see that map number 5. Big battle out front. KB gets a read on the second player, but it's going to be Rupert who gets involved in the play himself, cleans up the trade kills required, and the setup again looking decent. The rotations have been much cleaner and much more crisp this time around when it comes to getting to the hill initially. It's just all about holding, and this flood might be enough to break right through, and it is. Sush, they break them down as soon as the setup is in, and they'll make sure they get here for the remaining 30.
Hey, a lot of damage there from Icons, just can't find those kills, so the Stush with a much needed break here in P4. Still a lot of time to play for, and the Stallions are going to quickly get into position to try to break their way back. Unfortunately, 3 dead in the favor of the Stush means that all the scrap time will be going over towards them. We will be seeing a tie game heading into the second set of rotations, and it's a focus on P1 for these fights. Swooty on 4 in a row. Can you turn this into anything? It doesn't look like it. You will battle back if you're the Stallions, but heading into P2, trophies now, or heading into the second set of rotations, trophies going to be a big focus for the Stallions to get a perfect setup here at P1.
Good kill from Skill, trying to make his way in. KB stunned up, but still able to come away with another one. That's 5 in a row. He started off a little bit slow, but he's really starting to pick it up now. Do get a big double up that comes through for Skill, but will be FC Stallions trying to remain on the point up until Swooty gets involved in the play. So just about 20 seconds or so separating the two, but a decent amount of time to fight for. 25 seconds left on the point.
That's a job well done from the Stallions. I mean, technically speaking, all you need to do is keep this hill white, and you've already won the second rotation, at least the start of it, because this is difficult for the Stush to break with those initial trophies, and now the Stallions have a complete dominance of this P2 rotation and a 30-point lead, which was once a tie game. I mean, you've done a great job at locking down P1. The ball is in the court of the Stush to see if they can quick break P2.
Geo laying down, but ready for a potential pinch to come through. The timing doesn't matter, works out, so they're able to come away with one. Ocus will fall. Still in a elongated 1 versus 1 here as both players battle it out.
Jeez.
Well, finally, Icon's able to get the best of him. Manny, oh my god, he's in the same boat here. Oh my god, it's gonna be another one. Icon's by so much time, doesn't come up with the kill, but you feel like he was giving his team a decent chance at getting a look at the hard point. Doesn't work out for a break, and now Stush will be able to come away with what feels like some much needed time to try to bring back this lead and close it.
Oh, it's desperation time off of this P2. I mean, that's exactly what you needed to do. And even though Icons does a good job at playing his life, finessing over towards blue, that whole time the Stush broke P2 and they were soaking up the hill. So what was a 30-point to a 50-point lead is now just a 30-point lead yet again going into P3, and the Stush stay just what is one good setup away from flipping this back into your favor, especially with P3, P4 coming up. If they can dominate the left side of the minimap, this is going to be a good set of hills to chain.
That was a good info there for Manny, getting a read on where this push is coming from, and that means that Okis can reflank through mid, finds a couple of kills through the tunnel with the help of one of his teammates. 3 players gonna drop for the FC Stallions, make it 4, and Stush looking to bring this one back as they find a clean feed of white.
Well, like I said, you're just one good hold back into this game. The Stush are starting to claw their way through. Stallions came out hot, but now they're starting to slow down. So you look towards what I said earlier. You got to be listening to your IGL, playing as a full unit to break some of these hills. And they do a perfect job back into P3 for 20 seconds of hill time to hold on to this lead and break over towards this P4 side of the map. And you couldn't have asked for a better time to pop off for the Stallions.
I mean, what a lead change, though, that comes through off the back end of that hard point. The Stush were down and out. It felt like at times where they were just behind the ball. They were not able to find the tempo needed, but all of a sudden have picked it up. One rotation, starting to make some great play calls, finding flanks at the right time, everything taking a turn. But to the new hill we go. Stush will be able to come off that last point and really get themselves all the way into the back. Might be able to clear out that spawn. They do exactly that, but now it's a bit of a 2-on-2 pinch, seeing if they can break back in and grab control of the hard point.
And they don't read the splits right away, so Swooty spawns up with skill. They fight for back yellow control, and the rest of that split spawn get the perfect timing to battle back to the front. So the Stush do it yet again. Get blessed with a spawn from Swooty, trying to hold on to this P4. Still a battle for the Stallions, keeping this game tied up 152 apiece. And the contention yet again, Rupert and Skill for the fight. It's Skill to walk away on top for the last 10 seconds. And the Stallions, they have to chalk this up and go to new.
They do. Scrappy, scrappy hill as we see the tail end of it finally go the way of Stush. But they had to work for it. That close spawn and maybe a couple spawns along the way certainly help out. But look at the amount of map control it looks like they already got. They already break right through despite FC Stallions getting the initial setup. And this is really what's kind of changed. The setups are being broken much faster through the second half of this hard point. Stush are starting to grab control, but a much needed moment comes through for FC Stallions. There's still lots of time to fight for on P1.
Into the hill, down by 17. Geo trying to push out through P4. And he's going to give a little bit extra time here for KB. Drops down, leaves it for the rest of his team to soak up some more time off this P1. That's KB trying to look for some space over to P4. Skill and Oak is doing a great job, though, working it together. Manny in the breakthrough new. And it's Swooty on the flank through blue to try to flip these spawns out for the team. Clinical yet again from the Stush. And you look at KB, he's the only one back here to hold off.
Yeah, he's got it back all the way up. Was wondering if he maybe has some trigger discipline here, but he does have his teammate with him now, so side by side, they can look to break through, use the teamwork. He's going to leave Manny, finds one up close. KB, does he find another one in the back? Shots come through, does come up with the kill, but still very much a battle for the hard point. And now all the spawns coming through in the back, and you're starting to feel a bit of that pressure as they funnel through. And now looking for a moment into the hard point. You need it now more than ever for the FC Stallions, but they have not been allowed to enter in. They have just been denied, and another moment comes through. Stush over 200 points is starting to build up a lead.
I mean, the Swooty revenge arc has been one to watch because you get dropped from the Huntsman for pro points, you move to the Stush, and he's just been lighting up the slaying for his team all series long. 34 and 24. He's 10 positive right now on the Colossus. With the NPC in his hand, you win the battle at Old, you get that scrap time, and I mean, you are 20 points away from winning this series and opening up 1-0 in the Challenger Stage 4.
Swooty, I mean, he is gliding right now on the map, trying to reach 40 kills before this one potentially ends, but FC Stallions still looking to fight. still looking to hold on. It's really been the hold specifically that have been the problem, it feels like, in the latter half of this game. So that needs to change. Most importantly, right here, right now, with 40 seconds left on the P3 point, Okus over the top, looking for some heads. We'll be able to get some decent damage in. Skill looking to see if he can really put the pedal to the metal, break into the point, but it's Swooty that gets involved. 3 players gonna drop. Last one up gonna be Geo as he has to play his life.
Swooty's gonna fly forward, so he's got the setup and he's got the M15 back out, so easy shots for himself. 10 seconds left. The Stallions, they need to break. All 4 from blue.
All 4 have to flood, have to go. It is go time, but the problem is it feels like there is too much to do. Sush holding on to the final couple of seconds. Manny finds a double up, and that will be the close as Sush get themselves their very first match win here in Stage 4.
And I mean, for Group A, you're looking at some really tough head-to-heads in the Group of Death. For the Stush, your first initial matchup was one of the biggest, with the Stallions looking so good after their performance in Atlanta. I mean, you come together to topple some of these top teams, and you've already checked off that first box. What a series from the Stush. What a way to dominate just the respawns in general. And each one of them, although chaotic and close, it just felt like an orchestra from them where everybody was working in tandem, doing their part. I mean, helps when Swooty's 40 and 27 with 4,400 damage. But just in general, it's just like the Stush are doing exactly what they need to do to climb their way back into these games. And as soon as they find that momentum, it's really hard to take that away from their control.
I agree. It feels like when they really start to press, it feels like if you don't have the response, if you're not matching that same pacing and tempo and being able to, find the 2 pieces of your own, then you fall into that hole, which is inevitably what ended up happening to them. Ended up dropping into, that 30, 40 point hole after leading the majority of the game. And a lot of that came off the back end of, like you said, Swooty, but a couple of heads up calls, coming through for skill as well as Manny, right place, right time. I think that was also a huge part of the map number 1 win that came through for them was, Manny being in the right place, right time, reading the map correctly, making sure he's influencing the spawns, all the things that you love to see and all the things that we talk about when it comes to winning hardpoint. And that's exactly what he was able to bring to the table. So they do find the Colossus hardpoint win, and that means, of course, they close out that first series 3-1. And you got to be feeling really good about the changes you made to the roster and coming in and just again grabbing that very first match win and starting off on the right foot.
Your biggest matches for the Stush is going to be the Stallions and the Bush. And if you can beat both of those teams, you're pretty much guaranteed a spot in playoffs. And taking it down the Stallions first and foremost in a fashion like this, that is going to put some confidence on this team. I mean, they have worked tirelessly to get to where they are. And man, it is nice to see hard work pay off. For the Stallions on the other side, I mean, they put in the work for sure.
Yeah.
But just the issue comes down into when a lot of these games start getting close and you start to see a little bit of pushback from the other side.
Right.
Players from the Stallions start to slow down, try to make those hero plays, and it doesn't really feel like a cohesive unit in a lot of these respawns. I mean, you go into the rest of the stage and you're definitely not down and out. I mean, there's still always time. It's only your first match of the stage just in general, but I mean, you can see right away that there is trouble, at least in the communication, who's doing what, and how do you kind of put away some of these leads that you have, because you were winning that Scar overload, kind of fell apart at one point, and you give up 2 captures in a row. You're winning the Colossus by 50, and you get like 30 points after that. The Stush just dominate you in the back half of that map number 4. And now we move over to a series that we haven't really talked about at all. It's P7 versus For Fun. P7 Notorious up 2-1. And we get to see Asake, the back end of Asake.
Yes, we do. And well, this feels like it would be a hard match to win for Fun Esports coming into this match, without question. 7 Notorious have been definitely one of your big teams to look out for here in the elites at the very least. And Beans, well, this thing he can do it with a pistol, he can do it with the sniper. AR does not matter. He will find and collect heads. And it's 232 to 154. It feels like P7 Notorious might just get this one done as we make our rotation over to the next point.
Oh, Beans on 7. He's just got the pistol. He's got a Hellstorm too, and you're only 13 points away. Oh, jeez. Beans is not missing. Yeah, this looks pretty solid for P7 to put this one away. I think a conversation for these two teams is, what happened to P7 at Atlanta after nearly taking down Gentlemates in a Game 5. in the Pro-Am. They fall out top 12. Really unfortunate, just getting 0-3'd in the losers bracket and the winners bracket of the challenger stage. So they're on a little bit of a bounce back themselves. And for fun, I mean, this is a team that you scrape together going into stage 3, and a lot of these players need to pick me up here in stage 4.
Yeah, they certainly do. They won't find it, unfortunately, here for the very first match, as that will be the closeout and the conclusion with the 3-1 victory. But overall, I mean, this is a squad that has a lot of experience, I think, to say the least. There has been a lot of reps over the years, and, you know, up and down throughout the league for just about every single one of these players. You are expecting, you know, that squad to potentially put it together at some point in time, but you're also playing up against this P7 Notorious team where it feels like they're very difficult to deal with. And again, we saw that a lot through some of the previous elites, maybe not so much throughout Atlanta, but, you know, being very close at times to beating CDL teams as well through the Pro-Am, and maybe just falling short and, you know, hindering them as they go into the rest of that open there in Atlanta as well.
Yeah, it's really tough when you go from taking a map off of LAT and to being up 5-2 in Game 5 on a Plaza Search and Destroy versus Gentlemates, to then losing 0-3 to Cabal and the Bush for that open. It's tough for P7, but I mean, you know, these players are going to kind of lock in and turn it around. And so far, going into Stain 4, it looks like they have turned things around. I think for fun Esports, it's a little bit of a different conversation because, I mean, Arcities and Asim, their year's been interesting, especially considering they've started off in like the Riyadh Falcons projects for their academies, and then they lose out on that roster. They kind of get thrown to the wolves. You get picked up by the Shrub. Again, you get thrown to the wolves. It really doesn't seem like they've had a home, and I want to see them find that home with For Fun.
I like it. The mentions, oh man, he just finds the immediate flank, and, well, everything goes awry just in a matter of seconds. 1 versus 1, 2Real trying to slip away with his life, has the bomb. That's really the best part of this, and has the smoke to also create just a bit of an illusion on whether or not he went all the way back. The answer is he certainly did, and 2Real comes up with a critical round to steal that one away.
Look, I mean, Omit Brooklyn, you got to put some respect on these guys, especially someone like 2Real. He won stage 1 with that P7 Notorious roster, and you know this guy has been winning Challengers events for years now. I mean, this Omit Brooklyn team is going to be good, and they've really been building a championship caliber roster over the course of the last stage, Atlanta, Birmingham, here into stage 4 now, and I mean, it might be a little bit of a difference with interjecting Gwyn in place of Standy. I think Standy's just been having an unreal year, and, you know, he deserves a chance in the league, and I'm happy to see him there, but now it's with Gwyn in the roster, and we know this guy's got Rookie of the Year potential. Can he find that potential again in Challengers?
Certainly the question. I mean, I think Gwyn has always been a very talented player. It's just sometimes, you know, having to find a different atmosphere, having to find a different team, get yourself back up to the top, changes your mindset. Can certainly do a lot here for you, but coming into this round, 3 versus 2, make it 3 versus 1. Pollock's going to lose all of his teammates, and I'm sure this flank likely to be read, and he will not read the player sitting in the corner waiting for that push to come through. So that means that'll be an easy cleanup, and Cabal able to grab themselves a big round here as they pull ahead.
I mean, there's so many early matchups, too, that are so important, Austin, to kind of note. For Cabal versus Omid, like, this is the same conversation as, you know, Stallions versus the Stush. It's, you know, if Cabal come out and win versus Omid in a Game 5, really puts pressure on Omid Brooklyn, a team that everybody's looking at like, yeah, we're going to see them in the playoffs. You said that about the Bush in stage 3, too, and look what happened to them. They got knocked out of the group, so... Like, these round 1 matches, if you show up a little bit slow to the start of the elites with how tough this Group A is, it could cost you a playoff spot.
It absolutely can. Just like we were talking about at the top of the broadcast, just having that very first match win, coming up 2-0, it could mean everything, but this has been an aggressive round, to say the least, and you can see a hard counter trying to come into play, but Cabal are just almost ready and waiting for it. And they'll grab themselves yet another round here as they're starting to pull ahead a little bit, Colin.
And it's Vic there to close out on this round. He is just lights out again. Started this year with an absolute blindsiding back in stage 1 alongside longtime teammate Peel. Haven't been able to see them together for quite a while, but alongside Flames, Dimension, and Rispy, Vic's Vic is looking to really cement himself as one of the top rookies here in Challengers. And by God, this team has so much potential. So behind Flames, Dimension and Rispy right now having a great map, number 5. Flames now with the sniper out, gets the information on Paul, and I'm sure Paul saw the glint. It feels like a hit over towards B. Realistically, I mean, you look at that bomb pressure, it's going to be a late wrap through mid to see if they can pinch out 6.
Well, top control going to be here. And it is still a heavy stack by A. And yeah, Paul X has got no idea there's players that have been able to get through above him. And now he knows as the call is going to be made and the reinforcement should very much be on the way. Paul X able to play his life beautifully. And Dimensions also finds one trying to exit through that A site. So man advantage here. Cabal in a great position to maybe find 3 rounds in a row.
And Gwen's going to give you a chance here. I think Paul staying alive is really the catalyst to this retake. 30 seconds left, 3 on 3. Tough fights at distance, but you know Dylan Rex has one of the straightest shots.
Certainly does. Dimensions. 3 in a row. Need this round. Have to stop the bleeding if you're Omit Brooklyn. But coming down to the clock. 15 seconds left. Have to fly. Have to go forward. Paul X would need to find both. And there is too much to do and too little time to do it in. Cabal have now found 3 rounds in a row. Omit Brooklyn just can't find a response.
Huge from Paul to stay alive at the start of it, but that catch from Dimensions on the late wrap out of showers through mid, giving that numbers advantage for a post plant at B is so hard to retake 3v4. Yeah, you bring it into a 3v3, but as soon as that smoke goes down, you gotta take that challenge on the other side of the smoke, and Cabal are nice and comfy in that position. 5-2 up over Omit Brooklyn in this game 5. I mean, realistically, Cabal, this is their game to lose. They've been playing lights out search and destroy all series long.
It's certainly been a problem that Omit Brooklyn have yet to find an answer for. Paul, quick little snipe over the top, and then quick swap over to his NPC. Trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. And you can really feel the pressure coming into this round here. If you're the Omit Brooklyn boys, wanting to get that first blood, not wanting to get too aggressive, play for information, and, well, Rex finds a beautiful first blood, but can he exit cleanly? The answer is no.
Yeah, too much to deal with. It does good to find his 1, though. And now you can post plant towards P4. Losing out Paul makes this one difficult in the 2v3. You need 2 real to get lost here, and he's going to try his best, but he gets caught by Dimension. It's all down to Gwen. 1v3 for 30 seconds. Welcome back to Challengers. Can you get it done?
Oh, what a moment this would be for Gwyn. But has to check the bomb. Bomb check good. And they're trying to play the clock here and see if he'll go for a peek, but Gwyn has maybe played this beautifully. Finds the kill, but is he on the bomb? Gwyn knows he's not. A 1v3. Looks to be good for it here. He'll go for one last check. Bomb is good, and Gwyn keeps his team alive. Gives them another shot.
That's so tippy from Gwen. He played that perfectly in Cabal. Yes, you're up 5-2. Sometimes it hurts to be up this much. You just do a little too much. You wait a little too long. You think you're just too comfy up on your high throne. And Gwen, he knows that in a situation. He just plays it ice cold and dissects every single gunfight, playing the clock so well. Right, this is why this guy was the MW2 Challengers champ. This is why he was the MW3 Rookie of the Year in CDL, and why he's had a chance in the CDL for so many years. Yes, he's back in Challengers, but you can't forget how much of an impact he brings to teams.
Most certainly. You can be certainly clutch in the best of times, and you feel it right there. So now you're looking for the rest of Omit Brooklyn. Starting to step it up a little bit. Too real, just barely escapes with his life. He is heavily peppered up through the wall. But they've been able to maintain some decent control over both bomb sites here. So 3 players going to be stacking in the back. Dazed and Sun starting to come through. Too real's got a read on the push, but once again brought down to 1 HP.
Oh, he gets away though, stays alive. And that's immediately going to deter Cabal from going over towards A. Paul has completely gotten lost in shops, and the timing might actually be the worst thing for Omit Brooklyn. You give up the plant towards B, and Gwen's going to be blooded. Cabal with numbers in the post plant at B. This could be the series.
Very much could. Not an easy bomb to retake. So many tough gunfights ahead of you, and well, Crispy might be able to come up with 2 right away. Rex forced to back off and reposition. Paul looks to fly right through. What a snap from Paul. Gives them a fighting chance. It would be for a 1v4. He finds the third. Now all down to one. Recipe versus Paul X. 20 seconds on the clock.
Paul's going to go over. I mean, the timing doesn't work out. Rispy's going to have the check there. He sees him, and not this time, says Rispy. Cabal in Game 5 knocked down Omit Brooklyn to kick off their Stage 4. Although, Paul gives one hell of a go at that last one. Nearly a 1v4. There's a little too much to do there, and Rispy comfortable as ever in that last gunfight. Big win for Cabal to open up this stage for Omit Brooklyn. What a way to lose, too. I mean, being up 2-1 at one point, winning map 1 in 3. Cabal draw you out all the way the distance, and that is going to be a tough loss to kick off your stage.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, again, trying to make some adjustments with Gwyn coming in, but overall, you definitely want to come away with that first one, start off, with that honeymoon phase and get that first dub, but doesn't end up going that way for them. The S&D on the other side for Cabal, I mean, it's hard not to gas it, right? There's a lot of great plays being made, finding picks, slowing the game down when they need to, but also really catching a lot of the players off guard on the other side for Omit Brooklyn, not ready for some of those engagements when they're happening. And, that is just a great read, great calls being made on the other side. So you got to really hand it to them as they come out with, what is certainly an upset, at least to me on paper.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say a lot of people would mark that off as an upset, but I think that just shows, how good this Cabal team overall, as individuals, has been this year in Black Ops 7. I mean, Flames has been deadlifting his teams across qualifiers into the late for so many times throughout this year. You got Rispy and Dimensions, who, quite like I was saying from Swooty beforehand, I mean, he's been going through, or they both went through that Huntsman project too. I mean, they had that, veteran leadership teaching them the game through methods and through Major Maniac. So, I mean, both of them came through the same pathway into where they are now. And albeit, I mean, you're not on Huntsman, you're into Cabal, you're still quality players. And you put Vic in there, who's just had such a great year as a rookie. I mean, I see the potential dark horse in this team, and here we are, seeing them knock down Omit Brooklyn.
A big first one, and maybe a chance to come up with a second before the night is over here. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to get the job done. You take a look at the groups for a moment, and, well, a lot of interesting matchups, but still have to regain if you've lost. And, well, if you've won, you're looking to try to come away with 2 early here for day number 1. But there's been a lot of exciting action here so far. A lot of really close maps, as well as, again, getting some new ones thrown into the mix. There's always going to be a bit of a learning curve, but, it's been great to at least see Hacienda, Sake kind of thrown into the mix here so far, Colin.
Yeah, and it's very vindicating to kind of look at these groups, and, in my brain, I'm like, well, wait a second, Group A might be the group of death, but this Stush team's been putting in the work. Cabal,
right.
I mean, you got some great players on here that can really make some upsets. To see it actually happen at the start of the stage and for these players to really pop off and make some big moves like this, it might be a surprise to a lot of people tuning in and watching, but this is what they've been working on. And, to get hot in Stage 4, this is the right time to get hot for a lot of these players, because you go to Paris, you're looking at number 1 and number 2 spot qualifies you for EWC, so it's for champs. There's some big deals on the line here for Paris.
Yeah, a lot riding on the line without question. So that's going to do it for our initial matchups, at least here for the first block. We are going to get ready for our secondary matchups coming in right after the break. Make sure you guys don't go too far. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Challengers Elite Stage number 4. We just got through our very first block of matches here for North America. Now we'll continue the action and get ready to dive into our second block here for North America. I'm Visions, that's Seymour. Man, we had a couple of crazy matchups, maybe a few upsets kind of thrown into the mix as well, and now we'll see what else is in store for us as we head into the later part of the evening.
Yeah, a little bit of an upset there for Cabal over Omit Brooklyn. I mean, the Stush taking down the Stallions. Some good starts there in Group A for, you know, what is going to be a really exciting stage number 4. But as we go into our second games of the night, there's some big matchups still to pay attention to for Group A. And this is kind of why I'm putting so much emphasis on these early games. Is now the Stush are taking on the Bush, Cabal is taking on the Stallions. And so it's like you're kind of looking at this one for the Stallions, especially like you don't want to go down 0-2 on day 1. And for the Stush, if you can go 2-0 up, like that is an incredible storyline to kind of go through for the entirety of the start of the week.
No, I 100% agree. Now, we are going to be turning our focus, at least to this Huntsman and P7 Notorious on our Alpha stream. And this is, you know, the P7 Notorious that we just saw at the end of their last series. They were looking pretty solid. Beans had ended on like a 7 or 8 spree. And he was certainly fired up and shooting straight. That's for sure. So you're looking at as far as what they're going to be able to do for as far as carrying that through. And again, both of these squads are going to be 1-0. So one of them will be ending at least his first day 2-0.
Yeah, this is a rematch from the grand finals of stage 3 as well for Huntsman trying to take down P7 Notorious. Scrim results lately haven't looked the best for the Huntsman, but hey, you're still trying to work Wake into the system, and a 3-0 sweep over OT Nation in your first series of the day, that's going to give you some good confidence going into this match versus P7 Notorious. I think for Group B, another match that you'll be kind of really looking to pay attention to is our FOXTROT stream with For Fun Esports taking on Bittersweet. Both of these two teams kind of coming out a little bit differently for Bittersweet. I mean, you're looking at Nate and Peel have been looking fantastic for that team. For Fun Esports, they lose to P7 Notorious, but you do take that first map away from them, that first hard point away from P7 Notorious. So for Fun Esports, I mean, you go into this matchup for Bittersweet, look to end your day 1-1. Wouldn't be a bad way to start off the stage.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And looking for, you know, a bit of a get back here if you're the Omit Brooklyn boys as well, after, you know, seeing them kind of fall short as we had kind of talked about that. But we are going to take a look at our maps and modes, at least that we do have here for our alpha match. And we will be kicking it off on Sake Hardpoint, moving over to Den Search and Destroy, Scar Overload, and if we need, we will go to a Colossus Hardpoint and a Raid Search and Destroy to kind of end things off.
Yeah, and I was really kind of putting some emphasis on the recent scrims between these two teams because we saw them just days ago match up on a lot of these respawns, and P7 Notorious had the easy head-to-head over Huntsman in almost every single hardpoint and overload we really had. So for the Huntsman going into the map vetoes, it's like pick your poison against this P7 Notorious team. It's going to be a difficult series no matter which way you draw it up. You look at the Search and Destroys to kind of be a little bit of grace for your team. I think that Huntsmen do have the slight edge over P7 Notorious in those game modes, but I think the respawns are really where you need to hunker down for Huntsmen and show what you've learned over the past couple of days going into this really important match.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because it really is what it comes down to, right? What did you take away? What did you learn from losing maybe some of those scrim results that we've been seeing at least a lot of on some of these players that are very open to kind of getting those scrims out there on stream. So being able to potentially take something away, show up in a big way, and you never know who's going to step up as well. Could be anyone's day, and you're looking for somebody on maybe that Huntsman roster to try to get that done. And, you know, speaking of this roster as well, we kind of talked about the flip side of, listen, Huntsman had actually dropped Swooty, you know, for Awakening to make sure they secure themselves that champ slot coming through for as far as pro points on Awakening side. Now it's a matter of, you know, what is Awakening going to be able to do? What does he add to this roster? Feels like there is certainly a lot of veteranship that we do have in this lineup now.
Well, it's for Wake. I mean, he starts off the year with a stage 1 win with P7 Notorious, a stage 2 win with Bush, and then he moves into that For Fun roster for stage 3, and you know, you get a top 6 finish. So you kind of slot away from For Fun. You're going back into another kind of really notable organization with like a project that seems to be really successful, getting second place back in stage 3 with Swooty in the roster. So for Awakening, you know, this is going to mean a lot to him, kind of slotting into this team with other veterans that you know you're going to be feeling good playing again alongside. So It's just kind of finding how do I play with this team and where do I fit with this team in place of Swooty, and can I be the upgrade to kind of walk away with maybe a stage win instead of a second place?
Well, you'd certainly like to be considered the upgrade here as we jump right into the map number 1. Renegade already off to a fiery start as he looks to fly forward. And this P1 hill, at least initially, looking somewhat decent for Huntsman, is Awakening looking to kind of come around the backside, looking to come down low. Will be able to find clean shots on the Snoopy.
Yeah, it's hard for the start of SOC 8 to really put some weight on P1, but Huntsmen are getting a lot of time uncontested by P7 Notorious, even still looking for those rotations over to P2, and with Johnny going down, that's going to reset you for the second. P7 Notorious will have their foot in the hill. And this is where I want to see the Huntsmen start taking some routes to see if they can flip this map.
Well, Beans on 4 in a row, looking to play the remaining scrap time in and around the P1 point. You're looking at what will be DiamondCon already on the rotation to new, so looking good for at least the setup towards the next point. And you keep the first hill just a tad bit scrappy and get some points back yourself. So all things considered, not too bad here for P7 Notorious. And now DC is going to be set up inside the hill, and he's got his teammates around him. They're looking solid.
It's got to be so hard to play this map against P7 Notorious. I mean, this fits so well for Eric and Snoopy just to kind of consistently get lost with his NPC. And I mean, when you need them to, they can stick close to you and fully lock down hills like we see now. So P2 completely going the way of P7 Notorious. They're getting every single ounce of time off this one, and Snoopy's still winning his battles towards those back spawns. So you look to your team to win your fights inside the hill, you do your job, and everything is looking good so far for P7 Notorious.
Yeah, this is a beautiful transition from P1 to P2, and you are now forced to have a bit of a hold yourself. Renegade is going to spawn out here, so if you find kills from P7, you could maybe continue to spawn some of these players pretty far away and make sure they do not get a hole. DC already flying to new. He's able to win that first rotation at P2, and now he's a big part of maybe winning the second one, but Johnny comes up big. What a two-piece that is to make sure Huntsmen do not let this one get out of control.
Okay.
But by no means do they have full control on the hill just yet.
I was going to say, I mean, you get those fight wins if you're Johnny, but you don't get those spawns, and split spawns for the Huntsmen. They have to run all the way across the map just to help out. It's a good 2 from Renegade. You still need to break this hill. P7 Notorious getting a lot of time, and they still have about a 50-point lead in this game. So you want to break this with haste, and that's exactly what you get between Brack and Renegade. Awakening going to finish off Snoopy, and with 20 seconds left on this hill, I wouldn't expect P7 Notorious to really put a full hit back into this one. I mean, you can see a couple players maybe dancing with the idea, but that last player in line should rotate to new and lock down this P4.
Feels like you're able to get something back at the very least here. If you're the Huntsman, I think if you give over the remaining, half of that hill, 30 seconds or so to P7 Notorious, you're just starting to have to work yourself out of a hole. That is not easy to do, as you said, on this map at times. But P7 Notorious will, of course, move over to the new hill. We'll be here on the initial rotation. That's been a big part of this game so far. They've been here first. They've been set up first. They come away with a bit of time. It's how fast can Huntsman really get in and actually break it. Yeah, can you time this right with Renegade? Eric's been having the information that Renegade's back here for the entire time. With a big 2-piece, Renegade might kickstart the break here. He's on 5 in a row. Can he make this one 6? Pulls the spawns for your team, and as soon as he flies out, it's just P7 flipping the hill, holding it from the front this time, letting those ARs set up, and do a good job at keeping that space away from the Huntsman, trying to break this one with the last 20 seconds. Snoopy for a double kill, Awakening the last one in. Huntsman will break for scrap, but P7, they got quite the lead here heading into P5. They do, and when we talk about good hardpoint teams, it really is this, right? Win the rotation, have the initial setup, lock down a good 20 to 30 points, make your way to new, and if you play that game continuously throughout a hardpoint, you're going to be able to hold on and eventually win it. So it's up to Huntsman to really find the swing and start to change things around themselves. And so far, not able to find the initial kills for what could be a break. Words come out of my mouth. They'll find 2. DiamondCon, though, still trying to hold the line. Gets a little bit fancy. Tries to jump off with the Omni movement. Won't be able to find it. And Eric still staying alive, trying to finesse. But we'll finally see Huntsman get themselves in.
It's kind of impressive that they're up 122 to 70, and Eric is 3 and 8 to start this game. I mean, he's just been the super soaker for the squad.
Yeah.
And the rest have been slaying it around him. Huntsman get a good break, though, and this is some fantastic time to put away on your side. I mean, you get the rest of the 20, and you're only down by 20 on this map heading into the second set of hills. So And you're really looking to hunker down and see if you can fend off yet another wave of kills here versus P7 and Taurus, which they do so perfectly. 3 dead for P7. You get the remainder of the scrap time, and Johnny's already at new.
Yeah, he's at new, and this is going to have to be the big change going into the second set of hills, at least for me, is trying to win these rotations, be there first, have that close spawn, and making sure that you're not allowing P7 Notorious to continuously be set up, because you are playing catch-up, essentially, this entire game. So, have to find a way to switch that around. But, so far, so good for Huntsman in and around P1. Snoopy looking to get involved as he gets mixy and tries to find some kills. Brack down low, he goes chasing. He'll pay the price as Awakening finishes up 2. Johnny gets involved, and that's going to be some solid points now coming through at the P1 point.
And you look to the head-to-head of the subs right now to really ignite this comeback for the Huntsman, especially with Eric having the performance he is right now. It's just, can Renegade step things up in the second set? Can he be the one to kind of tilt the edge the way of the Huntsman? As you see a lead change their way, they've clawed their way back into this map 1, and it's P7 Notorious now on the back foot to see how they react to a deficit. Team kill onto Johnny, giving you a chance to break if you're Diamond Con, but a good route from Renegade. That's going to give Huntsman complete dominance of this P2 rotation.
I mean, what a turn of events. It's like they were listening, Colin. It's like they heard exactly what I was saying and what they needed to do, and, well, that's currently happening, coming into fruition. So, have to continue to keep it going. Renegade's doing a decent job of playing spoiler through the middle, but is it going to be an overwhelming push through the back? Johnny looking for a double up? If so, he could stuff this entire play from P7 Notorious, and Beans has to reposition.
Cool.
Johnny's going to go chasing, but it's going to be Brack that ends up finishing that one off. Wait from the front is good, and Huntsman, they are on a tear as they have collected what feels like 100 points straight.
I want anybody who's looking to improve in the ranked games to go back 20, 30 seconds and just watch Renegade's arrow that entire time. I mean, he played that hill perfectly with the rest of his team anchoring this P2. He's just slaying out through the middle of the map and staying lost for the Huntsman. He's turned it around for himself, and his impact's not going unnoticed for Huntsman, swinging things now about 200 points, 80 points ahead of P7 Notorious. I mean, what a change this has been. I mean, you wouldn't have known that P7 just moments ago were leading.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a complete turn of events. You could almost, like, flip both of the teams coming to the second set, and you'd have almost no idea. It's kind of wild to see this one take the turn that it has. And unfortunately, Eric Boom, you know, he is still struggling quite a bit. We saw him collect a lot of the points through the first set of hills, but, you know, 6 and 18 now finds 1. To make it 6 and 19, need to get something going if you're going to be able to now turn this around back in your favor. DC, though, he's picked up the slack most certainly, as he's up to 6 in a row, and this has been a much better hill for P7. DC working towards some streaks potentially.
Hey, it's kind of what pulls this team together too, and I was happy to sit down and interview Diamond Con earlier on in the year, and he's like, guys, I'm not that slow AR that you guys used to know. With the introduction of the NPC, we see that. He's happy to bring out that extra sub and set some pace alongside the rest of his sub line. Now Diamond Con with the Hellstorm, he's looking to transition this rotation from P3 to P4 comfortably with this streak, and fortunately you go 3 dead, so Huntsman gonna hold on to this lead, but Snoopy in the hill, see what he can do.
Yeah, a lot of the spawns at least are somewhat close there, so P7 Notorious not going to feel too much of a hindrance. The spike going 3 down, that teammate not going to help as Snoopy had a chance to fly forward, but Eric Boom now starting to pick it up a tad bit, puts together a couple of those kills as it is about to get maybe another lead change in this game, and there it is. P7 Notorious starting to grab control, starting to really do what they need to do to win this game and steal away the map number 1. But Huntsman with the back, trying to see if they can get something done. Not going to happen. Spawn's now going to be close for P7 Notorious as they want to get the remaining 20 seconds.
This is going to be such a tough call for the Huntsman, but they kind of recognize that they need to get a good setup over towards P5. Eric's going to meet them here, and although hasn't been a good game, you turn up at this back hill like we saw Okus for the Stush. Everybody's going to forget about it when you walk away with the win, and Eric is just anchoring this rotation to 5, making it impossible for the Huntsman to get a setup.
Bobbing and weaving, staying alive, throwing up some nades, but Brack has been able to get forward, but won't be able to play his life any longer. Eric knows another player is going to be close, but you're going to have to make your move here for the Huntsman. You don't have a whole lot of time to take routes. It's going to have to be a bang out here from the front. Brack up top going to lose that battle. Beans with some crisp shots might just be enough to try to secure this map number 1 for P7 Notorious. One final attempt here. Renegade's going to drop. Nade's coming over the top. Awakening keeps the play alive, and Huntsman not out of it just yet, but got to start to play some of that perfect hard point we talked about, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one break for P7 is all they need. 7 seconds left. So can you push this to a first rotation again? And can you break that first rotation? Eric from the side angle finds the crossfire for the break in. Huntsman spawning all the way in Narnia. Won't be able to touch and contest. P7 scrape away with a map 1 win over the Huntsman on the Sake to lead the series.
Man, that map, it can feel streaky at times, can it? Just able to chain together some good hills, get some great kills, and, you know, force spawns into the back when there's only scrap time available. And you started to see Huntsman do it through that second set. Down by about 70 points, just not able to really get over the finish line in the end, unfortunately. So going to be hurting a tad bit with the result, but overall started to see at least the adjustments mid-game, the things that you still want to see from a roster that's, you know, got a new player into the mix, trying to find that form, and doing it against, you know, a team like, you know, P7 Notorious, or again, a great squad, one of our top squads here in North America. So the fact that they're able to at least keep it close, show some glimmer of hopes at time, bring it back from the deficit, certainly some good things to look out for. But this team can be icy, and that's exactly what they do. They ice up in the end, Colin.
I know Eric in the P7 house, he's just dapping up Beans like, good setup there, good assistance on that win, because I mean, Eric goes big at the end there. That rotation of 5 for him to just anchor the setup and deny Huntsman like a solid rotation over to that new hill. You saw Huntsman went to go put all their eggs in one basket, and unfortunately they just got met on that rotation and didn't win their fights. Huntsman do a good job at climbing their way back into that game, but it's that P3, P4 chain that P7 kind of catch them in, and, you know, quite like that's exactly where Huntsman started their comeback. P7 comfortably rotate over towards P3, get a good chunk of time, bring it back in a 20-point game, and then that rotation towards P4 where Diamond Con has the brilliant idea to just early invest that Hellstorm. It really cements P7 back into that game, back into their lead. So really heads up call from them to just ice up in that map 1. They're going to lead the best of 5, and we go to our FOXTROT. This is what I said, a big series here between For Fun and Bittersweet.
Absolutely. And I believe, both 0-1 in their first opening matches, right? So coming in here
For Fun's 0-1, Bittersweet's 1-0.
Fair enough. So looking to see if you can maybe come away with 2 if you're Bittersweet. But For Fun, as we had kind of seen the glimpses of their games, definitely not super pretty across the board here. Seeing what they can do to bounce back. So far, though, pretty tight in the opening set of hills, and he with a snap and a half there as he turns and burns and finds himself on 5 in a row. So a chance maybe for some streaks to potentially come into play.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been like a whirlwind of a year for everybody that's in the entire server. Nobody has really had themselves on a solid roster. Even Yuli, who started off as Elite Stage 1 winner, I mean, it's been kind of taper off into the back half of the season. And, you know, For Fun, Esports now looking to really house some big names into Stage 4 to see if they can put something together in a run for Paris. This is a roster I'd like to see turn up, but Bittersweet is giving them a run for their money right now.
They are looking solid here at the point currently. As they're going to have to really deal with this push, though. It's a good read from Fellow as he gets aggressive, but Mason able to come up with a couple kills, and now Nate really the furthest one push forward, and it looks like he eats a Semtex to the face. So not a whole lot he's going to be able to do with that, and the whole feed lights up pink just about. 20 seconds left, looking to give it maybe one more hit, but For Fun Esports would love to try to get their remaining time. It's going to have to lose some big battles to do it.
It's going to be risky, because if you don't lose these, kind of facing a potential spawn flip. Fortunately enough, it's a really heads-up play from Peel to recognize that. He backs up to P3, and that's going to cement this rotation for Bittersweet, barely losing out on this lead. So it's a quick exchange there. For Fun now, trying to flood their way through the middle of the map, see if they can get an early break into P3.
Watching over top as his subs just fly on in. And how about the team shots? Able to get just about 3 of the members. Last one up going to be Fellow. Fellow's going to drop. It's a clean break, and that's also the close spawns that come through for Fun Esports. So they now have a chance to start to fan out a little bit, maybe take away some of the map.
I mean, that's good as it gets. And Sake, we saw how easy it was for both Huntsman and P7 to lock down this hill. But for both For Fun and Bittersweet, it has just been back and forth breaks on the P3. Arcities trying to take a different look at this one. 25 seconds at For Fun, taking a lot of routes to break this P3, and Bittersweet are just happy to sit their feet in the hills, soak up this time, and take their lead back here on the Sake. For fun, they gotta chalk up the rest of it. 11 seconds gonna go to Prada. And now it's Bittersweet gonna look to flood the middle of the map for an early break on P4 this time.
Yeah, gonna get an early read on where this hit's also coming from, and those kills gonna delay things just a tad bit, so gonna still force some pretty deep spawns coming through here for Bittersweet. Peel's gonna say, hey, let's call it the Hellstorm here. See if we can slow things down, maybe get some info, find some kills. We'll see what he's gonna be able to potentially come up with as just about everyone ducks for cover. It looks like it might just be info, so not gonna find any connection, but does allow Felony to at least get forward here onto the point.
Felony's gonna get one before going down. Peel on the flank, taking his time. Yuli, surprised at the action. Arcity is gonna be the last one in the hill, and can he hold on for the rest of the team to get there? Of course he can. Arcity is on 5 with a big 2. He's gonna lock things down for Fun Esports on this hill 4. And you're looking to get the rest of this time, pull back this lead heading into the last hill of the rotation. See if you can keep Bittersweet on the back end. Yuli gonna have some assistance on Fellow to break through mid. And looking to transition over to P5 safely.
Oh my. Just flies on in. Trying to find that kill up close and personal. And looks like might have our alpha match also up and ready to go for the search and destroy as we take a look at all of our games that are happening at the moment. And yeah, we talked about this map number 2 being pretty critical, right? Because the respawns looked a little shaky at times, maybe for Huntsman and some of the scrims we saw leading up to it. Again, you got to take into consideration Awakening is coming in for Swooty, but you're looking to find the bounce back here in the S&D. And now it looks like this could be that first round secured and locked. But Johnny, he might have something to say about it. Has a 1v2 to try to work through.
Hold up a little bit. The hardest part is going to be that bomb is being locked down by Snoopy right now on the rooftops. And Diamondcon has full reign through the middle of the map, so it's really limited on what Johnny can do, but could have potential isolations on some 1v1s. Instead, he gets the bomb for free. And he's going to go on a little bit of a tour. He's still got 40 seconds. There's a lot of time to kind of bring this one back, and now that Diamondcon knows this, he should just group up with Snoopy and retake this one 2v1.
Well, if there's one player that could do it, it is most certainly Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
I remember him dropping some ridiculous stat lines through S&D back in Vanguard on that Paris roster. But he's going to be spotted heading over to the B site. Just barely gets his head down. As it will be a bomb plant, but how does he play this 1v2? Nate also going to keep him one shot.
20 HP. Here comes Snoopy around the back of...
Oh my...
Dojo.
No.
Hold up. Oh my god, it's so good. And this is Johnny plays. If I've ever seen one, Snoopy on the finesse for the jump over to chow out with the MPC, and it's the clutch for Johnny. 3v1. Plays it perfectly.
Filthy.
What a filthy round.
I mean, listen, it felt like it was going to be secured when they had the bomb down where it was. They had a lot of players over by the rooftops, but Johnny finds the kill, slips away. It's a really passive setup, right? Just trying to get info on where Johnny's looking to go. But this is just beautiful trigger discipline. Things that you just absolutely love to see when it comes to search and destroy. And he knows he's got Snoopy locked down in the back, does not let him slip away, and will finish him off. So a round that is most certainly stolen away here, thanks to Johnny here to open up the search.
For, you know, stage after stage, I was even saying that, you know, before Snoopy dropped into Challengers, I thought Johnny was easily the best SMG in Search and Destroy if that Challengers had to offer. And plays like that just show why I believe that. And that is unbelievable stuff for Huntsman to take the first round. P7 Notorious, though, they're going to have a bomb plant at A. Beans is down, so no sniper here. It's going to be all automatic weapons, and Snoopy playing it perfectly silent through mid. 3 in a row, looking for all 4. And there you have it. It's P7 tying us back up.
Oh, man. All that work had just completely erased. Thanks to Snoopy with a nice little play himself here. Finds all 3. And Mac, or rather Brack, just trying to fly on through. See if he can get himself a chance to finish it off and maybe pull off something special, but not going to work out. And just this quick little snap. It's great timing, to be fair, as well, as Awakening was looking to follow up that play up top, it looked like. But Snoopy, right place, right time, finesses, and hits the shots required. Tie us up here.
I mean, just look at the stat lines for both sides. You got Johnny 4-1, Snoopy 6-1. This is like a battle of the SMGs right now. Who can have a better highlight reel on the Den Search and Destroy? So the Huntsman here, I mean, they went 6-1 versus OT Nation on this map mode combo for the first series versus P7. That would be an incredible feat and a necessary one when you've seen the history of these two in respawns.
Oh, Eric getting a little cute with it. Try to get the smoke out to finesse, but unfortunately, will be taken down. So yet another 1v situation. This one going to be required by Renegade. And the good news is he does have the bomb. So we'll see what he's going to decide to do. And he's got a decent amount of time to play with here, just about 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's just how can you catch a timing off the rest here? I think that's what Johnny did so well, is just utilize that time to let P7 stir and separate. For Beans and Snoopy this time, it doesn't seem like they want to leave each other's sides, so that's going to make it even harder for Renegade to decide where he wants to go. And they're gambling correctly. Renegade's going to go back to B, and they haven't moved.
Right. There's the info. And the double chow, you know, is about to come through. Renegade, does he have the time to really pull this off?
Or the
That is going to
rewrap?
be the question. And if they wrap out, well, he comes back to B. I mean, he is a genius, by the way. And that's exactly what's going to happen. He has the perfect time to do it. And they're going to be completely mind blown that this bomb's going to go down at B.
I mean, I'm mind blown just in general, but he doesn't get the plant.
Oh. What? There was 7.5 seconds. Surely.
He let go.
That's
I think
tough.
I think he tried to play it a little too cute. He tried to perfectly just drop that bomb to pop up in time, and you're gonna
you're
watch
right.
it get like a sliver, and he wanted to get that insta pop versus in case somebody
Yeah.
was chowing over a connector, and he lets go.
I mean, the
Like, he
bar
just
also
lets
looked
go.
Full. The bar also looked full to his credit. We'll have to chalk that one up to unlucky, I guess. But that's tough because now you got to regain. But still, it's gonna a tough situation to work through. But still, you would have loved to give it a chance at least.
Well, a quick round in the next, and Huntsman up in a 2 versus 1. Bob down lights. Not sure if Johnny spotted the bomb or not, but Beans has got the sniper.
Yep.
And the round's never over when this is going down. Brack is going to chow him close. You do not want to peek this guy. What are we doing?
Brack just wanted to really check and see if it was the sniper that killed his teammate, Just wanted to really come through and take a double peek. And Beans lets him know it was. Says absolutely, it was a sniper. And I mean, from that angle too, right? Like you see the shadow before you see the player. So like he's hitting that shot 10 times out of 10.
Look, all you have to do is back up to the bomb or play an angle and let Beans chow you. Instead, you literally telegraph it perfectly with your silhouette on the wall, and I mean, that is another round where P7 just get a freebie. With Beans 4 in a row, and he finds all 4 in that round, and his sniper has definitely been letting him know. Brack's gonna pull the sniper to meet him, but he misses an initial shot. Johnny gets trucked through mid, and Brack's gotta get some distance here. Good nade.
Yeah, it's a great frag. And Beans shows us he can do it with any weapon, as usual.
Bomb down.
You said it. Bomb's going to go down at 8. And there's a bit of the map to play with here, too. And it looks like it's going to be a call for a flank. A lot of pressure on Renegade to play his life or at least go 1 for 1.
Snoopy's gonna get through. See if you can catch some timing here on the outside. Slides down, Awakening says no. That is such a good call from Renegade and Wake because, I mean, Renegade could play his life, just absorb the pressure through rooftops, but instead, you chow them there, you give Awakening a little bit of a time where you can stuff them in lights. I mean, Snoopy doesn't let that happen, but because you take that chow and win that fight rooftops, you let Snoopy through, but you group up 2v1, and now you're just together with Wake in the numbers advantage. Like, that is such a good play from Huntsman. This time they put it away. I mean, could be 3-2 up your side, but P7 still hold the lead.
8-3 for Snoopy, Beans 6-3. The two of them together have a combined ridiculous amount of kills at 14. And Huntsman really sharing the kills across the board just a tad bit more, but this play, all about getting the bomb down at B quite quickly. Set nades over the top, not going to find any connection. 4v4 retake, now 4v3 retake.
Johnny's going to give you numbers. It's going to be a flank out. Diamond Con, not really the gun you want to take versus Renegade, but Renegade's still going to give you a chance to stay alive. Snoopy and Tin finds the equalizer. Now looking to finesse. The bounce over at the top. Reverse Brack trades you out again, and Johnny's going to find his way through. Diamond Con overwhelmed. And the Huntsmen tie us up on Den. 3-3 we go.
That was very well done. A lot of trust as well happening in that play. Some of the players looking for the pinches, looking for the follow-ups, making sure that nobody's getting two-pieced. Looked like for a second Snoopy was about to pull off something spectacular, but was traded out there just about a moment after. Either way, follow-up, trades, all good. DC can't do it all in the back, as he's got 3 players taking him for a bit of a tough shot. Tough to follow that through. But 3-3, all tallied up. Johnny up to 8 kills now himself. He's starting to put on a show.
Look, I'm still like baffled by that plant from Renegade a few rounds ago.
Yeah, it looked full. I'm not gonna lie.
What do you think was closer, that plant or the Cold War Express from Kleenex on back in Champs? It truly like one. Like they were so close on both of them. I don't know which was closer.
Yeah, that's like a side-by-side view you almost need to see. It's just like pain, but you just, you can't stop looking at it. Brack, just narrowly misses, but the stun check is good. So it's a good read on where he's about to reposition from. Renegade, tries to just book it. Not going to happen. And now pretty big numbers advantage here for P7.
Renegade just tried to storm the beaches of Normandy.
Did he ever? Head down, sprint.
Good angle from Brack, and might be able to harness a little bit of Beans action here. From what we've seen, Diamond Con, though, playing it perfectly, not giving up that angle, and he gets the timing on through. Can't get better than this for Diamond Con to close the round. That's how you play versus a sniper.
You don't slow peek him?
No, you don't slow peek him. You just... You wait till he's not looking, you close the distance.
There you go. There you go.
COD 101 right there.
No, it was a great play. DC up close personal. And that was after, a bit of a slow start as well from Diamond Con, right? I think he was 0-3, 0-4 at one point in time here through this search and destroy. So has started to at least get somewhat of a footing as we are now 4-3 up. P7 Notorious still doing a decent job of leading the charge. Huntsmen have yet to really gain control, it feels like. And now Brack, couple players. Oh, man. 2 down. Tries to shallow for 3. That would have been ridiculous. Eric just barely finds the trade, but the damage is done. Numbers go the way of Huntsmen.
Yeah, Brack goes for gold. And you got Johnny in the flank. Eric has no idea, and he's not even going to get there in time. Huntsman just closed the door at A. Tie us back up in the search and destroy. What a play from Brack, too. I was just kind of thinking about Brack in general because a change in identity for the stage. He's the one to take out the sniper instead of Swooty now. And you can see that has slowed him down a bit. He puts the sniper away, takes out the M15, and just look at how clean this is. Not easy to take. Diamond Con looks for the easy trade, but never easy against Mr. Carson Brack himself.
One of those moments where you're hoping he wasn't calling one shot on the bomb. You chow, he's just not one shot.
Not one shot.
Oh, in there. That's a gnarly shot, though. I'll give it to Brack. I mean, he's got a hell of an opponent on the other side. Beans with the scope, but he's been hitting some decent shots himself. Tries to get a look at the player up top, but won't find the secondary connection. However, just about 20 seconds into the round, both teams gonna lose 2. There's a lot of map and a lot of time to play with.
And unfortunately for Brack, the guns are down in no man's land. He can't go get it. Awakening gets the timing of a lifetime versus Diamond Con. And now in a 2v1, as strenuous as this search and destroy has been for the Huntsmen, they have a chance to take the lead.
Well, they're going to find out quite quickly that the site is clear. So certainly going to be free for a plant. Beans hoping to catch them on a rotation and a push through. But he's now going to find out he's got to play retake. And does he have a secondary weapon to play with? That's not a scope, but maybe that's all Beans needs at the end of the day.
Brack sees him. And he gets away from this one. Huntsmen take a lead on the S&D. And what a comeback it's been for this squad. Down 1-3. Rallying their way back. And it's an opening from the round out of Brack. He gets that first blood with a sniper, plays his life, Awakening with 2 kills to give you this 2 versus 1. And that rotation over towards A, even though Brack has just a sniper and a pistol, he's not afraid to take that challenge out thrown and just look at the game you're getting. Not just from Brack, but from Johnny as well. And Awakening just a few rounds ago, he was 2-6, now 6-6 with 4 in a row. So Huntsmen have truly dug themselves in for the end of the search.
Brack was good for the opener in the last round. This time around won't get the clean look. The nade does follow through onto Eric. Awakening gets also a read onto Snoopy in the corner. Beans wants to find the inevitable trade, and he does. Brack gets one back. DC looking to fly forward, and it's all about buying time, and Brack doesn't even need the teammate. Maybe gets a bullet on the outskirts, but damage is done. Huntsmen are good. 6-4 victory in the search and destroy to tie this one up.
And look at this call from Brack, too. He's got the NPC in his hand. He does an Ego Chow Diamond Con. He allows him into the Lion's Den. And 10-7 out of Brack to close out the search and destroy. That's going to tie us up in the series. And what a way for Huntsman to do it as well. Down 1-3. You lose a couple of unfortunate rounds at the start of this den. It doesn't lose your composure whatsoever. I mean, the lock-in towards the end for this team. Incredible clutches coming out for the search and destroy. And this is kind of what I expected from the Huntsmen, too. I mean, they've been looking good in the search and destroys over the course of leading up to Stage 4. The respawns have been the biggest question mark going into this series, but kind of setting yourself up as good as you can, taking this S&D, giving you a chance going into this overload and hardpoint, and just look at the stats here from the team. They only get 4 first bloods, still walking away with a lot of round conversions, losing that first blood. That is big for the Huntsmen, just rallying their way through this map.
Yeah, a lot of clutches that were coming in, and maybe even a chance for Renegade to have clutched out that round as well. Having, getting away with the bomb. That was still, one of those unfortunate moments where, you could read what he's doing, right? And it just doesn't work out for him, unfortunately, but still comes away with a couple of key kills throughout some of those rounds. And again, Brack, I think, was doing a pretty good job. It's never easy to match somebody like Beans on the other side of the map who can just hit some ridiculous shots with a sniper rifle. We've been seeing it for years and years, whether it's challengers or whether it's the CDL. He has a special talent with that thing, and Brack was doing what he could to make sure it wasn't overwhelming and he was finding responses. So we'll see what's going to end up happening. But now we are going to jump on over here with the Stallions Bush and our Bush Gaming squad, as this was actually a 4-3 tally at the moment. The map one did go to Bush Gaming, however.
Yeah, and talk about snipers and S&D, you got Big Swoot on the side of the Stush. Going to see if he can topple the Bush going into Stage 4. Already took down the Stallions. Can you take down your other name counterpart? And Drake's joining this roster just today. See what impact he can have. So far, so good. Working alongside the rest of your team to clear out the round, clear out the A site, and that's going to put you up 5-3.
Yeah, and it's never easy to come into, a brand new team, on game day, right? Where it's like, how much do you really have to go over? And obviously, this team has been very successful as of late, so it's not necessarily difficult to slot in and kind of just, fill in the gaps. Hey, what do you need me to do? You can kind of really find an idea of it pretty quickly through some of the scrims that you maybe got earlier on in the day. But overall, it feels like Trakes is one of those players. I think a lot of people were questioning on, should he have even been dropped, with some of his performances we've seen this year. So, so far so good, at least here with the 6-5 coming to the search.
Man, it's just been such an interesting, season for Trakes just in general, just getting picked up to the CDL. Nobody saw that coming at the start of the year. And like I said before, he was just in conversations for potential Rookie of the Year, and to be on this Bush team, it surely is a little bit of a startle, but he's making the most of it so far. 4 in a row, 7-5 in the S&D, and looking to put the Stush to rest. Go up 2-0 with the rest of your team. Rolu's gonna get caught there, but it's Trakes on the other side, and he just escapes like it's nothing, and looking to call game with an ace.
Yeah, this would be for the ace. He's been absolutely schmoovin' here in the round number 9. Does have to try to retrieve that bomb, and he is going to be spotted on the cross. So, information here for Okus. But how does Trakes play this? And it looks like he's going to bring the fight to him. It's like, listen, I've been frying, but that's an ambitious gunfight for sure. Okus not going to move. He sits up there like the statue he wants to sit on. That is also a statue, and just locks it down. Says, come to me, come into my whip.
Yeah, people can't forget. I mean, Trakes, last year in BO6, he made it to Challengers Champs through the LCQ, playing alongside Neom, Glow Frosty, and I think Asim too. They get picked up by the Stallions. It wasn't
Yeah,
a
that
great,
sounds right.
Yeah, it wasn't a great like challengers champs run from them, but man, like for anybody qualifying for the LCQ, like that is a gauntlet, especially North America. No offense to like the other regions, but North America is a gauntlet through the LCQ. And I mean, that just shows just how good Trakes can be. When the going gets tough, 9-6 in the S&D and looking good. Stush though, clutch up. Okus gives them a chance to push it to around 11, and the same story is that if the Stush can take down the Bush, go up 2-0 in their group, pretty much guarantees them playoffs.
And he doesn't get a clean look at the gunfight, and the assistance is there perfectly. So we'll drop it to a 3 versus 2. Lots of time to play with. Capsidol, eyes on player through mid, and just needs to finish his food. Sure, there would have been a trade either way, but now down to 1. Not gonna matter, not gonna work out. And Bush Gaming, they will come away with a 6-4 victory and pull ahead 2-0 here in this set.
Yeah, comfortable right now from the Bush, and I'm sure that the watch party, the boys from the Bush watch party are kind of sitting back, and it's been a stressful couple days, so I'm sure that they're just letting out a big sigh of relief with how day one's going so far. It's a whirlwind for a lot of the roster mania that's going on for the past 24 hours, Austin, and for the Bush to look this good still in stage 4, that is good looks for the entire roster. I think they could just build that confidence back up with Trakes in the roster now as your new 4th. And, you know, like I was saying, I think for the Stush, it's a good look versus the Stallions. Still going to be a tough group overall, and I mean, you say that, like, or we say that if you could take down the Bush and you take down the Stallions, like, that should guarantee you a spot in playoffs. It's easier said than done, and we're kind of seeing that with just how hard it is to take down the Bush.
I think so. I mean, they are, you know, the elite of the elite, it feels like at the moment, for as far as, you know, what we set the bar at here in Challengers and what we've seen, at least as of recent. So they're a squad that can be very difficult to put away, which is also something we learned in the last Open here too. So, you know, they can go on runs, they can do some pretty unbelievable things to make sure that they are just never able to crumble under some of that pressure. So it goes a long way, I think, and they are the team that you're looking to beat, I think, currently. And like you said, with Trakes coming into the mix, just looking to fill the gaps, just looking to come in, slot me in. What do you need from me? You know, it feels like he can be that player that can fit into a situation like that and still look to thrive alongside his boys.
Dang, and I'm excited to see what Abe can do on Koi. I mean, like, talk about like a team for Bush that is just like kind of rounding out. Like, we're putting a lot of like emphasis on like the kind of like the doom and the gloom right now of this roster mania, but like to see him like go up into the league and have that chance again, especially after the performance that he had with Koi at EWC for Black Ops 6, like, you know that Abe deserves another shot in the league. And like, although his stint on Surge was maybe a little bit more to be looked forward to, I think we're going to get that with this second chance from him on the Koi, and I can't wait to see how that goes. And, you know, for the Bush, you're just happy to have Trakes. I think that he's going to slot into this roster perfectly.
Yeah, and I think you saw Temp talk about that a little bit, saying, like, listen, he was kind of hoping, like, Abe wasn't taken away over to Toronto Koi, right? For the simple fact that Abe does so much for this roster, and, you know, he's such an important piece of making them succeed and, you know, being able to find those wins. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of chemistry that's been built up. They've been through a lot coming out of the last tournament that, you know, just builds a pretty big emotional bond when you talk about playing with the same players day in, day out. So overall, being able to, you know, come through and then have that opportunity, you really want to try to bring that and thrive. But we do have our alpha match, I believe, coming up here for you guys. And as we take a look at the maps in Mo's again, we did see that it was, you know, a great search and destroy coming off of the Den. And Huntsman really coming together with some big clutches, some big moments. And now it's really honing back in on the respawns, though, Colin, where it feels like maybe that was plaguing them a little bit leading up, you know, to scrims previous to this Elite Day. So have to see if they can maybe find something in the Overload.
That's just in general, but I mean, there's no reason in my mind that like the Huntsman can't Neslo this series. You go into the Scar Overload, and I mean, you've been looking good in your overloads just in general against other teams. So, you know, this is a chance where you can take P7 Notorious down in map 3, you know, send them the distance and try to upset a major team, a team that shut you down just in the grand finals of stage 3 alone. So, a lot of weight on this series just in general, and you imagine that the Huntsman, even though scrims might be saying different, scrims and match day are two very different things.
Yeah, it most certainly is. That's something, well, we've always known throughout the CDL era, and well, even way back when. So, Renegade, AR in hand, able to find DC and wants to come forward here, but if Bean starts to find some kills, this point starts to get a little bit scary, and oh, it just falls short. What a clutch kill that is, and it looks like they're going to be able to get that out as well. The EMP just about an inch away going into the A point.
And you see, I mean, you want to let that device reset, but you don't know where the rest of P7 are, so you really need to get that out of dodge. I mean, Huntsman right now are doing some good defense, and they were getting some really last-minute kills, and that's going to keep P7 away from that 1-0 lead that you thought was looming over your heads. And they're going to pick up this device, rotate it over towards red. You have Awakening as the lead blocker, but as he goes down, it's going to force Brack into a situation where he just needs to play his life.
Brack with a big one. And yeah, like you said, needs to play his life, trying to get a read on where the secondary hit might be coming from. And, well,
so
does
hard.
buy a bit of time, but you still have DC up top. That's 5 kills straight for him. Won't be able to work towards a bigger streak. Snoopy getting involved in the play as well. The EMP looking to be snatched and picked up, but nobody else from P7 Notorious can get there. Brack just moves it forward just a tad bit more as they start to come off spawn.
It's got to be so frustrating for P7. I mean, it's 3 separate times where they should have capped this device, but Huntsmen are icing up, 3 down now, and you're kind of on the brink of getting counter capped. Johnny going to be the lead there. Brack trying to fly forward. Diamond Con goes big for a 2-piece, and Renegade going down. It should be P7 now successfully stopping an offensive attempt. Now looking to run this one down mid.
Johnny with some clean shots. Brack.
What
Oh,
a
he's
read.
red, actually. It looks like he was in a good spot to shut down that entire play, but corner's being checked and making sure he's not going to play upset. Renegade wraps all the way around and now tries to push forward himself, trying to find some spawn kills perhaps, but will also be dealt with. 3 players going to drop down for P7, and now a chance to see if you can keep this forward position if you're Johnny.
And just where all the play has been happening, like a little bit to red, a little bit to plain, running down middle, it still surprises me when that device resets down the middle of the map. Like, this is still a scoreless game after how close both teams have been.
Yeah.
And another attempt here from the Huntsman. Nobody's going to be here to stop. Eric gets a look, but Renegade's going to block this one out, and the Huntsman get the initial score. 1-0 up on the Scar. It's going to be Johnny to put it through. Renegade on 4 in a row. And now they're looking to rally.
They certainly are. 3 players all going to drop down. Last one up is going to be Renegade. DC says no problem. So, EMP picked up right towards A is where this P7 Notorious squad is going to surge, and Beans trying to put it in. There's no way. It happens again. The last one up, and oh my goodness, it does happen again. Solid defense coming through for the Huntsmen. They are just stonewalling them, making sure they never get the EMP or the point.
I'd be like throwing my controller at this point, the way that the Huntsmen just continue to shut you down. How is that not a capture? Brack looking to run forward. Knife out, still alive. And another cap for the Huntsmen on the counter plays. Huntsmen have been all over P7, just dragging them across the finish line right now. This is as scrappy as you can ask. And maybe that's what the Huntsmen need right now. It's not an orthodox game of overload, but it's exactly what the doctor ordered. Now Renegade's gonna put them up 3-0 from the blue side.
No, it's snowballing, and you can see the call, like, I have to overextend, Bean says, and I have to try to come behind this play. We got to get some mid-map control. We got to get some pressure back in our favor because Huntsmen are just starting to relay and build up a lead. As you said, 3 straight. So another potential offensive play to come in here for P7 Notorious as DC is able to find himself a pretty solid kill on transition. Couple more players now starting to also fall for Huntsman, but few defenders in the back. Stun locks DC down, and he will not be able to put it through. 18 seconds left and a chance maybe to go for one more if you're Huntsman.
Marty Dom there, Eric can't push forward. Brack looking to cut off some of these players through mid. Gets in behind, good damage, sets up Wake. Surely should be able to get that kill, and the device carrier makes it 2. He's gonna grab it. He's gonna pop overtime. He's got a chance for a 4-0 lead here if you're the Huntsman. It's just got to be a flawless attempt from one side of the pitch to the other.
Yeah, really going to have to kind of sprint at it, and Johnny has just given
Surely
you a chance.
not.
Look at this. Both players are trying to play flank, but Awakening's got to cut through quite a few in front of him, so you feel like he will fall, and he does. So overtime comes to a close, but I mean, if there has ever been a more frustrating overload round, I would love to see it, but that really did feel like that was it there for P7 Notorious.
Like, how is this not 3-0 for Notorious? I mean,
Right?
3 times Beans gets shut down on the goal zone. Like, quite literally unlucky. But hey, you guys gotta say for the Huntsmen, that's just a good usage of their tacticals. Every single time you come off spawn, they've just been constantly hitting the right spots, stopping P7 from getting these attacks just full flood into your zone, and you just get those icy kills. Johnny's 21 and 14.
He's cooking.
And not just that, I think that you see it a lot from Renegade and Brack, is just the amount of times they overextend through mid and shoot players from P7 Notorious in the back. It's just denying P7 from fully having all 4 players rush your zone, and that really helps with your players off the respawn setting up.
Big Wake has the read on it, but Eric smokes him, and the subs now starting to create just a tad bit of space in and around the EMP, but not going to give him a chance to get full-on control to a point just yet. And Beans is going to pick it up, but yeah, he loses some of his teammates around him, so maybe a chance for Huntsman to start to press forward here. They deal with the flanker in the back, and now right towards A, but he doesn't get across. DC with some critical kills there to slow that play down.
How many times have we said that for Huntsman on the blue side? I would say for P7, you're going to be feeling a little bit more confident attacking from blue side than green, so maybe a chance to start things here and now, and Beans is going to successfully just move his way across mid and get that first capture in. So step 1 on a 3-stage program to build yourself back into this overload. You still got so much time. They're going to go right for the rally. Renegade's going to find 2. Eric on the lead block. He gets 2 for himself. It's Johnny the last one up, and Snoopy is actually going to pivot through mid, and Brack waiting shuts you down. So P7 a little all over the place, and Huntsman dismantle the attack.
Yes, they do. And now a chance maybe to start one of their own. Snoopy could start to shut this play down, but Brack with some great shots and great cover fire over his carrier will make sure that they will keep the play very much alive here. And it's P7 Notorious that are on the back foot that need to find themselves this kind of control and really start to get back into the game. But Beans gonna take out his teammate. That gives Huntsman a chance here. It's a big stack, but Eric on the flank is red. He is shut down. Now it's about the spawners, and they do a great job on the cross. They make sure no one gets through.
I mean, you still have 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Austin, so you're not really panicking, but you need to start converting at least a second goal pretty soon, and this looks to be your one opportunity. Brack's going to be the only player here, and I don't know if he will get eyes on Diamond Gun at all. 3 in a row for Diamond Gun, and the capture. He's going nuclear right now for Notorious, but B7 have battled their way back, and although you're going to spawn players out to red, just got Beans in a position to shut down this initial setup, and he's going to do that.
DC's really turned it up here, especially in the last few minutes. He's went on a couple of sprees. He's up to 5 in a row. Streaks now in his back pocket to play with, and you still got a great position to maybe find another capture. DC gonna wait for that regen, wait for his teammates here behind him, and they're still starting to put together some of these kills. It's really on what can you do if you're Johnny. Johnny is red, but still comes up with a gunfight. Snoopy knows he can't press forward, but he's in a great spot still, try to make something happen if his teammates can find some kills.
Snoopy's just allowing Eric to do his thing, and Awakening. What a play for the end there. Beans trying to do it all now. Johnny through mid. It's going to cut off yet another player. Overload devices down. Almost at a reset too. Back over towards red. Brack's going to step over it, and now for Huntsman on the counter play through red. Beans is going to be here. Diamond Gun's going to invest the Hellstorm. Now, this is P7's last-ditch effort to give them a chance to tie this game.
Need something here. DC finds Johnny. Oh, Wake needed that 1-on-1, but not going to swing his way. P7 Notorious, they regain control, but are they going to be able to really start to surge forward into the back of the zone? 3 players going to drop down. Critical to play your life if you're Wake, and he does find Beans. Eric going to pick up the EMP himself, and that forces some of those spawns over to B. They have a chance here, but they got to slay out one more time.
So heartbreaking with everybody spawning up over towards B. I mean, there was a chance there from Eric, but it's going to be a re-pivot back through mid. And they're going to try to take a play over towards B. Snoopy flying forward on 3. Goes over the top. They can't find Brack. A shutdown yet again. And it's 50 seconds. DC the other way. He's trying to take it past green.
Oh, they're so close, but still feels like it's so far away. DC, can he do it all himself? No, he's shut down, but another 1v1 might come into play. Spawn's going to be very close at the back of A here. So as much as you got 2 members forward, if you're P7 Notorious, you still, again, need to come up with the kills and clear the way. Renegade hoping for a reset to come through, and the reset won't come through. He'll grab it himself and wants to take it for a bit of a ride. 18 seconds now on the clock.
I mean, you prop overtime, and that's game done. I mean, Huntsman right now, they have full control of this game. And with only 10 seconds left, Renegade trying to do it all and put it away. Renegade still alive. Snoopy's the last one up, and it's Johnny for 3 dead. Huntsman have done it. Stealing away the overload, taking the series lead. What a game. What a series we got. One of the absolute cinematic overloads I've ever seen.
I mean, like, how many times was it just falling short an inch before the point? EMP, it feels like it just needs, someone just needs to blow on it a little bit, a little gust of wind, you know, comes through. But take it in, but not gonna happen, doesn't matter. My goodness, man, that was a treat. That was special. Here for it, loved it, every second of it. But I'm sure on the opposite side of that, P7 Notorious are like, how did we not win that map mode? Like, that is just one you'd love to have back, but a lot of clutch up moments. I mean, you got to give it to Huntsman, right? Just excellent defense, right place, right time. Obviously, it helps when Johnny's putting up some of the numbers that he did with 39 kills, 4,000 damage, and a lot of those being untraded, but certainly a massive map coming through for him individually, but everybody, you know, stepping up at their own moments, at their own times, to make sure that they hold the line and just barely win that one out by a point.
It's like, what do you even say to P7 Notorious after losing this one? Like, yeah, maybe you should have capped those 3 attempts in round 1 that were literally on the goal line. Huntsman just iced up again and again in this game, and I mean, that's just something you can't really calculate when you're trying to put this one together. Just like plays like that. It's just Renegade hitting the timing, right place, right time to shut it down. And I mean, P7 is going to be quite upset to lose this one, but what a comeback they made in that second half. And I really thought they were going to do it. Diamond Con has just an unreal map 3 for the team, and he was really trying to will the team towards the end. I think there was a time when you had the setup over towards red. Diamond Con gets the Hellstorm, and instead of drawing that Hellstorm and trying to give your team a chance at that cap, he flies in for Johnny to get a 2-piece. I would have liked to see them invest the streak on an offensive attempt rather a defensive attempt, and I think P7 Notorious really had an opportunity for that, and unfortunately they don't get that done. And I mean, Huntsman just have one hell of a game, just constantly clutching.
Yeah, that's really what it boils down to. It's just a lot of clutch moments, a lot of going big, right place, right time, and again, everybody stepping up at different times to make sure that it isn't just all on one person's shoulders per se. But that is the 3-2 Scar Overload to be able to win that one. And I mean, again, just what an overload it was. It just felt like it was just so back and forth, and you have to now find a regain. Now, I think the one good thing going for you here is after we saw the Sake hardpoint, I think through map number 1, P7 Notorious were very much ahead of the curve. There was moments where Huntsman were able to fight back into it and almost steal it away, but it felt like the majority of the control, when you look at the hardpoint entirely from start to finish, it felt like they were a step ahead. They were just a move ahead, always in the right place, right time, winning rotations, and that's something that you have to change here if you want to close it out if you're Huntsman going into map 4.
Yeah, wow. Colossus up next, and after seeing just like the scoreline for this entire series, Austin, this has been just an incredibly competitive series, start to finish, because, you know, at one point, Huntsman made the 80-point comeback to take a lead on that Sake, too. They were leading going into that P3 for the second set of rotations. Like, it's just Huntsman haven't really rolled over in the respawns. Just the whole narrative going into this series is that P7 just looked like the better hardpoint team. And I mean, they win that Sake hardpoint. We were a little bit worried when, you know, Huntsman started to kind of choking a couple of those search and destroy rounds, but to the back half of that search and destroy into the overload in its entirety, Huntsman have completely stepped up and leveled up with this roster, including awakening into it. A lot of firepower. There's a lot of good gunpowder on that back line, and I think that for P7 Notorious going to this Colossus hardpoint, I'm really putting my eyes on Eric and Snoopy to just find a takeover map in the series.
Sure, that's something that you might be calling for here in order to get us to a raid search and destroy, right? it may be required. And yeah, this Huntsman squad showing us that they can be very difficult to put away, despite even a change coming into this squad as well. So Wake trying to make whatever moves he possibly can and whatever adaptation to fill the gaps and get them a massive win over this P7 Notorious roster, but still need to try and seal the deal heading into map number 4 here on Colossus.
It's a big one too, and Austin, like, just looking at a couple of the other games going on in this block, right now Cabal are up 2-0 over the Stallions, who kind of on the brink of going 0-2 on day 1 of our stage 4, which I really did not have on my cards. Bittersweet also up 2-0 over for Fun Esports. A lot of games going a lot smoother in this block than we did see in block number 1. The one that's really competitive is the one in front of our eyes here, and P7 Notorious desperately looking to come alive here in map 4, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I'll give it to you, brother. You picked a good one. You picked a great one here. P7 Notorious looking to try to come up with the majority of the points off of P1. And just a few more seconds going to be remaining. And again, this is kind of what we talked about, right? The rotation here. Are the spawns going to be closed? The answer looks to be a hard yes, but have to now just break into the hill itself. Snoopy puts away the grenade, still tries to come up with a kill, and it's Beans who responds with 2. DC gets involved with the sub himself. That's a clean 4 down.
That's what I look at for P7 Notorious to be so good on Colossus, is the fact that yes, you're going to get, good play out of Eric Boom and Snoopy, but how good has Diamond Con and Beans been with the NPCs since this meta has changed? Diamond Con especially, we saw it back on that Scar Overload, and you go into a Colossus where this NPC has so much more weight, and just look at the takeover potential from all 4 members.
Well, Huntsman have that weird situation where do we play for scrap time? Do we set up for new? We don't want to start spawning in the back here, so these kills are pretty critical, and we do a good job of playing contest and making sure that it is P7 Notorious that do have some of the spawns in the back, but a couple of them actually get splits and end up going across the map, but it will be really quickly read by Renegade. So that first kill going to be critical, and again, this is where you need Huntsman to try to find a response in this game and start to collect some points on the P3 point.
50-point lead, Snoopy again with the assistance on the break into P3. Huntsman spawn up all the way over towards yellow side, and with Diamond Con here, I don't think this is going to be easy to read, so should be able to get a couple kills, but Johnny just reads them like a book. And it's an instant break here from the Huntsman, trying to get some time off of it. Brack's going to sit here prone. A big win versus Eric should set this one up for some time for the Huntsman that they desperately need.
Renegade, tough shots here. And we'll get a secondary chow, but forced to just wait for his teammates. Meanwhile, there's a pinch happening. Diamond Con wanted to find the timing and almost did, but that could very well cost him the remaining time on the point. It is just scrap time at the end of the day, and P7 Notorious not making it easy by any means here, and Huntsman invests a lot of time and don't end up coming up with a whole lot of points on the scoreboard, so P7 Notorious really in firm control so far in the hard point.
Yeah, that's not a hill that you like to see for the Huntsman, especially considering you get that early break. You don't get any time off of it. And Snoopy's winning the fights over towards New on P4, just jumping around, doing everything. Brack cutting off players through mid, and the Huntsman will battle their way back into P4 with 3 down, but nobody's getting the time here. Nobody's in the hill, and Diamond Con just spawns on the point.
Oh man, GC says thank you very much. All right, you boys took up the time. Trophy system's out, and Huntsman not going to be able to catch a break. So another tough situation where it feels like they're having to battle from the front. They're the ones that are needing to initiate and find the breaks, find the trades, and for the most part, it just has not really been going their way. So P7 Notorious through the first set are going to have just about a 100-point lead, and they're going to be feeling great so far here in this map number 4.
I mean, this is a complete separate game that we're seeing out of Eric from what we got in that Sake hardpoint, where he was just down bad the entire time, but still walks away with the win. Huntsman down, but never out. We've seen it before on the Colossus as we head into the second set of rotations. It's a monumental lead, about 80-point lead for P7 Notorious, and the Huntsman not even going to win their battles into P1. Beans here just pushing their lead ever so further and flying at these members with the NPC. Trades back and forth. P7 still in the hill. Huntsman, they need a break, man.
Yeah, they do, and it will maybe get in for what feels like just the remaining 20 seconds, but again, after this break, it's starting to look towards the next hill, and make sure you get yourself set up. But Snoopy has just delayed things with that little double, and you're still across the map. You have to worry about maybe a potential streak coming into play here if Snoopy can keep this up.
This map was like made for Snoopy. I swear.
Just a finesse fest. Yeah, I can see that.
Same with the NPC. Like you couldn't ask for a better gun and a better map for this player just in general. And Eric too. I mean, 19 and 13, a minute 18 on the hill. Like, he is doing the best of both worlds right now for P7 Notorious, and the Huntsman down 100 points in Colossus. It would be quite the comeback, but I haven't really seen them get a proper setup on these hills. Getting pinched out by both Beans and Snoopy on both sides. Snoopy takes down Brack, and another break for P7 in the back spawns. 25 seconds. Huntsman's still going to throw some bodies here.
It feels like Huntsman just have not been able to find a moment where they can take a deep breath, right? And wait for the push to almost come to them. They're always having to battle from that back foot. Always having to initiate, and wow, even the rotational kills coming through for DC. It's, lose the majority of the points in the last hill, lose the rotation. It's just nothing, unfortunately, going right now on Colossus for Huntsman. Just limited to about 56 points. They will get themselves a touch, but a massive push through the tunnel going to come through and keep things a tad bit scrappy, and maybe finally there's a moment where Huntsman can try to take a breath of fresh air and see if they can hold on.
For you and I, we can also take a little bit of a breath here, but not too long. P7 Notorious going to be floating their way through yellow. Brack, tough timing on the trophy, and that's going to flip spawns out for P7. Spawning on the yellow side of the map. They even break P3, so Diamondcon through mid has full reign. Everybody in the hill to not have to pay attention to what's behind them. Snoopy finessing on the inside, and now you're crossing that 200-point marker. Huntsmen still need to fight through this hill because there's still 16 seconds. They can't give this up.
Yeah, you gotta fight for every single second. And Snoopy not gonna let it go for free. Beans as well. Still gonna keep 3 players just interested in this gunfight against Beans as they're looking to try to push through. And Eric's there to at least deal with one. And the trades are just beautiful, right? Everyone comes off of spawn, picks up the right places, right lanes, and nobody from Huntsman is able to come off of that last hill and exit cleanly. DC now looking to get involved, a little bit pushed up, but this is where you gotta go. Huntsman need a fast break.
Beans gonna get overwhelmed by the nade. Snoopy looking to reunite through mid, and good nade set up there for Brack to take the kill. Forko down, still spawns in the back, and Renegade, he's gonna read this one. Flies towards those back spawns. 3 in a row for Renegade, 3 in a row for Brack. P7 Notorious with quite a considerable lead. They don't need to rush this break. They're going to group up as a full 4 and hit this one more time. All 4 go down. And Snoopy, Eric going huge yet again. 15 seconds. You can't win here, but you're going to get close.
You're going to get real close and just making you fight tooth and nail for every single second if you're the Huntsman. Tough all around, and forced to now rotate to new, where DC is going to put that early pressure right on to that P1 point. A little bit of a battle down low as Johnny trying to get involved in the play himself, but P7 Notorious starting to swarm around the point, starting to get closer and closer to that dub, and Huntsman just trying to hold on to dear life.
Won't be a 100-point club here in the Colossus, and like I said, if they come back from this, it would genuinely be one of the greatest comebacks I've witnessed in Challenger's history. And I'm talking, Mercado sensor comeback type deal.
Yeah, legendary.
And so Huntsman here looking to bunker on down. 13 seconds is all P7 need to force a map number 5 in this series, and they're going to be in here. Plenty of time to put it away, and another hit for the Huntsman. They're grouping up. Snoopy, the flank, looking to call it here and now with the pistol. Puts it away. We're going to 5.
Going the distance, and I mean, I'm here for it. Give me that search and destroy. But man, have to find a massive response, massive rebound here. The Huntsmen just felt like they could never really get going, and a lot of that came to, a lot of the up close and personal pressure you're getting from the submachine guns on this roster for P7 Notorious, just constantly in your face, never giving you a chance to get set up, and just always finding the right places to find those kills, get those spawns, all the things again we talked about and when it comes to hard points. So Beautiful job across the board. Tough one to be sure. Eric has a big game with a lot of time, and I mean, you can kind of see the hill time shared through all of the members that are dropping kills, right? Not only are they finding the objective, but they're finding the important kills on the objective here across Beans, Eric, and Snoopy, while DC really locks things down for you.
Look, I mean, like, a hard map for the Huntsmen to come back from, just in general. And, you know, the difference between a Colossus and a Mercado is that you don't have 5 out of 7 hardpoint hills that you can lock down for about 40 seconds. So it's quite a different thing to look at in that map number 4. And really, P7 Notorious didn't give them any way back into it. And it's just a map that's, like, built for this roster because you got Eric and Snoopy, like, breathing down your neck, Austin. And if through Beans and Diamond Con just calling out, okay, who's first off spawn? Okay, you pull out the NPC, I'll hold the M15. It's just, they just do a good job at rotating around that sub through the AR line and always keeping pressure up against this Huntsman team on that map. So big search and destroy coming out as the Huntsmen look to Neslo that series to take down P7. P7 forced the map 5, and we're heading over to the Stallions versus Cabal, as at one point Cabal were leading 2-0 up. Stallions forced the map 4, and they're also looking for a map 5.
Yes, looking for that reverse sweep, but have to get through this one. And Cabal do have themselves at least a slight edge in the scoreboard. 95-173 with still a decent amount of time left on this point. And need to get something done here in the back. Icons won't be able to find a whole lot as some of the players start to fan out of the hill. Flames has also built himself up on a bit of a streak here. So 5 in a row for Flames as they start looking over towards that next point.
Hey, it's a quiet game, but you turn up at the end game, and this is what we've been seeing all day long. Now a 30-point lead for Cabal. And a big shutdown there on P4. So can the Stallions bunker down on the P1 rotation? Vic says, hold my juice. And he just jumps right in there. 4-10. The Cabal break to look to put the series away.
And you're thinking Flames is the one that's going to find some more kills to build the streak, but his teammates basically do it all. And finally kill number 6. He'll be able to earn 1 streak, but will end up dropping just about immediately after. P1 currently held by FC Stallions. And they're now looking to try to drop down low to gain some more of this low ground, but it's going to be quite a few players. You got to cut through. Vic looking to get involved, but won't be able to find a whole lot. 20 seconds now remaining, and this is great time if you're Cabal. If you can manage to grab some of this puts you really close to closing out the series.
Well, still Stallions going to be fighting for this time. 15 seconds of scrap in P1, and you flood forward. You flip these spawns. You know Cabal can't win off this hill, and P2 is where you can get a good chunk of change. Maybe flip this lead your way. You're doing a great job at dominating through the middle of the map. Geo here too with an NPC. See what he can get from it, but unfortunately, no, Vic. Another big play and Geo goes down. And at the last second, the Stallions flip.
The Stallions flip, and now they're forced to win some quick gunfights if they want to try to keep this series alive and pull off a miracle reverse sweep here at the end of day number 1. But so far, not finding a whole lot of kills. Need the entries to come through right here, right now. Final 10 seconds remaining, and now they got a flood.
6 seconds left. KB is going to be the first one in, but the crossfire from Flames, so much damage. The wall pounce from Rispy, and that's going to be it. Cabal 2-0 on day 1 of stage 4. What an opening to the elites for this squad. And a shutdown none other than the Stallions and Omit Brooklyn. That is a crazy beginning to the group of death.
Is it ever? And like, you can't hear the comms of this Cabal squad, but in another sense, you can hear them right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, these guys are fired up. They're getting loud. They're feeling good. You even saw the hot mic come through on the right. So you know they're chatting right now. I'm sure they're saying nothing but great things to the other team, of course. But at the end of the day, you know, I think it's certainly a surprise for this squad to come out with this day number 1 and play the way that they did, put up the results that they did. But you got to be feeling great about it without question. But we'll take one last look here at the very end of this hard point as well, which was the map number 4 between Bittersweet and For Fun Esports, as it looks like it came down to the wire to call.
I mean, 2 seconds. You can't really afford to not be on the hill right now if you're a CM. He is dancing around these bullets, and Nate's just gonna hop right in and put it away for Bittersweet to silence For Fun. On day 1, they go up 2-0 in their group for Group B. And that is going to put For Fun Esports also 0-2 off of their day 1. Unfortunate stuff for Fun Esports, but I mean, what a call for a team, you know, backed by the veterancy of Fellow. You got Nate on the comeback for Black Ops 7, Peel as well on the rise. And with those two rookies, that team is just looking fantastic. Also, Prada. I mean, we got to give a shout out to Prada and how good he's been, not just in Challengers, but College COD for just everything that we ever see. Prada, such an underrated player for that team on Bittersweet. And a group of misfits coming together in Stage 4, and they're getting it done.
Sometimes it just works out that way, right? We've seen that in the past quite a few times where it's just 4 players come together, it clicks, the chemistry's there, and especially when you have good starts to, you know, these elite stages, like on a day number 1, it really starts to build up that momentum. And well, I think that's a word that we've said, you know, for years through the Call of Duty scene, regardless of what tier, what level it is. It can go a long way, and it can build some really strong emotions to help carry you through some of those really high pressure moments. So those boys got to be feeling great. But I believe our alpha match will be coming back up here very soon. It's a raid search and destroy, I believe, that we have ready for this map number 5 as well. That's going to be an exciting one. And so you look back on what we were getting here out of Huntsman in the map number 2, it felt like they were making a lot of great plays, but not only great plays, Colin, there was a lot of clutch plays, right? There's a lot of really big moments that came through from some of the individuals, and that's something that you have to clean up here coming into this final map if you're P7 Notorious.
Not to mention, you're going from Den, which has been a really good tool of a map in the arsenal of Huntsman, to Raid Search and Destroy, which has been notoriously a P7 Notorious map that we've seen from them. And it's just because of performances that we get out of Beans. I mean, we saw earlier in the stage when, you know, P7 Notorious in their first game against For Fun, they won 6-2 on Raid Search and Destroy, and Beans went 12-2 on that map. It's going to be hard to shut down a player like him who's just going to constantly be looking for those opening first bloods with that sniper in hand. So again, I mean, you talked about it back on the Den Search and Destroy. It's Brack. Like, can he pull out the sniper and put up a performance like that again in map 5 for the Neslo?
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like right now, at least when you're watching Search, that sniper player being on point and having the confidence to still peek and bring it out, especially in some of those later rounds, like it can mean so much, especially when you're on the opposite end of it. You're trying to, you know, again, get information working around the scope. It's never an easy job to have when you're trying to defend, you know, some of these sites, knowing that you take one peek against someone like Brack, someone like Beans, and that's the last peek you get in the round, right? So it can be difficult without question. So coming in here, have to find a way to shut that down, or have to find a way at least to match it, because it was a really exciting battle we were watching over both of them. Both of them were playing extremely well on both sides here. So like you said, I expect them to bring that out potentially coming into this again.
Well, for the group, I mean, Group B, we talked about how it might not be considered the quote-unquote group of death for Stage 4, but a big match right here. It's a rematch between the Stage 3 grand finalists, 2 teams that went to the Pro-Am. For the Huntsmen, I think that the Pro-Am was a little bit of a wake-up call for some improvement that's needed to be, you know, not just a team that can contend with CDL-type squads, but for individuals that can maybe mold into CDL players yet again. And for P7 Notorious, I mean, they were on the edge of the bracket to get into the Pro-Am bracket in Atlanta. They lose on that plaza, and they just completely get silenced in the Challengers Open. You go to Stage 4, and you're like, all right, we need a pick-me-up. And I mean, you got that versus For Fun, but against Huntsman, you're seeing a couple of those issues. We saw it in the Den, we saw it in the Scar Overload, and, you know, the Huntsmen have grown. The P7 Notorious maybe stagnating a little bit, and this Raid Search and Destroy, albeit is a map that P7 Notorious have been known to be good at, I think you should still be worried about this Huntsman team taking you down and really cementing themselves as the top team in the group.
Yeah, that would be a big factor, and it can be, you know, very much a battle between these two for as far as who does top the group, right? You know, compared to what we have in the other group. I think that one is certainly the stacked one. So coming away with, you know, that first seed coming out of Group B, I think could be absolutely massive for as far as, again, getting towards the end of the season, having the best possible placings as you can. You know, when you talk about whatever it might be, whether it's LCQ or coming into champs, making sure that you have yourself on a really good note going in towards some of these final tournaments, which arguably have, you know, the most eyes on them when you're looking at, you know, what teams are going to pick up who going into the end. And here is a little bit of a group a look at our group here, excuse me, as you did mention it. But overall, man, For Fun Esports, definitely a little bit tough, right? 0-2, we saw some of their matches. We saw Falcons Academy kind of go 1-1 here. Anything else kind of jumping off the page here for you, Colin?
I mean, it's really unfortunate that I think for the Stush, you get such a hard opening to your week one, I think your day one just in general, but to be sitting 1-1 after having Stallions and Bush to open up your day, that is pretty good. Unfortunately, you know, OT Nation and Torn not having really a good look. But for Torn, I mean, you take a map off the Bush. For OT Nation, I think you're just looking to grow just as a team in general. And we'll see that as the stage goes on. But I think everything's going the way that I genuinely thought it was going to be, besides Cabal being 2-0.
Sure. Well, Awakening hits a leg pinch through the pool side and ends up coming up with a pretty nice double kill and almost turns it into a triple. Is traded out, but on the other hand, the damage is done. Snoopy, can he find an exit? No information. Not able to finish off the kill, and now have to play retake here in the 2v3.
Look at this angle from Brack. Snoopy still slides away. Incredible. See if DiamondCon can harness some of that overload prowess, and he's going to catch Johnny. 1v2 would be essentially 1v3 for DiamondCon, but with 21 seconds, all the Huntsmen need to do is value their lives, and as soon as they get a check on that bomb, DiamondCon's really in no place to win this round, and the Huntsmen open up the raid as we did back on that den with a round win.
Yeah, I like that opening round from Huntsman. It's a good look. It's just a lot of, hey, are we going A? Are we going B? You're getting information on both sides, and you're not really fully sure where the commitment is here if you're P7 Notorious. So they kind of get spread a little bit thin, I guess you could say, throughout the map defensively. And Awakening's able to take full advantage of that with that nice little pinch to the pool side. So be happy with that opening round. And now we'll see exactly what P7 Notorious have in store for us in their playbook for their opening offense.
Beams with the snipe out. This is what we kind of highlighted. If anybody's going to really take over, it's a player like him, but fully giving up the B site. Plant coming through. It's going to be a 4-4 for the retake, and you do have Renegade taking a peek here. Johnny's going to get an angle through mid, and First Blood drops those smokes, looking to get lost, and he is.
Oh! Yeah, he does. He gets lost right in the smoke and ends up coming up with a kill. Wide challenge from Renegade. Beans goes for the immediate reach out, and you know, he had to do something to make up for the couple of members he loses in and around the site. And that stun check, I think, from Brack is really the green light, right? Let's flood right through connector. Let's see if we can move down pool steps and try to find the exits quickly. And that's exactly what they do. And then Johnny, of course, well, he finds a pretty unbelievable double there with the help of the smoke.
It's a hard part, you know, when you're getting that initial plant down. Like the quick plants at B is all fun and games until you don't have trophies. And those smokes, those nades, the stuns, like it makes it so hard for that post plant to really feel good. And Huntsman just completely dismantle you off that. Johnny making some big plays yet again. Renegade there right alongside you. And yeah, you say it, Brack, I mean, he might not have a kill or a death, but yeah, that stun really green lighting it. And I was just about to say, P7 desperately need Beans to start hitting some shots with this snipe, and he's going to open up with the First Blood.
Just had to warm up a little bit, but the man can heat up at any moment and take over. However, the First Blood should be critical for getting that first round, and now looking that much better. Eric with a great read and a snapper. He'll find Renegade. So it just comes down to Johnny and what will be a quick cleanup and just about a flawless round that comes through here for P7 Notorious to make sure this one does not get out of hand with a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, it's just, you know, you get that First Blood with a sniper and you don't let the round get weird after that. You really facilitate the push from Huntsman into that A site, and you keep your distance. You just allow those power positions to easily take some gunfights versus these players, and when you know you force Huntsman's hand, you don't really need to do anything else other than sit, wait, and do what you've been doing for the past couple stages and just gunning people. And I mean, P7 Notorious do a great job at just defending that realm, putting themselves on the board, not letting the Huntsmen go 3-0 up in this map 5. So see if they can tie things up with that attack. Where do we go? It's a quick hit through ring.
Oh, is it ever? And Johnny and Brack both win their gunfights.
Oh
Brack
my.
makes it another one, and DC's like, where'd you all go? Oh, man. Nowhere to go for DC. Manages to get one, but Huntsman, I mean, that's a heck of a way to respond. as they'll make sure they maintain that 2-round lead.
I feel like that's going to be something we talk about through the entire map 5. It's just like giving up that initial attacking round in like the first that Huntsman got. That's really going to carry them throughout this map 5 because you see how easy it is for the Huntsman to defend. And, you know, P7 Notorious, you're really banking on Eric and Snoopy to make a play. And if they're not able to do so and they just continue to get blooded, I feel like P7 Notorious are just going to constantly get shut out of these attacking rounds.
Yeah. I think you're right. Well, the set nades through the middle will come through for a connection, and Snoopy, great shots, but again, it feels like every single time these exchanges happen, Huntsman coming in with the man advantage, and DiamondCon overwhelmed, no support. So it comes down to Beans having to play hero here for a 1 versus 3.
Am I reading the kill feed right? Johnny's got the M15 and Awakening's got the MPC? Like, just
weird,
a change up in roles randomly for an attacking round, and I guess it works for you. Wake's like, you know what, just let me have a chance at the sub, and he does a great job of just allowing, you know, Brack, Johnny to set up for those fights through mid, and all the attention on Awakening, the rest just get the job done. Another attacking round for the Huntsman, now up by 3. Johnny on 4 in a row, 7-2 in a map 5, just unbelievable in the searches today.
He has been electric, and other teams have been feeling it. That is for sure. The clutches, the first bloods, just the clutch plays throughout the round, whatever it is. Johnny's been coming up big. And how about this aggression? It is going to be a positive trade. Again, Huntsman, just about every single time at the start of the round, they're coming out with a man advantage.
And you got information on Eric too. Renegade on the hunts. Awakening the opposite side. You're just fully collapsing and just constraining Eric into a tomb. 1v3 for DiamondCon on the opposite side of the map, and the bomb is down pretty much where you spawned.
Yeah, it feels like DC's been caught in a couple of these situations where before the play can actually fully develop, he is already out of it, and his teammates have dropped. And unfortunately, as you said, the bomb is in a abysmal position, and he is going to realize quite quickly that he's got a lot of tough gunfights ahead of him.
It just makes you question what the idea of P7 was in the first place for this attack. Like, are you trying to bank on DiamondCon getting into the enemy spawn with everybody staying alive? You know, Beans is kind of playing a creddy angle to wait out the chow through laundry, and everybody else is just sitting in your spawn waiting for that first blood. But there's no, like, proactiveness out of P7 for these attacks. And DiamondCon is left in these 1Vs where there's no progression in the play.
Well, do or die for what has been a very close affair through just about every single map. Now it comes to a little bit more of a one-sided affair. And P7 Notorious, they want to try to just flow on out here into ring. And again, the opening engagements that go the way of Huntsman start to sound like a broken record, but it's just about every single round, and it's up to Snoopy and Beans to try to extend this to another.
Snoopy's got a chance, though, and he gets away. Bomb down, 2v2. Can he bring some life back into the squad? If anybody's going to do it, it's going to be the Frog. Beans, he's holding down B. Snoopy's back into R already. This should be unreadable.
Yeah, this is a fairly isolated setup, but Snoopy's now in a tough position, but still wins it. I felt like Wake had that one. Snoopy slips away. 3 in a row gives them a lifeline. So all of a sudden, time becoming a bit of an issue. Brack gonna also go for a reposition, but Beans has been ready and waiting this entire time at pool steps.
And he's just gonna shoulder it and get away. He doesn't need to take this fight versus Brack. He just say, all right, Snoop, come to me. Takeover round for Snoopy. It's an ace to keep them alive. P7 Notorious find their second round. Let's see if they can find 3 more to force a round 11.
Whew. That's one where, yeah, you get bailed out by some of that finessing from Snoopy. I mean, I thought Awakening had the man dead to rights. I mean, you knew exactly where he was. He kind of came flying, mantling through the windows, so maybe there's a bit of a timing with the, you know, the mantle and the gun up, but either way, Snoopy takes advantage of it, kind of flexes on him, and gives them, again, a lifeline here and a chance. But the attacks have really been the issue here so far for P7 Notorious, and we'll see if they just try to go back to basics. And Snoopy, he opens up with the first blood.
And Beans is going to miss the snipe on Wheelbarrow. Brack stays alive. And a couple of these tacticals are going to be used. Already the Huntsmen are in pool steps, and you can see that Renegade kind of teasing the idea of full pushing, but shoulder peeks it, sees nothing. Stun check's going to give away that P7 Notorious very much still on the B site. These Huntsmen are waiting for a chance.
Snoopy would love to try to build up some more streaks here. Eric on the slide. Set nade, gonna come out. Could be a big connection. Snoopy finds one. His teammate gets the second. And now it's a 1v3 for Brack. Scope in hand. Has to pull off something special. Oh, it's a hit marker, but he's still able to find it. Goes to the sub. Does not matter. Man, Brack finding the connection on the no-scope. Does not matter in the end, but maybe started to make it look a little bit interesting. But fighting back into this is P7.
The fact that he picked up the NPC so he didn't have to reload the pistol too. Like, what a game we have. I love Black Ops 7. This game is so fun. And I think the addition of NPCs sometimes has you scratching your head like this gun is just disgusting, but it has made it so entertaining to watch. And
Yeah.
Brack nearly gives himself a chance at the 1v1 versus Beans. So, I mean, P7 Notorious, that's 2 rounds in a row. You're back on the defense, and they finally solved their attacking round. It's just, can they bring this to a 1-round difference to losing the first blood?
Oh, Snoopy has just been so good, but can't slip away this time around. So, once again, Huntsman, man advantage. We've seen 3 versus 2 almost every single round. Beans! Oh, just finish off his food. And now down to what will be a 2 versus 1, as Brack does actually get one himself, and he wants to go that insta-plant. So what can Beans do here? He hasn't had the most splashy search and destroy, but he's got a chance to make up for it here and keep his team alive.
This would be the most Beans round ever, though. Sniper in hand, 1v2, would be a 1v3. Brack hasn't even spotted it. Boy, you're channeling into 2 separate angles. Close angle for Renegade, and Beans at the shoulder is going to give away the position. Brack full wraps the entire map, and Huntsman put it away. 6-3 in the S&D map 5. And that is going to put them up 2-0 in Group B.
What a day number 1 it is for Huntsman. Man, massive wins today, and as you said, able to top the group here 2-0, taking out some fierce competitors as well throughout the group, and having, you know, that head-to-head is, again, always pretty critical when you come down to these matches and how many you're playing before you get into playoffs here. So that is a great showing across the board. The search and destroy looked clinical. There was a lot of clutch moments when you go back to the overload as well, and really, I think just teeing up right place, right time, and showcasing just that they can handle that pressure, come up big in some of those moments. I mean, it's everything when you play against a team, especially that's P7 Notorious here, that can be relentless. So beautiful stuff, man. Beautiful stuff across the board. Everybody getting involved as well.
You gotta tip it to Johnny, too, for the way that he was playing, like, this entire map. 1,100, almost 1,200 damage. Awakening right there with you for a lot of these initial fights. We see it right away in the highlights, too. Just simple shots there from your ARs, and as soon as you get that first offensive round, like, the defenses just felt easy for the Huntsmen. And, you know, maybe there's gotta be a question about the pacing with P7 just continuously having Beans on the sniper for the search and destroys, especially for a map like Raid. I just felt like that pace never changed on their attacks. And the Huntsmen, they know that. They know Beans is gonna stick on that sniper, and as long as you get those first bloods, play around the sniper's positioning, like, they pretty much had you unlock this entire map 5, so I mean, something to talk about for P7 Notorious going into, you know, day 2 and the remainder of the stage. But for the Huntsman, who's just been grinding and working through the offseason before stage 4, I mean, this is a great way to answer back after losing to P7 Notorious in the grand finals back in stage 3.
And doing it again, you know, with Wake coming in as well, so that's veteranship. You know, you look at this roster from top to bottom now, there is a lot of experience packed in, and Well, it feels like they can certainly pack a punch here in stage 4 for the Challengers Elite as they close that one out 6-3. You take a look at the series as a whole, and it was a treat, man. I mean, everything, maybe the Colossus was a tad bit more one-sided. It felt like that was maybe mainly controlled, of course, by P7 and Taurus, but we saw glimpses and moments where Huntsman almost were able to come back into that map number 1 on Sake and potentially steal it away. And then again, great showing in the Search and Destroys and just clutch after clutch after clutch on the Scar Overload. But we take a look at all the standings here through day number 1. And again, Cabal, I think being up there at the top of Group A maybe throws things for a bit of a loop for as far as these other squads that don't have a great first day.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cabal is the biggest surprise. Bittersweet right there with you at the top of Group B, tied with the Huntsman. Although the difference, I'd say, with like Cabal being more of a surprise than Bittersweet is the strength of the schedule that Bittersweet has had. You play against the Falcons Academy Korean, you get a big win against them. You still have to play P7 and Huntsman. So, you know, that's one thing you look at for Bittersweet. If they can get a win against either of those two, it definitely puts them in a different conversation than what we have now. But for Cabal, taking down the Stallions, taking down Omit Brooklyn, that is one hell of a day 1.
An excellent day number 1, man. A treat. Great matches on your part for picking those ones out, because I feel like we really had just an absolute banger after banger here for most of our matches, but especially our alpha matches here. But coming through, man, for day number 1, again, big surprises by Cabal. I think coming through for as far as what we got that last match, Huntsman looking really solid as well. You know, any closing thoughts here before we say goodnight?
I think the only closing thought I have, and this is, you know, more so to like the teams itself, like please, like let's get rid of these roster manias 24 hours before we start a stage of challengers. I mean, because it was quite a wild ride just yesterday into today, but I mean, it delivered some peak entertainment, and I think that I'm excited to see how these teams grow for stage 4. A lot to look forward to with champs on the line.
A lot to look forward to, a lot still up in the air, still more days to come here for Challengers Elite Stage 4, but that's going to do it here for day number 1. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast. We had some great matches tonight, and that match, or rather matches, are going to continue for tomorrow for day number 2. So make sure you guys tune in then. For now, we're going to say goodnight. We'll catch you guys on the next one.